the entire purpose of affirmative action, set-asides, civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I always point to unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
You have said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
Yes.
you are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call Black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family has been here, built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
I'm always gonna be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this: when I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on an African American Olympic team. I competed on an American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
I am not an African American, I'm an American. I am a Black American, I am definitely Black, and yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. So
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American.
Why is that?
I'm not African.
Very strong.
As I was going back to see, he pointed out for me I could go back when I want to. Go back to where? Huh? Go anywhere.
Sir, could you stand up? We can't hear you. Could you stand up over there by the microphone?
You mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? We are not Africans no more. You have raped our great-grandmothers and stuff and changed us. Finish. Let me finish. I just want to tell you that. And don't say nothing else to me.
Figure out how Afro get in front of my motherfucking race. I ain't never been to Afro-Color. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there.
I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City, in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa, ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah, and I know it's the motherland, yes. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land. America, real true land is right here in the U.S. soil. My mama can't tell me not one story about Africa. I don't know nothing about Africa. All I know is all the African people I know and run into, they think they better than us over here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Grand Rising, Grand Rising. All right, all right, all right. So, I'm gonna continue from yesterday a bit, playing with the 23andMe. Okay, playing with that. Looking at other people results. Just kind of pointing out the difference between an African 23andMe and a foundational Black American. Okay, so I mean, it's even there, we're different. Okay, so right here. This right here, you're not really going to see from a FBA 23andMe. Hold on. That right there. %68.2%. So when they pretend like they don't get it, what do you mean you're not African? No, literally, we're not African. Don't you guys like to use 23andMe? Okay, we'll compare yours to all of FBA's. We have a consistent, when an FBA take the 23andMe, it's similar. We got similar results. But you're not going to, and they got similar results. Africans got similar results with each other. We got similar results with each other, and they got similar results with each other, with themselves. So right there, that's 68.2%. Let's go further. Okay, right there. That's 74.1 West African. This is most likely somebody who's African. They love playing fucking music.
Cameroon, Congo, and Western Bantu peoples. 14% Benin.
Okay, so this is what you're not gonna see on the average for somebody who's FBA rate. Oh my god. Hold on, stupid computer.
Benin, I don't know.
Okay, right there. 65. You're not gonna see percentages that high on average when it comes to us, right?
Benin is in French, and Togo 14% Nigerian. Then we got 2% Southern Bantu peoples. Mes amis, mes amis, apam gen sans colonisateur yo. Whoosh. Northern Italy 2%.
But you could tell she even let it out the bag. Like she's definitely not FBA.
And we got 1% Spain too.
But she was happy as hell to see some Spain in there. Hold on.
Peoples. Mes amis, mes amis, apam gen sans colonisateur.
That right there is confirmation. She ain't one of us. She ain't like us. All right. So let's go from there. Let's go right here. Okay, so this one I gotta mix. So this is gonna be from YouTube. I just had this epiphany yesterday. Like, you know what? Let me look at African, because I was having folks on from the chat, from our chat, FBAs, show their 23andMe results, the ones that took it. I said, you know what? Let me look at an African's 23andMe results. Because I had like a little
African, 67%.
Hold on.
So let me drop another video. So my last video was the ancestry DNA results. So you ain't watched that video, go check that one out right now. Go ahead, watch that. But if this one 23andMe, I'm gonna be showing y'all the percentages and historical matches and the regions, kind of like our ancestry got the did 23andMe first before I did ancestry. I did first, so yeah. I ain't gonna make the intro too long though. Sub-Saharan African, 67%, 67.6% of that's from West Africa. Now, just jumping to this Nigerian DNA, let's see. 26%. That's the same amount I had but on Ancestry before the update, and then it updated to 24%. Yeah, I had 24% on from after Ancestry updated, but it was still my highest percentage. See how it connected me to the Igbo people, genetic groups, Igbo people very close.
Let me look at something in the background.
Let's see, you are connected through shared ancestors to people from southeastern Nigeria.
All right. And do the voice noise.
Many of whom identify as Igbo. This means some of your ancestors may have lived in this area, and you may have relatives who still live here today. Common reported ethnicities or languages spoken within this genetic group: Igbo, Gokana, Hausa, Ibibio, Itsekiri. I don't know if I said that right. In the Caribbean, in Guinean, 5.9%. Broadly.
Let me come back to him. Then I'm gonna get to that damn African lady coon, a young one too, like below probably 25, 26, hateful. And she's like a mulatto too. So that's even like triple worse. When you're African and a mulatto, oh shit, you are really a white supremacist by default.
Regions a little bit differently.
Okay, what the hell I care about you for? I don't even know how you snuck into my results. They love playing fucking music, yo. Fucking African bullshit music. Hold on. Fucking love playing that African bullshit music, man. Drums and shit playing. All right, so yes, this is a indigenous American 23andMe. This is 23andMe. This is different. 46.1. You're not used to seeing that. All right. I got muted from the beginning because they love playing this fucking African drum stuff.
Most African Americans are only like 85 to 90% African, because like I just did an ancestry DNA test and your girl is 97% African, granted from different countries, but still 97%. There's only 3% of that involuntary European. I'm kind of excited because I feel like this is kind of high, even though it's probably not surprising considering what I look like. I don't know what to do with this information next though. Hey y'all, are the statistics still saying that
I know what you should do. You should take your ass to Africa.
Most African Americans are only like 85 to 90% African? Because like I just did an ancestry DNA test and your girl is 97% African. Granted,
all right, whatever. Okay. All right, here we are. Now watch me music.
And this is a picture of him. So on here it just says I'm 39. Y'all saw my face, but this is just another picture of what I look like. So now my brother. And this is a picture of him. So on here it just says I'm 39% from Nigeria, 22% Cameroon, 11% been in Togo, 8% from Southern India. The only thing I really know about India is that my grandpa's like half Indian, so that's where that comes from. But 4% Portugal.
I'm noticing like a lot of these Africans got northern Italy, like at 1%.
Senegal, Mali, and 2% Scotland. My grandma's grandparents were like white slave owners, so that's where that comes from. And then here are the additional communities. So here are my brothers now. He has basically the same thing for Africa. And for Europe, we have Spanish and Portuguese, Italian. And then for Asian, we have Indian and Pakistan.
Yeah, I don't think they're African. I want to see African 23andMe's so you can see the big difference. They love playing fucking music. Trying to flag you. Yeah, she might be from the islands. I already did her. All right. Okay. So let's get into it. I can't stand this. Okay, so I tried to look up this woman's social media platform, her platform, to see if she's dating a zaddy. Okay, and I couldn't find it. But for some reason, well, she got 2.47 million subscribers. Now I don't know how she can possibly have more subscribers than anybody representing FBA. That's kind of crazy. But that's what we do. These Africans, hateful Africans, we are hateful tethers. We be right there subscribing. Bam. Matter of fact, let me unsubscribe. You know, look, I just found out. I didn't know this video existed. She had a couple of videos where I thought she was like, you know, down for the cause. She's a rider for FBA. Then I recently seen this one. So let me get off her thing. Yeah, because I don't really watch her stuff. But she had a couple of videos I thought was like, damn. Then I came across this 2 days ago. I'm like, what the debunking 3 major myths of systemic racism in America. So debunking, they don't say now. She said challenging. That's more objective. She's willing to hear the alternative. But when you say debunking, that means that you agree that systemic racism, the major myths or major points, are false. African chick, Amal, look at her last name, Ekpunubi, whatever the fuck that is. Hateful chick. But she get a lot of support from, I can imagine FBAs are in there. And then she fair skinned too. Oh shit, African fair skinned mulatto, tight looking ass woman. Oh, FBA's like, let me subscribe. But look at the poison that comes out of her mouth.
People saying, you know, even when Black people try to succeed and create something like Black Wall Street, which it was later termed.
I know she got a zaddy. I know she does.
It's burned down by white racists and taken from them. What is your response to that?
I'm watching the Super Bowl last year, and there's a Citigroup commercial. There's a black guy. He talks about the Tulsa massacre of 1921. What he didn't tell you, we talk about it in Uncle Tom too, is that.
So I had already went over this, but I want to go over it again because I got some evidence of some like clear evidence of systemic racism, because that's what they want you to show. Like, okay, well, show us that it's true. You can't just argue it's real and just, you know.
Tulsa, that area, was completely rebuilt within a matter of a few years without one dime of government money, and it wasn't called the Black Wall Street until after it was rebuilt. The point is, the idea that after slavery, blacks were going, oh, it's woe is me, we're not making any progress, and when they did, the white man came and put his foot down and stomped everything, is a flat-out lie. As is, it is a lie that racism is in America's DNA, which is what Barack Obama said.
So, of course, people are confused, like, so when Black Wall Street was, again, like, he normally sits across from other conservatives. They have like a planned panel. Like, he's never challenged in real time, ever. So it's, Black Wall Street was rebuilt. How do you rebuild deaths? There was like 300 some people dead. How do you rebuild that? The money, the millionaires, how do you rebuild that? You took it all. You crushed and put away businesses that were thriving and popping in 1921. We're 100 years later. How do you rebuild something 100 years later? So all you can do is like make a memorial or, you know, develop it over again, but how do you make it the same way it was before? Which is crazy. Like that's like building up the Trade Center, 9/11 Trade Center, and say, hey, but it was built back up. You know what I mean? But it's like, but didn't they crash planes into it? So we're gonna just ignore that and the impact the country had afterwards. We're gonna just ignore all that, and we just gonna look at the towers, a replica of the towers built back up, and we could say, nah, it's all good. Let's forgive those whoever was responsible, all the lives that perished. Let's just, I think that's like a great analogy. It's like, you know, if 9/11 was ever rebuilt, and we just say, hey, man, there's no terrorism. Look, we got the Twin Towers back. That's just like very disrespectful. So that's the only way you can make people see like the disrespect. Because America's like really dear, that 9/11 thing is really dear to Americans. So it's white Americans, white. So it's like, well, you're good, right? The Twin Towers are back up. You're good. So of course they'll be like crying and shit, like, oh, how dare you say that? Well, that's what he just did. Like he was just that insensitive, comparing Black Wall Street to the Twin Towers. Planes were used in both events to bring them down. Planes were used to bring down Black Wall Street. Planes were used to bring down 9/11. All right, what are we doing? Hold on, family. I clicked off something by mistake. Give me a second. I clicked off something by mistake. Oh, the chat. I gotta find a chat. I can't read what you guys are saying. You think that analogy is fair? Black Wall Street 9/11? Or am I doing too much? Yes, now she's clearly got a white parent. Africans don't do DNA tests. It's against the law. Let me see. Yeah. Like the average FBA don't talk to a conservative on a regular basis. So we don't got to really worry about these rebuttals or these analogies too much. We normally run into like Pan-Africanism or Tethers. But like who said that? Who said in the chat? Somebody said oh, Forlane. He said they was always conservative. So family, I think that's a fair point. So when Tethers do call in, right, we can't automatically assume they're not conservative, like they're not coming from a conservative angle. We got to really address them as they probably are. That's why there's certain questions you ask them that conservatives will answer a certain way. So ask them, one, about the slave trade. Was Africa involved? If they say no, most likely Pan-Africanist. Then ask them, does systemic racism exist? If they say no to that, then they're most likely a conservative. So it's like really easy to smoke them out with certain questions. It's just getting them to answer those questions. So I want to get to his next.
It is and you feel these guys over here, Democrats.
Video, think, oh, that's a modern day
beggar who went to Harvard. Think to push the right message. Felt
divided country.
Racist, and he sent a racist dog whistle to white people. What nonsense. In 2008, the town that guess which town shortly after Donald Trump got elected voted for its first black mayor in a.
You broke down some stats that said 5% of people said I wouldn't vote for a black president.
What percentage would not vote for a Mormon? 20.
Headlining. Black people are more likely to not get financial aid when it comes to loans, mortgages, any sort of finances when compared to
So Larry Elder got like some of the weakest rebuttals to or weakest arguments to support systemic racism doesn't exist. It's like the most weirdest shit. So let me just fast forward.
So it turns out that these people lost mortgages. Two of them even said this: credit through carrot and stick, altered lending criteria.
And you know, black people are denied at black-owned banks at a higher rate. Children off to jail.
It's a lie.
Black people are denied at black banks at a higher rate. Family, that's because they are under this same restrictive requirements as white banks. So just because you are a black bank owner doesn't mean you get to change rules and there's no penalties. It don't, because you can't just allow black folks to get accounts. That's like some form of discrimination. You'll find yourself in some big issues with the government. So like they also make those black banks stick to regulations that favor white supremacists or white supremacy.
Eric Holder once gave a speech. I think it was in the mid '80s. They were all by expelling these black kids because, after all, black kids.
Apparently, black women are far more likely than their white system happens. Knock, knock, knock. Okay, last one.
Oh, I hate this. Some people think mulattoes just beautiful because they light skin. Nah, like to be beautiful, you gotta just be beautiful. And this woman looks weird.
Here, Larry, this is
Those
an
are
uncommon
eyes
one that
looking
we
at.
hear about, but certainly an argument that people on the left make. The schooling system happens to be discriminatory against black people, black girls in particular, which is an unlikely victim.
So just in case you missed it, the three major myths that he's supposedly debunking with her approval are systemic racism, redlining, and now the school to prison pipeline. Okay, that's what they're debunking or trying to.
Here. Apparently, black women are far more likely than their white counterparts to be expelled, suspended, and this then contributes to the, quote, school to prison pipeline that sends black children off to jail.
It's a lie. Eric Holder once gave a speech where he talked about pernicious racism, his term. And one of them was this example, that blacks were expelled from school, mostly black boys, at a much higher rate than white boys. I think it was in the mid '80s. There was a school system in Decatur, Illinois. The school board members were all white, and they expelled about 300 or 400 black boys because they were fighting after a football game. In comes Jesse Jackson. He filed a lawsuit against the Decatur school board, arguing that they were engaging in systemic racism by expelling these black kids because, after all, black kids are expelled more often than white kids. And
Okay, so wait, what he does is a poor argument. This is what he did with the systemic racism, right? Thank you. So what he does is he'll go to one example of people claiming that this event was based on systemic racism or school to prison pipeline or whatever. He'll go to one situation where it turns out the facts wasn't all the way in, and that wasn't the best case of systemic racism, and it was like no case at all. He'll go to one case where, okay, people over exaggerated. This was not systemic racism, and that case fell apart. He'll use that as see, people just lying. People just coming to, people claiming everything is systemic racism. And look at this. See, they're just lying. So that's what he does. He goes to one event where it probably wasn't systemic racism and people made it bigger than it was. But he used that to say that it doesn't exist. People just be lying, false flagging. This is kind of weak. That's very, very weak.
they defended themselves by pointing out all around the country, irrespective of the racial composition of the school, irrespective of the race of the teacher, of the principal, irrespective of the race of the school board members, black boys were kicked out disproportionately. Why? Because they act out more. And doesn't that follow? Half of all the homicides that we talked about in this country are black on black, a large percentage of crime committed by black people. Why would people who are disproportionately
Okay, so now he's conflating. Black boys do not act out more. See, because then you have to do the per capita thing. See, you can't say that and then we point out, wait a minute, there's more white boys. Oh, then he'll say, well, per capita. You know what I mean? So you gotta make your mind up. Secondly, he's misrepresenting the point. The point is, if it's 50 black boys acting out and there's 50 white boys acting out, about 50 black boys are handled more harshly than the 50 white boys acting out. So that's all. It's showing similar actions, different results. Okay. Let me see some. Where's my whiteboard? Where's my whiteboard? All right, let me do this. Shit. You can do that? Okay. So let me explain what is systemic racism. Okay, so they talked about banks, right? Banks. Red line. Black, white people. Look at the common denominator. Similar credit profiles, income. What else? That's it. Different denial rates. School to prison pipeline. Similar, bad. Good job. Okay, go sit down. Bad behavior. Different. Mass incarceration. This is what makes it systemic. Similar crimes, upbringing, similar crimes, upbringing, ages. Different sentences. Okay. The family. That's what makes it systemic because it's saying no matter the dynamic, no matter the dynamic, we're dealing with similar credit profile, similar education, similar bad behavior. Everything is similar, but one racial group is punished lesser. One racial group consistently is punished harder. That's what makes it systemic. It's not one thing. So it's not that, let's say redlining. Let's say if blacks are being denied bank loans with similar credit portfolio backgrounds, similar incomes, right? That wouldn't be systemic, but that would definitely be discrimination, and it would definitely be discrimination. It becomes systemic when it's a pattern, no matter what field or what's going on. If blacks are treated differently and normally worse than white people for the same actions, same behavior, same criminal offenses, that's what makes it systemic. And you guys can come up with other things. Let's say hiring coaches, let's say whatever. You'll see black folks at the bottom, white folks at the top. So I want that to be clear. That's what makes it systemic. You see similar credit profiles, similar bad behavior in schools, similar crimes. They both are raised with one parent. They both were abused or whatever the sad story is. They both got that together. And when they commit a crime, considering the history of just like bad behavior in the streets, criminal offenses, a lot of judges will give you a harsher time because of your consistent bad criminal behavior. They'll consider that. So I'm saying black guy, white guy, similar rap sheet, not much different. The white guy will get more of a slap on the wrist over the back, over the black guy. The black guy will get 20, 30 years. The white guy get 5 to 8 years, 10 years with probation and release early. That's 50 states. So when I do the school to prison pipeline, bad behavior, out of school suspension, black boys get it more. That's not just New Jersey. That's not just Georgia. That's not just California. That's throughout the country. That's what makes it systemic. Okay? No matter the dynamic, black gets the worst of it, white folks get the better of it. That's what makes it systemic. That's what Larry Elder won't answer to in all of his interviews, except for the Breakfast Club. But you know, the Breakfast Club is, come on. But most of the interviews outside the Breakfast Club is usually planned with other conservatives asking him the questions. So it's staged, it's scripted. Okay, because I wish I could play his debate with Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club cast. It was like terrible. But I hope I did I hope I explained why it's systemic, which he won't speak to. Or he'll try, but he'll conflate like he is right now. Listen.
Commit crime, not also disproportionately act out in school.
Sure.
And the reason, of course, is because of the lack of fathers in the house.
Okay. So they don't disproportionately act out in school. We're talking about same behaviors. So when people compare this and they point out systemic racism, they're not doing the raw numbers. They're doing per capita, which they don't want to do. So you see, he said they pick and choose per capita raw numbers. They're doing it for 100 black kids, let's say, who spit at their teacher. Okay. So we got 100 black boys, let's say freshmen. 100 black boys who are freshmen that spit at their teacher. Now we got 100 white boys who are freshmen that spit at their teacher. So they're comparing 100 versus 100, spit, victim, teacher. And they're showing you 100 of the black boys, all of them got out school suspension, and out of the 100 white boys, like 85 of them were not suspended out school suspension, but rather had teacher conferences. And that's throughout the country. So what is he talking about?
Fathers create discipline.
Okay, so then he goes to the fatherlessness thing. Go back from Google. Yeah, so then he go back to the father thing. So this is his assessment. This ain't the assessment. Go. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. So I'm going to take my son to the bathroom 1 second.
You don't have that, you have all sorts of unintended consequences, not least of which is kids act out more in school.
Yeah, it's I'll end on this note of just with racism. When we constantly scream racism whenever we see a disparity, we blind ourselves to finding the real root of the problem. And I think that's something that you focused your career on, is finding the real root of the problem. And it sounds like you're saying, if we're going to start anywhere, we're going to start with fatherlessness. Would that be your answer?
That would be. Again, it is the number one problem facing America. There are 3 or 4 prominent black leaders in America, a term I don't particularly care for. Barack Obama, I mentioned earlier about him writing a book about the angst he felt about not having a dad in his house. Al Sharpton had a nice middle-class life until his father ran off with another woman. Down to the hood he goes. Jesse Jackson was born to an unwed mother because she was impregnated by the married man who lived next door.
Okay. So the fatherlessness thing doesn't hold up. So of course, I got no, put it down. So of course, a nuclear family. Stop. So of course, a nuclear family is, is you're better off. Kids are better off in a nuclear family, obviously. Okay, so here's what conservatives do. Conservatives create the problem, right? And then highlight the results of the problem. So for example, what am I saying? It was conservative, aggressive laws and policies that always stripped the father from the home. And I'm talking about Black communities. So their policies, their discrimination policies or discriminatory policies, tough on crime policies, stop and frisk, 94 crime bill, uh, welfare, they enact the man in the house rule, take the father out the house. So these guys, child support, right? Father out the house. So these guys create policies and laws and all type of stuff to remove the father, drugs, war on drugs. They remove the father out the house consistently. How about deindustrialization, where they took out the industrialization or industrial jobs, made us unemployed. So they create this scenario where Black men are unemployed or underemployed, underemployed or unemployed. Okay. They create that situation purposely. They take our wealth, bomb Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're doing well. They urban renewal. They run highways, eminent domain. So they keep creating a situation where fathers and families are going to be broken in Black society, and broken homes. You're going to have bad results coming out of there. And then they point out the result, like, look, the house is broken. Look, that child is bad. Look, but you created it. Why every policy, why every penalty, why every judgment, the father must be away from his family? Prison sentence or work, whatever it is. It's always been about separating the family. And then when the family's separated and as a result, it's taking a turn for the worse, they'll point at it. Look. Now, here's what liberal media never does. That it does for gays, that it does for Jewish people, and it does for immigrants, even illegal ones. Liberal media never come out and defend us like it does gays, Jews, immigrants, legal and illegal. It never comes out and say, hey, these Black dads are being targeted by these policies and it's not stop and frisk. It never does that. When conservative media start to bash us, liberal media is often quiet. But if it bashed one of their protected groups, like the Asian community or something like that, liberal media would come out defending, tooth for tooth, sword fight, all joust, all that shit. It'd come out and protect them. But liberal, if y'all think about it, when conservative media start to attack the Black community, welfare queen, all these different tropes, liberal media is usually quiet. And then it's up to us to get out there and protest and the final call, spin the, change the narrative to what's really going on. And now we have social media, which is like a louder voice. But we normally got to go defend ourselves normally against the conservative media that's like painting us in a bad light.
He grew up in South Carolina, and he was taunted. Jesse ain't got no daddy. Jesse ain't got no daddy. There's a book called Thunder in America that talks about this. Louis Farrakhan's mother.
Okay. Anyway, he just gonna go on a rant, but normally he likes to be in settings where he goes unchallenged, and they get to ask him. What she asked him is almost every question he's asked. Like he likes certain questions, and he gives the same crazy answers. Okay. Hold on.
This message is for any Asian MAGA out there. We're next. We're next.
Yeah, they was doing a goddamn World Olympic track meet run in that warehouse. Yo, but how are they always hired? Illegally. Why you have legal citizens, black citizens, unemployed, illegal citizens, I mean, I'm sorry, citizens, illegal undocumented immigrants can find work. That building in this look like a good factory right here.
Out there? We're next.
Look.
We're next.
Look how clean this thing is. This lady pays about $21, $24 an hour for a black citizen, a foundation black American citizen. Clean little warehouse. You know, it could help pay bills and that type of stuff. But they got illegals in there paying them, who knows, $10, $9 an hour. This is potentially taking a black job. Okay, if you don't want to use the word job, this is taking black employment. This could be a black person in here. It could be black people in here working. So if you're not taking black jobs, then you're taking black employment.
In Georgia, this has been the biggest raid of ICE reported thus far in 2025. Is nearly 500 Korean workers that have gotten arrested at a Hyundai battery plant. Now, I wanted to ask a few people because I know
Did you say 500?
that this is workers that have gotten thus far in 2025 is nearly 500 Korean workers that have gotten arrested at a Hyundai battery plant. Now, I wanted to ask a few.
That didn't look like a farm. Okay, because this devil
So I had to go around.
said that they're working on farms.
You're not. You're not. We done picking cotton.
This don't look like a cotton farm right here.
It is going to really cause a lot of economic stress on our community here. Do you feel like you've heard of more and more ICE raids in the Asian American community since the beginning of January?
I know there's fear everywhere, even in churches. Supposedly safe haven for immigrants.
Yeah, they said fear. Like, when they say that to us, Foundation Black Americans, we're like, fear? Like that's like really disrespectful language. Fear was being a legal citizen and being racially attacked by white supremacists throughout the country, no matter where you were. That's fear. It's like, yeah, everything about me is legal. I'm minding my business. I'm not even in white societies. I'm in my community. And white people pull up in our community starting shit. You feel me? That was the fear. It's like, yo, any day, this could be my last day on earth or be away from my family. That was fear. Being in the country illegally, like, that's a common sense fear. Like, yeah, any day could be your last day. You're here illegally. So when they say fear, we're looking like, what the fuck? What? Like, you already knew. All right.
But then a lot of churchgoers are not showing up because of the fear.
Now, one of racism's favorite costumes to wear in this country is rescue. And what that white woman in Georgia did to them South Koreans at that Hyundai facility yesterday is a prime example. Let's rewind. Yesterday, a white woman bragged online that she tipped off ICE about South Korean workers at Hyundai's Georgia manufacturing.
Yeah, that's a great American citizen. And look, I don't know what she is right here, but that's not gonna work. Hey, you know what? We got some super chat lineage love there. Thank you, Claude Neely France, Fuller Amos. Wickedness in high places, Ron attacking white supremacy elites and their tools is the same as attacking Satan. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that lineage love. We got Bro, we got Goddess, Yemaya, we got Satchel Ohio, Maxwell Jenkins, we got Salita Marie, we We got Born Enemy in the building. We got the Mandalorian. We have Claude Van Damme in the building. Okay, it's real early 3 a.m. Salute them Pan-Africanists. We got Hot Lee Hurts. As long as those Pan-Africans are not in the way of us, we got no problem with them. Latanya Richardson, Tashi D. Who else? Four Lang is in the building. Baker Boy 3. Damon Reeves, do us a favor, like the video. Z23 is there. Black Matic is there. Sam B, I think I said that already. Okay, cool. We're ready to rock and roll. Yeah, man. So this lady right here, I don't know what she is. I'm gonna say melanated lady is upset that a white woman tipped off ICE to raid an illegal facility. Those 500 people, that could be 500 FBAs working. Like I don't even. That's why these people like her, like this got to be a foreigner. This got to be a non-FBA, because what happened to self-preservation? Like again, this ain't a farm where they're picking fruit or killing spiders all day. Like these guys are in a Hyundai battery farm. I'm saying farm, battery facility. That's good work. Depending on the state, I don't know every state um wages, hourly wages, but if that was in New York or Jersey, like that facility is paying like 23 and better. 23 bucks an hour or better. Like some FBAs, like that's an extra income. If you're a single parent, that's gonna hold something down. If you're in a nuclear home, that's gonna definitely add to the income. That's at least $40,000 a year. I mean, that's not a lot, but that's better than the average GDP of FBA, which is 25,000. That's double. So you got 500 people who got arrested. That's 500 potential FBAs who are not unemployed, who are employed and working. That's why I don't think she's foundational, because why would you cheer for unemployment going down for other communities and up for us? That's weird.
Example, let's rewind.
Okay, but she's trying to go viral. She's trying to get clicks. This man looking at this woman, she's trying to get clicks, trying to go viral, trying to get support from the Asian community. That's corny.
Yesterday, a white woman bragged online that she tipped off ICE about South Korean workers at Hyundai's Georgia manufacturing sites.
Now, first of all, you look crazy. First of all, how would the white woman have intel to tip? To me, that looks like she has something to do with the company. She worked there in some capacity, or her husband worked there, or a friend that worked there. Somehow she got the intel. Somehow it was given to her, or she knew it firsthand. Because you just can't make a random call to ICE. Hey, there's people here and I think they're illegal. Like, it has to be some type of intel there, I'm thinking. Now, this screenshot looks crazy on her. But what did she get out of it? One viral video? Not two, not three. Like, so folks want to go viral just one time. And never again. That's corny.
Her defense to why she says she did this, and I'm going to play the video of her stating this, was because she wanted to help them. It was for their betterment. And her follow-up video, which I feel is her real reason, is because she felt like Georgians, people that look like her, were not being hired to work in those facilities.
So
that's not a good reason? What's going on here? That wasn't a good reason? I thought she was going to say, oh, they're less than human, racist tropes. She said because Georgians are penalized, legal residents of Georgia, legal citizens of Georgia are penalized. That's a great goddamn reason. She's a whistleblower. When are whistleblowers bad and evil?
There were 452 illegals apprehended at the Hyundai mega plant construction site yesterday near Savannah. And I was the one that reported the information that I had to ICE. But it goes beyond just someone working illegally. Let me explain to you. These people are working for slave wages. Some are not getting paid. Some are being trafficked. They send money home to their country. They give money to their handler.
Right. So where's that black tether? So or that little B tether. So that's false what she's saying. So it's okay to exploit people.
They have hardly anything left. They live in homes 5 families deep, have no quality of life.
And a lot of them live with the employer. The employers be getting locked up by housing these folks.
Modern day slavery. So if you think that ICE is just going in and ripping people out of their jobs, these hardworking people that want a better life, well, guess what? Politicians have really screwed these people because when they came here, they thought they were, hey, the border's open, we're coming in, we're going to get the 5-star treatment, and we can go to the big Walmart, and we can live in a 5-star hotel, and that's just not how it is. It's very bad conditions, very inhumane, and the Biden administration started a humanitarian crisis. So y'all can't just look at it like they're ripping good people off the job. They're probably saving their lives in the long run. The only people that are mad about this raid in Ellaville, Georgia at the Hyundai mega site are probably people that don't pay taxes, because in 2022, when they
Right, and that's why that tether is making that video trying to go viral. And you see what's happening now with these tethers that's trying to like stick up for illegals. They're being targeted. ICE is like, hold up, who social media handle is that? Because illegal citizen ain't gonna be that upset. Yeah, they start targeting the person talking all that shit.
On the agreement to bring that plant here and build it, they were given $32 million in tax breaks to employ Georgians, and they didn't. The Georgians never were hired temp to permanent. They had more of the people apprehended yesterday were Korean. They either were here illegally, overstayed their visas, or it was illegals working for the contractors and on the site. So they got all these tax cuts and never created jobs for Georgians.
Now, yes, I understand that the workers in Georgia are Korean, but I want to bring up the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 because it's one of the clearest examples of how Asian immigrant labor has also historically been scapegoated.
Okay, so now she's changing the goalpost. So she just hold on, give me like a tether. She's changing the goalpost. So she said the lady was going to attempt to justify why she dropped a dime on them. You did. She said the lady's going to attempt, the white lady's going to attempt to justify why she had to drop a dime on those illegals. So when she dropped a dime on the illegals, because when she dropped a dime on those illegals, and it made absolute sense. Now she's changing the goalpost to the 82 Chinese Exclusion Act. What the hell? Yeah, that was overrid by the 1965 Immigration Act, the Hurt-Seller or whatever, Hurt-Seller Immigration Act. That was already done. Why are you bringing this shit up now? It's tether shit.
In this country. This was the first major U.S. law to ban immigration based on race and nationality. White workers then also claimed, oh, these Asian immigrants are stealing our jobs and they're driving down wages.
Wait, it wasn't just white. It was also Foundation Black American. You dumb tether. You see what year it is? That means 17 years afterwards, we were free. Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Who the hell gets out of bondage, start working? This is Black Reconstruction, by the way. Who the hell gets out of bondage, start working for themselves, and want to see an influx of Chinese people to undermine the wages? They're coming here illegal, desperate, all type of shit. Who wants to see a whole bunch of an influx of Chinese people working for free, basically, after we done fought for our freedom, and now we want fair wages or decent wages? Why do we want to see an influx in Chinese folks over here undermining wages? This stretch that she's going to, she went to 1882. Yeah, this she's comparing ICE today, where immigration for Chinese folks is legal if they do it the right way, to an Exclusion Act. They were not included at this point for good reasons, and they've been included in 1965. They've been included. So why are you sneaking in the country? And this was for Chinese people. Hyundai was about Koreans. What does this got to do with Korean? But again, let's say they were Chinese. Why are we jumping to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act for bad actions today?
Politicians back then framed the ban as protecting American laborers. But here's the truth. Asian immigrants were doing dangerous, low-paid work that white workers often...
Oh, it was voluntarily though, Tether. They were fleeing their country. Their governments had them doing some harsh shit that they were okay. Look at this, Tether. Obviously, Chinese people were going through hell in China if they're trying to flee their country and work like this in America. That means in China, worse shit was happening. They would come here voluntarily.
refused, like building railroads or working in mines. So fast forward, in the United States, Georgia, in 2025, a white woman uses the same script, but instead she calls ICE and says she's helping South Korean workers.
Wait. What was the connection? Chinese workers on the railroad, that was legal. They were legally in the country. Chinese workers in the coal mines, that was legal employment. White folks approved of it because they're legally here. What the hell that got to do with those illegal Koreans on a Hyundai battery plant facility? What was the connection? You're dealing with legal workers versus illegal workers.
What she's really saying is, I don't like that these jobs aren't going to people that look like me.
That are citizens that legally are eligible for those jobs. She don't like that those jobs are going to people that are illegal, undocumented, and are not eligible for those jobs. That's what she's mad at. You don't get that? And this is why most of them, let me see, somebody accepted my challenge, my invitation. Nope. Okay.
That's resentment dressed up as rescue. And it's all connected. Y'all are calling ICE on immigrants, marginalized people, to get them out of here for jobs that y'all aren't even qualified to do in the first place. Or
illegal immigrants. You forgot about that part? She said immigrants. This filthy Tether said immigrants. Illegal. I know she got cooked in her comment section. I know she did.
That's resentment dressed up as rescue. And it's all connected. Y'all are calling ICE on immigrants, marginalized people.
Illegal immigrants. Add the illegal there, okay? Put some respect on that.
To get them out of here for jobs that y'all aren't even qualified to do in the first place, or y'all have historically been refusing to do at all. At all. Only thing that she was looking to
Who is refusing to work at a Hyundai plant, a Hyundai facility? The hell? Well, nobody's refusing that. Like, yo, college kids would love, and I'm talking about in white society, college kids would love to work there. In our society, that's a career to us. In black society, who the hell won't work there for $23, $25 an hour doing some easy shit all day long? Clean ass facility. What are you talking about?
protect was white power and white privilege.
Hi guys, welcome to yet another video. Oh my
Yo, what was that? That fake dot connection? Oh man, I would have loved to talk to her.
god, I'm in nature and I see monkeys. I'm with my friends. Hi. Hello. Hi. Guys, welcome.
Wait a minute. So why they act like they don't be in the jungle? Yeah, this chick is somewhere where monkeys are running around, and they'll act like they're not in the jungles. The Africa is beautiful. There's no. This look like New York City. There's no jungle. That's over there, and no, she's actually in the jungle.
Welcome to the channel. It's Ndagire here. Thanks for clicking on today's video. They're still staring at me. Okay, so in today's video, we're going to be talking about how 400 and something Koreans were literally raided by ICE in a factory. There's another.
She's with her friends. Like, yo, those are your monkeys. They're still staring at me. Man, they came with you. You know, it's almost time for that. Your kids are hungry. You bringing dinner home.
A friend right here, staring. Hi. Hi. Hey. Why are you running? Say hi.
Yeah, I wish I would see a monkey in the woods. And I'm talking about, man, I'd be hauling ass.
That's fun. So, as I was saying, I've been sharing a lot of videos where people of
What they
color,
call her ricotta.
especially when it comes to like Asians,
Grand Rising Carlos.
every time
Hey,
there is
Hero.
like issues when it comes to especially black people or things that really affect like
Monkey head soup
minority
tonight.
groups in
She's showing
America.
her family.
These people act like they are not in existence. And so now that we are seeing this government does not really care about anyone else but a palmed person, now they are starting to see, hey,
Wait, hold on. How is she speaking about ICE in Africa, in Kenya? Hold on. She just said she's going to speak about how you got Wi-Fi over there. How you got Wi-Fi over there in the woods? There's a lot of questions. Oh, she's probably, you know what she's doing? She's not online. She's recording to upload later. Come like, wait a minute. How the hell are you online in the woods? Okay, she's not online. She's recording and she uploaded it later. I got it.
actually we should be speaking out when it comes to every situation that affects black people or people of color, because I mean in this day and age we are not seen as any different, literally, because when Trump puts up policies and say
Yeah, she's literally in Kenya talking about Trump and ICE. What the hell is going on here today? She's in Kenya speaking on American business. Yeah, these folks are obsessive and jealous and envious. In Kenya, her government is shit. And she's looking across the world to get into our affairs.
is, I do not want to see specific groups of people in this country. You guys as Asians, you are also part of the minority group.
This message is for any Asian MAGA out there. We're next. We're next. I want to remind.
She said Asian MAGA. How is that even possible? Asian MAGA. Okay, family. We're probably the only non-MAGAs out in this country. You got African MAGAs, you got Asian MAGAs, you got Latino MAGAs. Like we're probably, you got Tether MAGAs. We're probably the only non-MAGA. And all MAGA means is anti-FBA. That's the goal. Just be anti-FBA. We're a small, tiny group. 13% of the population, 15%, and everybody is in on it to hold us down, to keep us marginalized. Like, what do they like? They really believe in us. There's something that they think we can do that we don't think we can do. That all these groups are all in on marginalizing us, depriving us. There's something about us, but we obviously don't feel that way about us because we don't support each other. We don't, whatever value that these folks got have in us, we don't have in ourselves yet. And it's not even close.
Mind you that we are closer to the undocumented immigrants that are being deported right now than we are to them. We have more in common to the undocumented immigrants than we do to them. You remember how quickly MAGA turned on us during COVID, and it didn't matter if you were Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, Filipinos. To them, we were just chinks responsible for the China flu. It is foolish and frankly embarrassing that you think just because you wear the red hat that you're going to be spared when your time comes. This country is never going to be pure enough or white enough, and they are never going to accept you the way that you accept them. They have forgotten.
So you hear that? Yeah, she's speaking to her coon class. Well, they all coons. Now, but she's speaking to illegals again. Like, ma'am, you're speaking to illegals. Like, look how crazy that sounds for these folks. They're all speaking to illegals. How can ICE get rid of legal agents that belong here for whatever duration? All these messages, chat, keep in mind, all these messages are for illegal criminals. They are criminally in this country. So what she's doing is probably illegal.
That they too have immigrants' blood in
The Kung
them,
flu.
but let us not
That's funny, the Kung flu.
forget the crazy, difficult journey our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents took to get here, to escape their country for a chance of a better life. This is not it. Everybody deserves that chance.
So now that they are raided, I guess
What? How is everybody entitled to come to America?
now they are going to be coming in and wanting to associate with the black community.
And what is quite more interesting is that it's a white woman that actually tipped ICE on this factory because, of course, they do not want to see people that do not look like them in places, which is also like really funny to me because these jobs that they are calling ICE on to these people, they do not even want to take them on. Like, white people are not taking on these jobs. So that clearly shows you it's not even
Yeah, why does the African believe that only white folks live in the country legally? And so they just erased us. But secondly, how about it's not that white folks don't want to take the jobs? How about the jobs are not being offered to white folks? How about there's no hiring signs? How about they're not on Indeed or LinkedIn? How about illegals are getting the wink wink? How about illegals when they're being smuggled in here? They're being smuggled on the Hyundai plants. You dig? Is that possible? Is it possible that they're purposely not hiring, waiting for their illegals that's being smuggled to start working? What about that alternative? What about the wages are so low that white folks are like, nah, we don't want to work there. It's too low. I'm not going to work $9.75 an hour at Hyundai. And the wages are purposely low because they know they have an influx of illegal, smuggled Koreans coming into the country. How about those alternatives? Yeah, is that possible? Or is it just white folks don't want to be employed? They'd rather be unemployed. Black folks don't want to be employed. We'd rather be unemployed. Like, what was so hard about working for Hyundai? Like, what are we doing? Like these folks are really acting like people were arrested for picking strawberries. And we'll do that. We got a lot of black farmers.
About jobs at this point or immigration. It's just about racism. They just don't want to see people that look like a specific kind of breed in the
African tether. How about speak to them being illegal? Can you start there? Speak to them not even supposed to be in the country. Can we speak to that? They're illegal. They're not supposed to be here. Their alternative to hire illegals, African tether, is not supposed to be there. So if Walmart is hiring for a certain wage family and legal citizens are not applying for that position, Walmart is either going to shut down, that facility is going to shut down, relocate somewhere else, or they'll be forced to raise their hourly wage. I remember when the pandemic first happened, Wawa in New Jersey, people, didn't want to come outside. People was quitting. Wawa was forced to raise their wages to get people to want to come back outside and work. Because at that point, everybody was just collecting unemployment because they offered to everybody basically. So people were like, fuck that, I'm quitting my job and getting unemployment, paying more. That was like a little gimmick. But Wawa was forced out here in New Jersey. Wawa was forced to raise their wages, and it got people back outside working. So that's what happened at that Honda facility. Who potentially, I don't know the real story, but they could have been potentially shortcutting American citizens on the wages. Nobody's applying. Now they're forced to step it up, increase it by $3, $4, $5. But that's not going to happen if a bunch of illegal Koreans come here from their country, it's over. The wage is going to stay low, and the job duty is going to be probably crazy oppressive, crazy strenuous. And that's what Americans don't want. Because now, when they do get ran out the country by ICE, and when we do get hired there, they're going to expect us to work under those same conditions, because those same slave master managers, those same slave master type supervisors are still there. ICE didn't get them out the country. They're still there. So when we get hired, there's been a culture already accepted there. You feel me? So now they're going to treat us like illegals and try to overwork us like illegals, because that culture was there for so long. Just like racism. You can't just take down signs and say, hey, we're okay. We're all going to get along now. No, because the people who were running those systemic racial environments, or societal environments, they're still there. They were not removed from, mayor office or councilwoman or whatever high position they were at. They're still there. They're still the bankers. They're still, they all got all these jobs of power that can deny FBA. So just because you took down signs, it don't mean people's heart changed. It just wasn't legal no more. But people were allowed to still practice it. They just can never, admit to it or make it obvious. That's why they're doing it. Because it's hard to prove intent, especially racial intent. It's hard to prove that.
That place, I'm sorry to use breed, but like we can clearly see what's going on. But then again, also I think Asians are now feeling saved because a white woman called ICE to save them because they were not paid well. So
if you're just tuning in, this is an African woman who's literally in Africa giving a reaction video on what's happening with ICE in America. And somebody in the chat said, why don't they ever speak about their homeland? Everybody want to speak about America and what's going on here. They never bring their homeland up. This woman is in Africa. There's monkeys running all around behind her. Okay? Uncaged monkeys running around behind her. She's not scared. She's in Africa. And she's giving commentary what's happening over here with the Trump administration ICE. And her government is corrupt as hell.
Yeah, she became a savior to them, so they are going to be deported and taken away from America. So that's clearly making America great again. And to those that thought this is not something that concerns them as Asians, here we are. They are getting saved by white people by calling ICE onto them. So I think they now see how white they look in the eyes of white people, if that makes sense. But I mean, as I said,
every time there's an issue, these people are quiet.
Family, I wasn't joking. She's in Africa with monkeys running around. This is her. She's in Africa commenting on the Trump administration. This is wild.
These people are quiet. It's just insane. But yeah, guys, listen to what is going on and what other people have to say about this. Of course, it's not a good thing. If the government is saying that you want to take away illegals, why go to a factory where people are working and doing something to improve on the economy?
Because they're illegal. You just said it's fool. You just said it.
Other people have to say about this. Of course, it's not a good thing. If the government is saying that you want to take away illegals, why go to a factory where people are working and doing something to improve on the economy? Why raid people that are working? And this is the same government that has been complaining that there's no workers to work in.
No. How do you know what's going on here in America? What the hell?
Like people that are working, and this is the same government that has been complaining.
First of all, it's not called walking; it's called working.
There's no workers to work in farms, to work in spaces. So why?
That wasn't a farm. Yeah. Are they this stupid? That's not a farm.
Been complaining that there's no workers to work in farms, to work in spaces.
That wasn't a farm. That was a factory that American citizens would love to work at. Who wouldn't want to work for Hyundai if they're unemployed and looking for work? Who wouldn't want to work there? What are you talking about?
So why now go and still invade people that are actually working? It doesn't make sense. But hey guys, like I said, listen to what people are saying about this whole saga. How
It don't make sense to a tether, but to a legal citizen, that makes absolute sense.
this happened, come back, let me know your thoughts on it.
He is going to piss every single world leader off, and he is going to isolate the U.S. from the rest of the world even further. This Hyundai plant raid in Georgia is going to spark chaos here in the U.S. They detained nearly 500 workers and around 3.
They are butt hurt that they're not immune. Their illegals are not immune to ICE. Oh my God, the country's going to shut down. They arrested 500 Koreans. Oh my God, the world leader's going to say, no, you got to let illegals stay in your country and work and undermine your economy and your workforce. Oh no, they're going to demand you hire those illegals back. America's going to fall. No, shut up.
300 of them are South Korean nationals, not criminals. A lot of them are here on training visas legally for Hyundai's
No, they wouldn't have been arrested and deported, ma'am. That stuff was expired, rejected, denied. Stop it.
multi-billion-dollar investment in Georgia. This is the biggest foreign investment project in Georgia's history, and the U.S. government just brought it to a halt. There are a few reasons why this is dangerous. First, diplomatic fallout. South Korea isn't just some random country. They're one of America's...
Why ain't it? Stop it. This fucking, yeah. Now South Korea is part of the EU and stop it.
allies. They're pissed. They've already sent diplomats to help their people. So messing with this relationship could screw trade, military cooperation, and future deals. Second, the money, the investment.
We're not worried about that. We're protecting you guys from China and North Korea. So we're not worried about that. You need our help. That crazy dictator in North Korea, China, Iran, all those surrounding folks, we're not worried.
Hyundai and LG is and future deals. Second, the money, the investment. Hyundai and LG is dropping billions into the U.S. EV production. If they start thinking their workers aren't safe here, do you think they're going to continue to invest? Nope. They'll take their project elsewhere. Communities in Georgia is going to lose out big time. And third, trust in the system. Some people are here legally. If having the right visas doesn't protect you from being dragged off in a raid, what does it say to America's credibility? Who's going to want to come here for work or business? Just remember, this is Trump's America. These raids aren't about criminals. They're about rounding up anyone who isn't white. And if they can sweep up people who are here legally, what's going to stop them from sweeping up anyone they want? Just ask yourself, is this how you make America strong, or is this how you tear it apart? You can sweep up people who are here legally. What's going to stop?
Wait a minute. Now they're here legally. Oh my God. All right. There you go. South Korean workers detained by ICE return home after saga that has rattled tomorrow, man. Close U.S. friendship. Man, they didn't say nothing about these guys being legal. They just be lying, yo. Yeah, what they get out of lying? You trying to these folks be just lying on the net.
Stop them. Credibility. Who's going to want to come here for work or business? Just remember, this is Trump's America. These raids aren't about criminals. They're about rounding up anyone who isn't white. And if they can sweep up people who are here legally, what's going to stop them from sweeping up anyone they want? Just ask yourself, is this how you make America strong, or is this how you tear it apart from the inside?
So Koreans are actually one of the most racist people on this planet. It's actually crazy. And I look like a Southeast Asian, right? So whenever I go back to Korea and I hear these derogatory terms, I'm just like, what the actual fuck? But on the flip side, Koreans also idealize white people like crazy amounts. There's literally a saying in Korean called pengmatanda, which refers to riding a white horse, which is a euphemism for sleeping with a white person, right? And to be honest, Korea's never really been that multicultural of a
Oh, all of a sudden they want to call out white racism? Yeah, these guys are hilarious. So when they were benefiting from white supremacy, it was all good. Now white folks getting them up out the country. Oh my God, the white horse. Let me explain the pale horse. Like, shut up. Now they want to break down all the racism that's like hidden in plain sight. Stop it. No, no, thank you. No, thank you. Now that you guys are affected, you guys want to expose white supremacy. We're good. We're good. Hold your own nuts and toodaloo. Aloha.
country, right? So like fair. However, because of like media and Western influences, like every Korean just wants to become pale and white. To be honest, like if you want to look pale, if you want to look white, I mean, it's completely up to you, right? So I'm not going to judge you for that. It's your choice. But like, at least don't be racist to people that don't look white.
So y'all, apparently ICE is not just looking for black and brown people. They just had the largest single site raid in ICE's 22-year history.
Okay, she must be a tether. Black and brown people. Black and brown people. ICE not looking for black and brown people. You know how that sounds? Misleading again. Black and brown people. Okay, she most likely a tether.
And they were looking for South Koreans. Child, if you don't know, so Hyundai makes electric vehicles, and their largest manufacturing plant is right outside of Savannah, Georgia. It's where they make the batteries. Y'all, ICE has been apparently researching this and investigating for months, and went today as a collaborative effort. They had everybody there, y'all. They had the FBI, DEA, ATF, Georgia State Patrol. Of course, ICE was there. I might be missing somebody, but it was all hands on deck. And honestly, when I think about it, with having that many agencies makes me think that there might be a rabbit hole here. There's got to be a little something more to the story. Anywho, the people that were there, they arrested 475 people. Huge. Most of them were from South Korea. They were people who were on visa waivers, so they were not supposed to be working in the U.S., people who had overstayed their visa, and people who were just here illegally. Y'all, they were checking the people's documents on site and rounding the
So they were not legal, like that lying-ass Korean said.
people up. They have the people housed somewhere here in Georgia. I'm not sure exactly where. And they said local news has been reporting about this for over a year because previous employees had been calling to report it. So I guess people were mad that the South Koreans came and took their jobs. The funniest thing to me, y'all, when I was trying to research this, you know who's talking about it the most? Hispanics.
A Hyundai plant in Savannah, Georgia was just raided by ICE. It detained about 500 people, and over 300 of them were Korean nationals. Like, this is major. So a couple months ago, when China, Japan, and Korea had a little meeting,
It's frozen.
and we were...
I know, it's frozen in the background. My fault.
Like, the Korean government, like, they are not going to be happy about this. And this is just like another pebble in the pail toward perhaps Korea pushing against U.S. military occupation. Because it's interesting, like growing up Korean in America, like we're fed this lie about the U.S. in Korea, how like the U.S. like liberated us. But when you actually look at the history, baby, it's like so far from the truth. I don't know. Also, I miss 101, wearing my 101 t-shirt today. This was never about immigrating here legally because all these Korean nationals were here legally, working, building infrastructure for the U.S. on American soil. And if they can be detained, if you're Korean living in the United States right now and you don't think that this has anything to do with you or you're not bothered by this, baby, you better gird your loins.
Hyundai has been building a new factory here, and what happens? ICE comes and arrest and harass the workers there and then detain some
Oh my God, this sassy dude. If you don't stop, man.
of them and deports them. And what's Chunky Milk's response?
ICE was just doing its job.
So Chunky Milk has constantly said that all these countries are bringing their factories from overseas to come here so they don't have to pay tariffs, and it creates jobs for Americans. But why would countries send their workers here to build a factory if their workers are then going to be harassed and detained by ICE.
But I know nothing about the instance.
You're asking people to come build factories here, but then you're arresting the people as they're building the factories? What kind of incentive is that?
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do this. I can't do this sassy shit. I'm sorry. Can't do it. So I'd rather do Tethers.
But then when they come here to build the factory, you arrest them.
As you've seen in the video, that is what people had to say.
If
Of
that
course,
makes sense
people
to
are
you,
at peace.
okay.
People
Okay.
are questioning themselves. This government that keeps on saying people are illegal or they are going after illegals. Why, like I asked, why go to a factory where people are working? Is it because this government has issues with the Korean government? But does that have to come in and affect people? Like, make it make sense.
Ma'am, you're in Kenya. Why do you care what's going on in America? That's the problem. But then you'll say it's the media that makes you hate Foundation Black Americans. No, it's you purposely watching Fox 5, 4chan. You're doing that. Larry Elder, Nick Fuentes, you're doing that. Why are you worried about what's over here? You're in our business. Mind your business. Worry about that monkey soup you about to do.
It just doesn't. Also, like I said, this is the time where the Asian community needs to understand every situation, everything that happens in America affects them too, especially if it is something to affect people of color, black people, because somehow they think they are calm people, which doesn't make sense to me. Because if you guys thought you are close to, them people, this would not be happening. Literally, this will not be happening. You would not be working and then this government sends people to come in and take you down. If you thought you are palm people, because you can't tell me there's no illegal palm people in that place, but I've not seen, nobody has seen videos of other palm people from other places of this planet being raided. It's been people from Africa, it's been people from the Caribbean, it's been now Asian community. There's no palm person that has been attacked. No one, even when they go to protest, police is nowhere to be seen. Like, it's.
Oh, so that ruined your chances of getting over here? So apparently she thought about smuggling herself over here, but she don't like how. Yeah, you might want to wait Trump out. You might want to wait out 4 years. Okay, ma'am? That smuggling, that asylum finesse you're doing, these guys finesse the system with the asylum stuff, the refugee stuff, that's out. That's out, man. That's out. Kiss that goodbye.
Just like they are relaxing and it's just like a leisure time for them. So that should really open a lot of eyes of Asian people that they are not palm people. The same way Mexicans, Latinos, really got their wake-up call when it started going sideways. Because even if you looked like them as you thought in your head, they do not see you as them. But even when, let's say Latinos, Africans have been crying, Asians have been silent. And I remember I shared a video of some Chinese man that was like, oh, we Chinese, or like we, the Asian community, we support like Trump, we support ICE, getting criminals and all those things. Now it's his community, that is being affected. So what does he have to say about that?
Black people don't understand. Asian people, listen to him. We support the country. We support, the betterment of the country. We support that. So, what is there to say? What is there to say? We support the deportations of illegals. It is honestly tiring because here's the thing: we want the country to be better. We want the country to be better. We want the country to, if you did it legally, if you stand in line, if you paid the price, right? You paid the money and all that. You did all the process, the paperwork, all the stuff, which usually most Asian people do. Why would we care about someone jumping in line, crossing the border, and all this stuff?
That's a responsible approach. Thank you. That's a responsible. In other words, they're not going to support cheaters, no matter if they're from the same ethnicity. They're cheating, and they got to get back. They got to get back to the back of the line.
Why should we, be happy about that?
What does he really have to say about that? Because, when they see other people being oppressed, especially like, people that look like me, they're like, yeah, they deserve it. But then now, it has come into their house. Pretty much sure, like I said, we're going to see a lot of them now trying so much to kind of put the blame on black people or call the black community to help them out, which, like I said, doesn't.
Ma'am, you're not part of the black community. I'm sorry to let you know that. But when people think of the black
Make sense to
community,
me.
they're not thinking of you and the continent you're at. Okay, you're not part of the black community, man. You're part of the Kenyan community or the African community. All right. Yeah, she thinks she's part of. Yeah, she family. She's in Africa, and she's saying the black community, including herself.
The black community to help them out, which, like I said, doesn't make sense to me. So if this does not open eyes of Asian people in general, that they are not palmed and they should know where to stick themselves or who to align with, it's gonna be messy. Because remember, black people, African Americans, black Americans can never be deported. So that should stick in their minds as well. You know, everything this government has been trying to do to like affect black people, it has not worked because my people are silent. The other groups of people that thought every situation is going, my people are silent. The other groups of people that thought every situation is going to affect black people are the ones that are constantly crying on these social media streets. And I don't know if people even feel sorry about it. But yeah, guys, I'm showing you a bit of my nature right here. Yeah, that is it for me in today's video. Sorry about the noise, but I mean, it's relaxing.
That ain't Denver, Colorado. That's Kenya.
Yeah, that is it for me in today's video. Let me know what you think about this whole situation. I mean, who's next? Literally, who's next?
Other illegals are next. If you must know, other illegals are next. That's a simple answer. Other illegals are next. Who's next? All you illegals. Hold on. Hold on in Vogue. Hold on in Vogue. Hold on in Vogue.
Really do not care. No, we do not see you as Africans. We don't share any culture. You have no culture. You have no respect. You have no manners. You talk to people like
Here you will hear from Africans who are angry about the August 1st boycott of African businesses and Black Americans' delineation movement. Check it out.
Dear Black Americans, we do not care. We really do not care. No, we do not see you as Africans. We don't share any culture. You have no culture. You have no respect. You have no manners. You talk to people like shit. You treat people like shit. And now you want to boycott African-owned businesses. What level of jealousy is this? Well, of course, Africans are more intelligent than you guys. They are more educated than you guys. They are more cultured than you guys. You guys never listen to advice. You do as you please. You have mannerless. You don't see anybody. You don't consider anybody. And you think boycotting our business is going to break us because you guys were all broken into pieces and now you can't even figure out how to fix yourself? Shut the fuck up.
I am on the side of TikTok right now, where is the African Americans and the Africans beefing over, do we look African? We don't look African. We're not African. We're indigenous America. We're this, we're that. We don't like the Africans and no one eat African food. And I just have to, out of every single thing that Black people should be having conversations about, out of every single thing that we should be fighting about, we're fighting over who looks like who and who doesn't look like what. Have you ever seen white Americans fight about whether they're European descent or not. So many white Americans will literally claim the European side. Oh, I'm Italian American, and they've never been to Italy in their fucking life. But African Americans, for some reason, want to be separated from Africans so much, even though they're African Americans. And now they're saying we're not African Americans, we're Black Americans. You were slaves. What? And now they want to boycott. They want to boycott African businesses and African shops and African food because they don't even like African food, and we don't even have any spices in our food. And as an African, I don't give a fuck. I really don't. Y'all can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
So I heard you guys want to boycott the African breeding community. You people want to boycott the African breeding community. Am I listening? What? Yeah, you guys cannot compete with African breeding community. You just cannot compete. This is the thing about what I want my African American brothers who want to boycott the African breeding community to understand. Africans, we come from a different level of struggle. See, and let me open this door so air can come in here. We come from a different level of struggle. You people do not understand the type of struggle that some of us Africans come from. You cannot understand. See, in America, when you are broke, you have EBT. You have Section 8. You have, maybe you might qualify for Medicare, some type of Medicare. So even when you are broke, it's still a little bit manageable. In Africa, in Cameroon, when you are broke, hey, you are broke for real. For real. So you have to be the best of the best. That's why you see when Africans we come here, anything that we do here, we do it very, very well. That's why you see the breeders, the African breeders, they do such a good job, because the level of breeding audacity you need to have in Africa and Cameroon, Nigeria, Liberia, the level of breeding capacity you need to have, it's a different type of audacity. One thing about us Africans, we have audacity. Audacity. Let me tell you something. You can never boycott the African breeding community. It's just too convenient. Where would the girls do their hair? African breeding community, they don't have all these stipulations. You have to do this to your hair before you come. You have to do this. You have to do that. They just say, bring your hair and come. We'll fix it. And that's what they do. That's why everybody goes to them. You guys cannot boycott the African breeding community. It's just not possible. It's not possible. It's trying to turn water. You guys are trying to turn water into wine. You are not Jesus.
Are there African people who don't like Black Americans? Yes. Are there African people who come here and think they're better than Black Americans? Absolutely. Is it wrong? Absolutely. Are there Black Americans who don't like Africans? Yes. Are there Black Americans who think they're better than Africans? Yes. Is it wrong? Absolutely. So this thing is on both sides, okay? It's on both sides. I am an immigrant. I grew up in the U.S. I've been here since I was 7 years old, and I've seen it all. I've been called everything, African booty scratcher, all kinds of stuff. Okay, I've been teased. I was terrorized by Black kids growing up. Not just in growing up, but even as close as college, guys, okay? I had my roommate, her friend called me an African booty scratcher, and my roommate, instead of defending me, and it happened in our home, it happened in our on-campus apartment. Instead of defending me, she doubled down on it. I'm not a group thinker. I don't think like everybody else. I think like me. And I've always been different. I've always been into fashion. I remember these groups of Black kids, Black American kids in college, they decided to like do an ambush of me after class one day. I mean, I was literally minding my business. Mind you, I used to hear them like, oh, what does she have on? Like stuff like that. So all this hurtful stuff, like it's on both sides. On the flip side of it, I have had to tell African people, no, African American people are not lazy. You are wrong, okay, especially the ones that voted for Trump. You are wrong for voting for Trump. You are black, okay, just like them. I have had to stick up for African American people with Africans. So I see both sides. This is not a, I've been hearing, Africans don't respect black. There's a disrespect on both sides. And guess what, guys? It was designed that way. This is divine. This is divide and conquer. This is what's been happening. Now, when it comes to this argument about our ancestors paved the way for y'all to be here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm very grateful for it. That's why I'm here. And that's why I go hard. Okay. And these crabs in a barrel mindset who say that Africans come here and take away from Black Americans. My question to you is, who do you believe in? Do you believe in God? Because the God that I serve says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. The God that I serve said that I am to have dominion, okay? Dominion over this earth, okay? That means that I go where the abundance is, okay?
I don't know about your FYP, but lately on my FYP, I have been seeing African Americans saying on the 1st of August, they're going to boycott African businesses because they're not American. I've been seeing a lot of those videos. They believe they're not Africans. Some were even going to the extent of saying they don't have African features. And African Americans don't come for me, but there's African American behind your, is it tied to your ethnicity, your background? But you don't think you're African. I'm not saying you're African like you were born in Africa. And by the way, Africa is a continent. There's like 54 countries in there. Yeah, just putting it out there. Okay, you guys, obviously, some of you don't know your roots. Some of you know your roots. I am so sorry about what happened decades of years ago to you guys. Okay, I apologize on behalf of our ancestors. I apologize. But this is the thing. You're African. Sorry to be a bearer of bad news. Yeah, you're African. Like, there's African American behind your identity. Yes, you might know you were not born in Africa like we were born in Africa, but your ancestors were from Africa. I don't know. American school system. What do they teach you? Actually, you know what? Scrap that. The white people have blown all the school off. So I'm trying to like. And then some of the ladies are saying, I don't have, even men as well, I don't have African features. But some of you are traveling to Turkey to get your nose pointed because it looks too African and too. Am I bugging? Am I bugging? I'm not saying don't cancel African businesses. If you want to, by all means, but it's just the fact that you guys, I'm not saying claim African because you're not born there. You were not raised there. You don't know your background. You don't know where. I understand that, but it is still part of your identity. Are you African? Someone like me, yes, I know my background. I know where I've come from. I've come from Nigeria. I was born there. I grew up in England. My citizenship is not by birth. My children, however, their citizenship is by birth because they were born here. But are they going to go around and go, oh, I am British? Yeah, they are British because they were born here, but they're Black British, they're African British. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Am I making sense? African Americans? African Americans? Like, come on, you guys, like, stop. This is becoming ridiculous on this app. Like, come on. We're all this color. If we're this color, maybe different shades of melanin, we are one. Stop this. Stop. 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 Africans, Americans, the heck?
A lot of these African hair braiding shops are doing some human trafficking.
You want to come out here and call Africans criminals? when we live right here in this country and we can see everything that y'all kids are doing in the streets?
All of my Black Americans can hit the ICE tip line for all those African braiding shops.
This might just be my issue with the Black community. You guys don't check your rotten tomatoes. You leave these people out here spreading their rotten ideas to anybody. You let anybody pick up the mic. Nobody gets checked. Nobody gets corrected. You guys are letting these people out here being xenophobic to everybody. I don't see any efforts from the Black community to even try to squash this FBA whatever xenophobic group. You guys are just acting like they don't exist. These people are out here causing harm, real harm to other people. What is the Black community doing about it? Absolutely nothing. Every time you try to have this conversation with Black Americans, their response is always the same. It's a small group of people. How come this small group of people is everywhere? How come?
Yeah, I'll be calling on Monday about all the local African braiding shops in my area.
Just imagine if Africans came online and said, we are going to start calling the police on your gang-banging kids because we know where they gang-bang. How would you feel if Africans started calling the police to your house where your gang-banging kid hides his drugs and weapons? How would you feel?
Waliwo olutalo lugenda mu maaso wano mu America wakati w'aba Africans ne ba Black Americans oba bayite ba African Americans. Kakati ba African Americans be baana be bazaalira wano ate ffe ba Africans yeffe ba immigrants abava mu nsi zaabwe ne tujja ne tusettlinga mu America. Kati olutalo luno lwavudde waliwo omukyala Black American oba muyite African American yagenze mu saloni ya mukyalo mu Nigeria oba gwe twandise African agenda asiba enviiri ne bafunawo like they had like a little bit of attention ne bafunawo okuyombagana. I don't know where that disagreement came from. Kati ono mukyala African American oba gweyita Black American najja ku social media ye n'awandiika ekyabaddewo. Kati bwe yakiwandiise ba African Americans bonna ne basidinga naye ne batandika okukola posts. Kati ne bagamba by August nga lumu August guno mwezi gwe tugenda okutandika ba boycotting business z'aba Africans zonna. Business mulimu ba Africans bano bakola business za saloni, bakola businesses bafumba emmere ebintu bwebityo, so bazi boycotting babeera nga tebabagulaako. But African Americans kye batamanyi nti Africa is a continent. This continent has 54 countries. Mulimu Uganda, mulimu Somalia, mulimu okitegeera. Wabula omuntu eyaleese olutalo yabadde mu Nigeria. So why would you boycott? This is my simple, my simple understanding. Lwaki obeera boycotting businesses za Basomali, businesses za Sudan, Ethiopia, when you had a small altercation in Nigeria? Okitegeera bavuddeyo ne bagamba n'ogamba we don't want your food is ugly, African food is very nasty, but the African food they are referring to is fufu because of Nigeria balya fufu. But mu magezi gange mbuuza ba Africans tuve ewaffe nga tuze kusoma mu universities ez'aba America, but mmaze okukiraba nti ba Americans actually a certain percentage of about 20% of African Americans oba bana bebazalira wana abaddugavu bebagenda mu universities ezo ne basoma because their level of thinking is like here and African level of thinking is all way up here. Omanyi lwaki? Because you can't say we are boycotting African food nga tolyangako ku matooke, tolyangako ku binyeebwa, tolyangako ku mbooli, okitegeera, tolyangako ku omugoyo, but you're saying African food is nasty and you're referring to fufu because we Ugandans don't eat fufu, okitegeera. So they are doing a lot of things like body shaming ba Africans. Kati bagamba nti mu kifo ky'okubayita ba African Americans bajjeko kanaka African kubbo babayite just Americans, okitegeera. But one thing I want to tell you, these people like the African Americans bonna oba abasinga they have a DNA of Africanism mobo because we bagenda bakola DNA bagenda okusangamu nga mulimu like 10% oba West Africa oba Nigeria, 10 oba 20% Ghana nga okitegeera abasinga ba ancestors baabwe baava mu Africa era gye baava, okitegeera. Kati era agenda nakola DNA nasangamu abaana bano no bw'obasanga ebiseera ebisinga they also have like some type of identity balina that type of identity nga bwe naabeera nti no obanga ogamba nga bw'onoosanga nti n'ogamba nfaanana abanyarwanda nti nfaanana abanyankole. They also have that type of identity nti oyinza omusanga n'ogamba you look like Ethiopians nga bw'omanya aba Ethiopia ebabeera wabula bw'omugamba ekintu ekyo banyiiga mangu because they don't want to associate. Tekitandise kati ng'olutalo luno lutandise but kyatandika dda. They don't want to associate as Africans. But to me, what are you like? This lutalo over this beef going on is very delulu, like very delusional. Balimoko, they have a certain percentage of Africanism in them. They are trying to run away from their heritage. But what is the main point of all this? Like boycott African starting August 1st. I mean, we as Africans are trying to raise our voices. Like, what is the main point? African Americans, what are they like really trying to show, or what are they trying to do? Anyways, katitulabye, you know, a lot of understanding here bwe tugira bye weekoma okitegeera era bagambye waliwo abadaabuuza nti bw'oleeta abasajja ba Africans 10 n'obateeka wano n'oteekawo ne ba African Americans 10 mu lutalo bani abandiwangudde naye nze ŋŋamba tetwetaaga na ba Africans 10 kulwana na ba African Americans 10 just batuweeyo abasudaani 10 abasajja abasudaani bano ab'emu maaso 10 balyoke babakuba olabe because we Africans are built in a way we are very strong. Abaana bawano bali lazy. First of all, African Americans are so lazy. They are very lazy. Tebagala kukola. Buli kintu bakikomplainingako. They are the so-called baby mamas, baby fathers. Babera single in relationships. They are fighting. They are the drug dealers. Beba buli mpisa mbi eri ku bo. Beba kwate mondo buli sera beba bera. African Americans. Don't get us started. Africans betutandika olutalo tetulumala. Mubuze bajjajja mu abatandikawo ffe ba Africans bwe tutandika olutalo wama ba Africans mujje muwage.
It's interesting to constantly witness how clueless many Africans, Caribbeans, and Afro-Latinos are about the deep, complex history of freedmen Black Americans. When many of these immigrants arrive in the United States, they often carry a completely distorted view of Black Americans, shaped by colonial influence, media stereotypes, and even teachings from their own families. Since the 1980s, this ignorance has too often translated into open disrespect. Many African and Caribbean parents have told their children not to associate with Black Americans, labeling us as lazy, criminal, or unmotivated. Meanwhile, they conveniently enjoy the rights, culture, and foundation that FBAs fought and bled for during centuries of struggle in this country. During the 1980s and 1990s, many of the older FBA generations extended hospitality, solidarity, and grace to these newcomers, welcoming them as brothers and sisters from the diaspora. But instead of returning that energy, too many immigrants looked down on the very people who paved the way for their opportunities. Back then, our elders didn't always check that behavior the way they should have, either out of politeness or a hope for unity. But times have changed. The younger generation of FBAs is no longer staying silent. They're educated, unapologetic, and rooted in their identity. They're correcting the lies and checking the disrespect. And now that the pushback is happening, some immigrants are in shock. They're not used to Black Americans standing their ground, so they start throwing out false equivalences, comparing FBAs who speak up to white supremacists. That's gaslighting at its finest. It's a manipulative tactic used to avoid accountability and ignore the fact that some of the worst anti-Blackness comes from within the diaspora itself. The foundational Black American, FBA movement is a growing cultural and political movement rooted in the lineage of Black people in the United States who are descendants of those enslaved during chattel slavery. These are the men, women, and children who built America from the ground up, literally. FBA is not about division, but about specificity.
All right, so before we get all into that, before we do that, let me do this. Hold on. Let me do this first. Hold on. Grand rising to the family. Hold on. Oh man, I ain't even loaded up. Okay, and so I got it's funny, I got my little fake indigenous channel where I'm trying to bait people on, and people are replying now because they think FBAs who hold the indigenous position, they think they're a little easier to debate. So they're willing to confront those people, right? Those FBAs. So I made a fake indigenous channel and I'm challenging folks from that. Hold on. So I'm challenging folks from that channel and they are taking the bait, which I knew they would. So I got some potentials coming up. It's going to be hilarious. And these are the same people I tried to confront before that wouldn't accept my invitation. Now they want it because they think I'm holding the indigenous position. So hilarious.
But if I don't share, it will unshare. It will come up. So let me proper. I think this could be anybody calling it.
If you can hear me,
okay.
Yeah, I called in.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, great. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing okay.
Great. Yeah, so I watched your video. Your video came up on my feed because we do a lot of FBA titles ourselves, right? We go by that term, but just not that, right? So you got some FBAs who just say the FBA, nothing else. You got Adolf, nothing else. We are not that strict. Okay, we understand what everybody's trying to do. That gives a unique name. Everybody's trying to identify the lineage, so we just call it the lineage because we know what they're trying to do. They're trying to name the lineage. You got some say American freedmen or USA freedmen. So we don't get caught up in what you call yourself, even if it's African American, right? If you want to call yourself African American, but you're exclusively saying that folks that have a legacy of slavery, a lineage of slavery, are the African Americans, we don't have a problem with that. You can say Black, you can say Ninja Turtles, because we know what you're describing. You're describing the same people I'm describing or identifying. Okay, that's all. So we'll debate that later in time, like the best fitting term. But I watched your video. And you don't go with the whole acronym thing, but you are Black American, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you believe your ancestors are foundational to this country? Like start the foundation, laid the foundation down?
Yeah, that's kind of obvious. Yeah.
So would you say your ancestors were foundational Black Americans?
As long as you're just sticking to that label to identify people who have been here because of the transatlantic slave trade, who were kidnapped from Africa, put in the chains, put on the boats, and brought over here, yes.
Okay, can I ask you that? Who kidnapped them from Africa?
Say it again. Who kidnapped Africans from Africa?
Yeah.
There were some continental Africans in a few kingdoms that participated in the kidnapping process, but everybody was thrown onto boats built by white people. Everybody was shipped overseas, boats manned by Europeans, sold on auction blocks, 99% of which were managed by the white people that came over here.
Yeah, so I agree with some things you said, brother. Are you familiar with the panelists on the video I was sharing? Are you familiar with some of them?
I'm familiar with some of them. I didn't catch your live like from the beginning. When I tuned in, I think I saw Dr. Maya on the screen. So I'm a little bit familiar with her.
Okay, yeah. So she's going to come on sometime this next week on the panel, and we're going to talk about some things that some things she believes in and don't believe in. But I only said that to say this, brother. there is no credible research in this world that would remotely suggest that Europeans kidnapped a significant amount of Africans. Brother, the research says this. The research says in the early 1400s, Europeans tried to do that, and they were utterly unsuccessful. They said diseases, native diseases themselves killed them off. Africans themselves killed them off. They didn't have the military power they have today or later, even when they did the Berlin Conference in 1894. They didn't have the military power to go to Africa and do anything significant. So they came back 200 years later with their checkbook. And it was like, hey, man, how much? So you have something called slave raiders and slave raids. So you got Queen Nzinga from Mali and Ghana. So Africans at a 90% rate largely were the kidnappers of Africans. And so everything you said after that was true. But the way we got on that ship was through the hands of Africans.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I asked you who kidnapped. Because I know some people like to believe that white folks were successful in snatching up Africans, and they were utterly. And you can do any source. I can read your sources. You can pull them up. I don't care where you go, brother. Anywhere. No credible historian can say the opposite.
Okay, hold on. Now, hold on.
Yeah.
Just you said in the beginning this was going to be a conversation and a discussion, not a debate.
Yeah, not a debate. No,
I'm not going to.
Give you a here.
Okay, and I'm saying.
Yeah, it wasn't big.
Right.
I
So
was giving you like a
I'm
historian perspective. Like everywhere you research, nobody's going to say
no.
It was African white Europeans who kidnapped and they were successful. They're going to say they flopped, failed, and they had to come back and purchase from Africans. So that wasn't the big. I'll just give you a historical analysis on that.
Well, again, we can agree to disagree.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because I understand your positioning, and you said there's no credible research. Now, one of the reasons I say I don't do debates is because I'm very familiar with how people play with debates. Now, we can say I disagree with the research. Okay. But when you say there's no credible when you say there's no credible research, that's always going to be up for interpretation. What you determine as credible, what I determine as credible, is going to always be at odds, or may always be at odds. Number two, when you say kidnap, when I say kidnap, unless we agree to exactly what that means, again, it's all up in the ether and it could go either way. Now, I don't necessarily mind if you wanted to give me a historian that I could research who says there's no credible evidence, and I had the time to go and look at that research and see why they're saying it, then I might come back and say, something, I agree with you. But I'm not going to just say, yeah, you're right, there's no credible research when I've researched it. I have read books from various historians, and I know that I have read about Europeans who did actively participate in the quote unquote kidnapping. And so that's why I tried to say it the way I said it. There were some Africans who participated in the kidnapping, but there also were Europeans who participated in the kidnapping. It depends on which geographical location you're talking about. Africans that were quote unquote kidnapped from, Africans that were kidnapped from the coast, it was about, now I may have my numbers wrong, but there was equal participation. There were whites, there were Europeans, and there were Africans that were actively kidnapping Africans from the coastal areas. If you go further, once you get further in, so for instance, let's say, for example, we're talking about Ghana. Any Africans that got kidnapped in the area of Kumasi, there wasn't that much white presence. They couldn't make it that far inland. So they relied on the Africans in the Kumasi area that would do the dirty work and then bring them down towards the coastal areas of Cape Coast. But in the Cape Coast area, there were Europeans who were taking participatory roles in the kidnapping. So I'll just say that. But again, you know, I say how we characterize our terms has a lot to do with whether or not we say we agree or disagree, or you're right and I'm wrong, and I'm wrong, and I'm right and you're wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so we can move on past that, but I just want to say what I said in general was, but I would love for you in the chat, you could list those scholars or books that said the opposite. But what I was saying was not just a scholar.
I would love for you to do the same thing.
Yeah, sure. Sure, no problem. I got videos where I don't mind doing it again. But what I was saying was any random. So I was saying like it's not about like choosing a scholar you like, right? As confirmation bias or that I like. I was saying any just random research, any random internet research, there will be nothing remotely close to that. That's what I was saying. Okay, but we can move on for that because I see what you said. You said what you said. We're not debating. We're just establishing, what we read in our education. We're just presenting it to each other in the public. Would you consider yourself a Pan-Africanist?
Yes, I would.
And how would you define it in your words, Pan-Africanism?
In my words, Pan-Africanism is the framework, mental perspective, maybe ideology that all Black populations on this planet essentially have the same common enemy and need to find ways to work together to advance ourselves and overcome the enemy.
Okay, so
the problems that foundational Black Americans have with the system that is set up under the dominion of Uncle Sam are extremely similar to the problems that Ghanaians have with the governance issues that they have with Uncle Sam.
So who would be
and so on and so forth. Say again?
So who would be the enemy in your opinion?
Who would be the enemy?
Yes.
The enemy, I mean, there are all kinds of terms. They're depending on if you want to look at it from a religious view or socioeconomic view. But I'm talking about the governing systems of Western civilization. So depending on how you look at it, that could range from America, the government, the US government, the administrations, all of them, no matter whether they're Democratic or Republican. Because while they all may have some differences in how they treat domestic affairs, they all have a lot more heavy-handed, unfair practices when it comes to their international affairs.
So would the enemy be
the United States government will work hand in hand with the French government so that the French government can exploitatively extract resources from Haiti, and all of the 13 or 13, I think it's 13 or 14, but I'm not sure, but the West African Francophone countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are like the three that has everybody's attention at the particular moment. But the US government will work with France to continue that exploitation. The US government will work with England to continue that exploitation, and so on and so forth.
So just for clarity, you say the government, because the government isn't like a person, isn't like one individual walking around like Thanos kicking over buildings. You mean like people within government, right?
I mean the systems that are in place.
Right, but systems are
no, I'm not talking about any
people, right?
Yeah, systems are ran by people.
So now, so is that anybody? Is that any person who's helping to run those systems, or are those people?
No.
System race-based?
I would probably sooner say that the systems themselves are race-based, but I will not discredit the notion and the idea that there are individuals who hold positions of power in various government agencies that will make decisions to maintain, to institute, to instigate exploitative problems. and oppressive practices and strategies.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So now,
you know, you have president, you have vice president, you have the ambassador to this, that, and the other. You have people who lead various agencies, and so on and so forth.
Here's the next question. It's not in line with that. So did you ever do a DNA test, like an American?
Yeah.
Okay. And what when you read there, just the largest percentage, it was what and for what?
The largest percentage. Well, I did 3 DNA tests. They all placed me in West Africa. The African Ancestry, Black-owned company, placed me in with the Bisa ethnicity of Burkina Faso. And they also have a small presence in northern Ghana.
So what I mean was, you know how it says it would say Nigerian, Ivory Coast, and they give a percentage. So what was the largest percentage you had of an African region or country?
I mean, if I can pull it up, I'll pull it up. I don't remember the percentages.
Was it higher than
offhand?
20?
Was it higher than what?
15%? Because like most people, when they do that, it'll say like 50% European country and maybe 20% African country, then 7%. And then it adds up to 100%. Maybe like in small percentages.
Mine was the majority of African countries. If that's what
I got that, but I'm saying the individual country because they name them all individually. Well, the percentage of each one.
Let me see. I'm trying to pull it up.
Yeah.
I'm pulling it up now, but I haven't looked at this in a while, so I'm having an issue trying to read how it's set up. It's just but like for instance, off top, it's showing 30% Nigerian, 11% Western Bantu.
That's all. I expect you to give me a hope. Yeah, I just want to know the highest percentage in what country, because I was asking my chat to do the same thing. Like, what is the? Because some people they'll say Nigerian for some folks. Some people say something totally like Ivory Coast. It'd be like 25%. It's like interesting. They all like West African, Central African, but it's interesting how people are from different percentages from different countries. It's not all the same country. That's all. I was just curious. Now, do you consider yourself? So this might be a 2-part question. It's kind of easy. So, do you prefer? I'll say that. Do you prefer to call yourself African American over Black American, or you use them both interchangeably? One of doesn't matter.
I typically use them both interchangeably. It doesn't really matter to me.
All right.
After I'll go so far as to say after reading certain people, I started to think we should move beyond that. But I know that's way far down the road for most people. So
right. So now, do you understand the argument? I'm not saying you agree with it, or the position of, let's say, Adolf Friedman, and that people call themselves those acronyms. Their position, why they don't want to use the word African and self-identifying, and why they feel the need to self-identify, a term more exclusive to those who had the slave experience in America.
Do I understand?
Yeah, because you got people who represent it that say they're FBA, but they don't really do a good job representing the major talking points.
I would say, at least from the opening gate, I think I do understand why, and I would key up on what you said. A lot of them are not doing that great of a job in their articulation.
So now, do you believe that's necessary to self-identify in 2025?
Now, do I believe it's necessary? I would say it depends on it depends on what the topic and what the reason or the rationale behind the need. There are some things that I would say there are a couple of topics that I have heard, that I have looked into, where I'm like, okay, I can understand the need for a sharper identification. Again, when I do find those, I don't hear people moving on, working on, talking about that particular topic. I hear people moving on things that I'm like, yeah, that's not okay. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I've been in online conversations. I've been in real life, sitting down breaking bread with brothers, and I'm like, yeah, okay. At this point, I take my leave.
Yeah. So let me say this to that. So that, even with my chat, because some of them feel like we should talk about certain things over certain things, and they like prioritize it. So I'll share the same thing with you, brother. What's not your cup of tea, or what's not important to you, or what's important to you is not necessarily important to the next man and next sister. So now do we devalue? So because somebody want to talk about something that's very dear to them, do we devalue them and say, no, you need to talk about what I feel is important for it? See, that's what we discourage over here. We feel like everybody truly have a voice. We feel like each person is an individual. Nobody owns them. Nobody leader of them. They can freely express whatever they want, and they can prioritize what's important in their life. We have no right to tell them what they want to talk about over anything else is less important than what I want to talk about. So we don't do that over here. We're not a cult. We don't have a leader. We let people freely determine what music they want to listen to, what books they want to read. We don't say, hey, man, you listen to this, the power perspective. You can't come over here. We don't do that. Like, even though, like, let's say if I hated your guts, I still wouldn't advise not one person to avoid your channel. What I would simply do is explain why I won't, patronize or visit. But I do not encourage folks to join Islam, to disjoin Islam. We don't do that over here. It's freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of everything over here. So I don't like when people prioritize like what's important. Like that's each individual own opinion, and they might have an agenda, because there's a lot to go into that. So let me explain why we delineate and self-identify, and you let me know what you agree with and disagree with, and I'll speak slow. So we want to delineate for something particular. So we understand that America never wanted to make right of how they wronged us, right? Jim Crow, slave legacy, peonage system, convict leasing, all that stuff. So, and we understood when it was time for them to so we knew that when it was time to face it, they will always just invite an influx of immigrants. Let me start off by saying this, not to pull rank anything, but I do study the history of immigration in the country. So when the Homestead Act came around, they gave all the white folks over 270 million acres of land, and then when we negotiated just simply 40 acres a mule to about they had 270 million, we only had like 300,000 total acres of land that was divvied up to 40 acres to each person that was doing. Okay, so once they got their land, and by the way, they got their land, it was not owed to them. They didn't fight for it. It was just completely unearned income. It was a gift. It was welfare. It was just given to white folks freely that came from Britain and those places. As long as it just tilled land for 5 years, it was just free access to land, which was wealth, right? And as a matter of fact, middle America, 1.6 million white folks right now benefit specifically and directly from that Homestead Act of 1862, that free land. But when it was our time and when it was given to us, okay, Abraham Lincoln helped with the Emancipation Proclamation, 1868, 14th Amendment citizenship. When it was given to us, he was assassinated, and it was given right back to them. And what they did was they allowed another large influx of immigration. So what I'm saying is every time America is forced to look at the ills and harms they did to us, specifically the lineage, they will sidebar it, deflect, and just do a mass influx of immigrations. So now fast forward 100 years later, when the civil rights movement kicked off and was passed and approved, 1965, what they do, instead of acknowledging the wrong and affirmative action being exclusively for us, because now everybody's colored people, but when the sign said colored folks only, they weren't talking about Hispanics, anybody else. They're talking about people with slave lineage, right? So what they did was they passed the next year after the 64 Civil Rights Act was signed to guarantee protection and freedom of, to outlaw desegregation and discrimination. The next law, what they do, they passed immigration law. Here go a bunch of influx of immigrants again. All right. So going back, this has been their strategy, is to just deflect but not neglect, and then do a mass influx of immigrants. So we want to be exclusive. We don't want it to be colored people, because those colored people, those signs weren't for them, and whites only, those signs were not for them. So we don't want to be grouped up with folks who haven't shared the same experience, because if we're grouped up with them, then they get to eat off what's exclusive for us, for what was the harm that was caused to us. So we want to delineate for that purpose. So we don't want anybody eating off our plate that's something for us, whether they're Black immigrants, Latinos, Chinese people, because you had the Chinese Exclusion Act that was suspended in 1965. So yeah, so many folks that was barred from this country that was allowed to come here, and then they was allowed to eat at our table for things that were exclusively just for us. So that's the main reason why we're saying no. We reject the terms you gave us, because those are all inclusive terms, right? You say African American. Obama was the first African American president. He's from Kenya with a white mom. He has no slave ties, no slave experience, nothing. He's called African American. And like you said, it's used interchangeably. So they're also called Black Americans. So we say, okay, so both those terms were supposedly exclusive, but now they're inclusive. So now we're going to give language to these terms where nobody can be, grouped up with us. So we have ADOS, American descendant slaves. Obama can never be ADOS. He was never a descendant from American slave. And we have Foundation Black American. Obama can never be FBA because his lineage does not go back to the foundation of this country. So what you agree with that and what you disagree with?
Let me see. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Hello? Can you still hear me?
Okay, brother, you breaking up? Go ahead.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you better.
Okay. All right. I wish I should have just flowed you up. That's a whole lot.
I know. But
so I'm saying it's difficult for me to say what I agree with and disagree with, because it's like you drop like 20 different points. But so I'll say I recognize, and I think that I would say I agree with the idea that they never try to honor the debt, and they always try to maneuver and figure out ways not to honor the debt. I think that's what I heard from you saying. So, right. So yes, I agree. I agree with that. They always do that, and they will use anything available to them to do that. Now, as far as yes, so they will deliberately say, let's not write the civil rights legislation, so that it applies to just the descendants of the slaves. Let's write it so that it applies to everybody. I agree that that's what they did. I agree that that's what the civil rights leaders agreed to. We could have an argument as to whether or not they should have made that agreement, but they made that agreement. I don't have an issue so much with trying to say, look, let's go back and rewrite this. Let's go back and try to fix this, because you're clearly dancing around the board game so that you don't give me the money that you owe me, and you can just pick and choose favors. Okay, I'll agree with that. The legislation needs to be addressed and fixed, so that whatever it is that we're looking at, if we're looking at set asides, if we're looking at health, to some extent, that's what they were attempting theoretically to do with the DEI programs that they came up with after George Floyd was assassinated. Again, with every plan and program that we work on, they are going to try their best to loophole themselves back into not doing the right thing. I would agree with that. And I would agree that that should be addressed, fixed, corrected, managed, so that you're never going to stop them from doing it, but so that you always have legitimate legal recourse to smack them every time that they do it.
Okay, so I'm just say this right here in response. We can move on. Oh, sorry. Okay, so you said political leaders, activists signed on to it. So I took that as like you were trying to shift the blame. But let me say this.
No, how is that? Oh, no, hold on. How is that shifting the blame? The legislation was presented. The legislation was negotiated. It was presented by and for and through the civil rights leadership. So that would be like the MLKs and the Thurgood Marshalls and so on and so forth. They fought for that legislation.
I got it, but I thought we were not debating.
No, I'm saying, how am I shifting the blame?
Right, but you can ask that question on one side, because you said some things I agree with. I didn't agree with, but I didn't cut you off, because that's debating, right? So I was letting you finish, and I was going to respond, and you could, respond back. But I didn't want to debate where we cut each other off. So shifting the blame, because the way bills are written, okay, this is why there's a problem with Republicans and Democrats. So there's never going to be a bill passed in Republican favor that the Democrats didn't introduce some of their stuff that they want in there, and vice versa. There's never going to be a Democrat bill passed where Republicans don't slip in stuff they want. That's how bills work in American history. Okay, so when we wanted to end segregation, illegal segregation, legal discrimination, well, at that time, you had the party shift. So the Republican Party was switching over to the Democratic Party, the Democrats switching over to the Republican Party. So during that party switch, the Republicans wanted some things not there. And this was the only way they were going to end legal Jim Crow. And so much of us were dying and being harmed and being marginalized and deprived and denied the legal Jim Crow. We just wanted that just to end. Yes, we couldn't get so basically, you're not going to get a perfect bill when you got an opposing side not totally agreeing with everything. That's just how bills work. And this is why they assassinated Dr. King, to make sure other things, it wasn't like we were all intact, sitting there like, well, okay, cool. Our leaders got assassinated during the final bills, the most important bills, which was the FHA of the civil rights movement. Okay, so during the FHA writing, Dr. King was coincidentally assassinated before the FHA bill was written in blue. So I don't think he signed off to that one. And that's like the most important one of the whole civil rights era of 1960s. So and I don't believe A. Philip Randolph was at the table either. So you got those at the table just by default because other folks couldn't be there. Either they were dead or assassinated or jailed. But anyway, that's how bills work though. There's a give and take. It'll never be completely for you. There's going to be some dirt in there. But the overall thing is, hey, the main talking points should be addressed, and the main talking points were to end legal Jim Crow, which it did, and add federal protection, which it did later, better later, but it did that. So now I gotta ask, this is unfair, right? You said cult leaders, and I probably don't believe that now. Talking with me, and you believe Tariq Nasheed is the co-leader. I don't have a leader. Tariq Nasheed is not my leader. It's my brother. That's it. He can never lead me, right? He can only, be a peer or brother to me. Matter of fact, nobody can be my leader. Nobody can be my leader. Not even Dr. King. Nobody can be my leader. You're just gonna be a brother to me, or a big brother to me, little brother to me, little sister, big sister. That's it. Okay, and I may consider your experience and advice and consultations, but nobody is my leader. So with that being said, and a lot of us here believe that, and a lot of FBAs believe we're all cult members, or you think that maybe blindly following Tariq Nasheed, but other folks are not. Other folks got their own mind.
Okay, well, I would say that clearly I don't know you. I've never had any interactions with you until you came up on my page.
Yeah.
So I can't say that I know nothing that I said would literally be directed towards you personally. Do I believe so? No, I don't think you're. I have no way of knowing, are you a cultist or a cult believer or a cult follower or anything like that.
Okay, because you made a blanket statement, Oren. I watched your video over before you hopped on because I didn't want to misrepresent you, misquote you. You know, I wanted to be responsible, right? I wanted to maintain integrity. I watched the video over, and you made the blanket statement that FBAs are cult members. So, and I'm FBA. I consider myself. So I consider you, even though you said you don't know me, never met me until I came on your channel. You still blanketed me. In spite of all that, you still blanketed me with the title cult member. That's all. All right.
Okay. Well, I believe that I even saw in your comment in the comment section on one of your videos that there were FBAs saying we need to stop caring about when people say that's not all of us. We need to stop explaining ourselves when people say that's not all of us. And I said, okay, yeah, you're right. Blanket statements are going to always be thrown out. I do believe you make blanket statements about Pan-Africanists.
No, I speak to I speak to what I've always consistently. So what I do patterns. So, like, for example,
I do patterns too.
Okay. How about this? How do you end up calling CIA members? Now, what do they got to do?
How do I wait a second? Hold on. How do I end up calling what?
CIA informants or members, like FBI. You know, you alluded. You basically said that.
Oh, because I do patterns. I look at patterns.
Oh, like me.
And patterns.
Right, like me.
Patterns. Are you yourself a pattern?
No, I look at patterns like myself. That's what I meant. Like myself. You look at patterns.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you look at patterns, and I look at patterns, and we move with our we study, we observe patterns.
Yeah, but just for the sake of time,
we use our perspectives to identify patterns and say, boom, that's what it got to be. Now, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, I will never convince you that I'm quote unquote right about my assessment.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Okay.
I'm not religious. My name is actually Unbiased Ron. So I like to exercise and express and show and prove I'm unbiased. I had people come on here, brother, that I called a tether. And guess what? When we did research and we argued, he was right, I was wrong. I said on the live, hey, he's right, I'm wrong. On the live. I'm talking about we're debating. And I don't like this guy. I think he's disrespectful. But on the live, I admit, so yeah, he was right, I was wrong. And I bring it up when he hopped on after that. I reminded folks, hey, he was right, I was wrong one time. So don't take what I say hook, line, and sinker. There's some things you just gotta follow up on.
Okay, cool.
So now you said, I'm almost done with the question. You said, I got two more. You said Yvette Carnell's divisive. Brother, what do you mean by that?
I mean, she's divisive. Like she says things. She says things in a polarizing way. She says things that are designed. What I say is, it's designed for the algorithm. It's designed for the clicks. It's designed to get sound bites. It's like shock jock. Just like Star and Buck Wild used to do shock jock radio. It's like Howard Stern used to do shock jock. I can't give anything off the top of my head right now. I have discussed it in particular on various platforms. I did when I was doing a little bit more focus on Yvette Carnell. I was doing it mostly on Instagram, and then once I got my feel of okay, now I fully understand. I just like one of the other videos I did was agree to disagree and agree to disengage. Once I realized I am talking to nothing but a brick wall, and I'm like, well, yeah, I'm out. I'm done. Yeah. But I noticed patterns in the stuff that she said, and I'm like I said, I can't pull it up right now.
Yeah.
It was one of the reasons why I asked you in the comment section on the video, if you tell me what the things are that we have a disagreement with, then I could prepare something.
Oh, you should have.
But
you know what? You should have. Man, you should have. I thought about it later. So we're commenting on the damn video section. We should have been emailing, because I would have emailed. I had it. I asked you most of the questions. I got like one left, but I could have easily emailed you these questions in advance, right? And I thought about that after. I said, why ain't just give him my email? He give me his, because some guests, like for example, Dr. Mayat, she emailed me. Like, we didn't go in a comment section back and forth. She emailed me, and she was able to get the talking points. And other folks who came on here, you had black conservatives, racist black conservatives, same thing, email, I gave them the talking points, because I don't want to catch people off guard, because I don't like being caught off guard. You know, if I could know in advance what I'm talking about, that makes people more comfortable with hopping on. Because you get to hold them to just that. No, you said this. Don't bring up something new and controversial to make me look crazy.
Right. Right. And that's why, like, even when I started, I was like, look, we said this was going to be a conversation.
Yeah.
You know?
So it's probably the last question. It's the last question for me, unless you had one for me or the chat had one for you. But have you researched, I'm sure you heard the name before, but have you ever researched Marcus Garvey?
Yeah.
So you would say he was a Pan-Africanist, right?
Would I say he's a Pan-Africanist? I would say, yeah, for the most part, he was a Pan-Africanist. I don't necessarily believe that he was infallible. I don't believe that he was always a Pan-Africanist.
Right. But when he came to America, he was like Pan-Africanist. Now, his views, see, a lot of people, especially non-Pan-Africans, a lot of people, when we think of Pan-Africanism, we usually regurgitate his views or think of his views. Okay, so he was all for we must return to Africa. Do you believe that, or in your Pan-Africanist ideology, or you believe we can stay where we're at and still be Pan-Africanists?
Okay, I believe that you can live wherever you want to on this planet and be a Pan-Africanist. I don't even necessarily believe, like, I was going to take issue with the way you framed the question. I don't believe that Marcus Garvey believes, I don't believe that Marcus Garvey espoused the idea that we should all go back to Africa. He clearly made statements against that. He has never said everybody should go back to Africa.
Okay, so when I say Marcus Garvey, he was liberating Black Americans from racism, right? When he wrote the letter to the Klan, his public letter to the Klan literally said, "You don't want us here, we don't want to be here." So he was discouraging fighting for civil rights, fighting for things he felt like wasn't going to happen. So he was saying the alternative is to just leave the country and go to Liberia, and where we can have self-determination, self-reliance, and do things for ourselves, where we can escape white supremacy, systemic racism. So that was his core message. That was the purpose for steamships. It was to do international trade, but it was to leave the country and seek residence in Liberia.
But he also addressed the idea as to whether or not he thought, believed, felt, or was trying to encourage all Black Americans to go back to Africa. And he clearly said, no, I'm not saying all Black Americans should go back.
So
he literally said, now I'm saying literally, I don't have the 100% verbatim exact quote, but he said, I want 10,000 well-able-bodied, mind, soul, spirit Black Americans to go with me. I do not want everybody to come. Some of you ain't no good over here. You'd be no good over there.
Now that number, 10,000. You don't think that number? That to me, that's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidental number. He chose, in my mind, because I know about the history of Liberia, like back and forth, top of my head, freestyling. That number, 10,000. I find that I need that quote, because that's interesting that he said 10,000. Do you know how many free Blacks repatriated to Liberia during the 1800s?
No, I don't.
Proclamation. Yeah, it was about 10 to 12,000. Okay. So, do you know who were responsible for those folks going to Liberia? So what I'm saying is, Did these free blacks say, hey, let's go to Liberia? Or did white supremacists say, hey, we don't want you here being free, inspiring other folks to be free, and maybe inspiring rebellions? We want you out the country, and we're going to force migrate you to Liberia in the 10s to 12,000. Which one you think was true? Free blacks wanted to go there freely, or white racists forced the migration?
I think it was both. From what I read, there were definitely some free blacks that said, yeah, I want out of here. And from what I read, there was, the American Colonization Society that said, we want to help. Now, depending on what historian you read, some historians write it up like the American Colonization Society helped those Negroes go home. And other historians dug deeper and said, no, they lied, they falsified, they played a game, they were trying to run game, and they tricked people into agreements that were either fraudulently made or weren't even in existence.
So brother, the ACS was established in 1816 organization. And
wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so they were established in 1816, and they established Liberia in 1822. So brother, there was no free black person that was talking about, I want to go to Liberia. The Liberia was literally a colony of white supremacists, right? So that was, if anything, Foundation Black Americans might have said, or free blacks might have said, I want to go somewhere else. But Liberia wasn't in their mind, because that was something that the ACS established themselves. So you got people like Martin Delaney Robinson, who did not go to, or Martin Robinson Delaney did not go to Liberia. Because he knew that was a setup. He knew that was a white supremacist colony, and he is considered one of the first Pan-Africanists in America, and he went somewhere else. He went to Nigeria, somewhere else. Okay, Paul Cuff, who is considered the first Pan-Africanist that repatriated, and he was before the ACS, by the way. He built ships, and he brought 39 people with him. Brother, free blacks that went through ACS. It was not a lie. It was no mismanagement of words, semantics. They literally said, you're going to Liberia or you're going back on the plantation. So a lot of them got black. They are the ones. They are the reason why those blacks were free. Okay, the blacks were not free for themselves. They freed those blacks by their own money, and terms the condition they worked out was the slave holders. A lot of those blacks were considered troublesome on the plantation. So they literally told them, hey, you're going to Liberia or you're going back to the plantation, right? And that was 12,000 people they said responsible for. Black folks themselves going to Africa, brother, it was not Liberia. They went everywhere. When they had their own choice, they went everywhere but Liberia. So the ACS were responsible for 10 to 12,000 people to Liberia, and it was under coercion and forced migration. They had really no choice. But the ones who left voluntarily, like Martin Robinson Delaney, Paul Cuff, Alexander Cromwell, Richard Allen was a Pan-Africanist, but he never went. They all came back. They all seen, oh, wow, the grass isn't greener. It's actually worse in these African countries. And they all came back. They fought in the Civil War to gain their citizenship through the 14th Amendment, and they all died happy Americans.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to add to that, so when people say they're African American, that's hilarious, because our ancestors all the way to Booker T. Washington rejected the term African because they knew that was a dog whistle for deportation. You know, it means you're not an American. So our ancestors largely never took on the term African. They call themselves Negro. They call themselves colored, and even in our organizations, like the UNIA, the University of Negro, not the University of African. Marcus Garvey himself said Negro. All right, and most of our organizations had Negro color there, no African. Then we had Black, and Jesse Jackson made the term African American popular through liberal and Jewish media. So it wasn't like Tariq Nasheed and Adolph did it the right way. Tariq Nasheed and Yvette did it the right way. They pitched the term to the grassroots, and had us choose. And a nice portion of us saying that's right. Jesse Jackson didn't do that. Jesse Jackson said, hey, this is what they're going to be called. And it was not nothing legal. It was not in writing, no constitution, nothing, no voters, no politics, there's nothing like that. They literally just put on applications going forward, and they had the media start to rename everything African American away from Black. But Africa was the term, African in Africa was something we stayed away from as a collective, because we knew that meant no citizenship and deportation. All we wanted was citizenship, because we wanted to avoid a situation like Dred Scott.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree with all of what you said, but I'm not sure why you're pinpointing it.
Okay. So I'm pinpointing that to say.
So for instance, you made the distinction, and this may be like just a surface level disagreement, but you made the distinction of saying that the civil rights or the past ancestors pushed for these words, Negro, Black, or whatever, and they did not. No, you said Jesse Jackson made it popular through Jewish and white media, and you said Tariq and Yvette did not use Jewish and white media. Now, this may just be, okay, this is a surface difference, but I mean, did they make their movements popular on Black-owned social media, or did they make their movements popular on white and Jewish-owned social media? If they got popular on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, or whatever else has been around.
Hold on. Wait, brother. Hold on. Okay, so the whole conversation, we've been respectful. We've been quoting each other, literally. Okay, just now that you're misrepresenting me, I think on purpose. Okay, I didn't say a social. So I'm not saying when Malcolm X. Look, wait, just hold on, because I'm gonna take me wrong. I did not say when Malcolm X had a bullhorn, right, or yelling from the soapbox. That was like that early days media. I'm not saying that. Listen, when we're on YouTube right now speaking, we're on StreamYard, we're on TikTok. They're just allowing it as free speech. They're not backing it. So when I said, Tariq Nasheed's not being backed by YouTube or social media platform about FBAs. I'm saying Jesse Jackson literally was backed by New York Times, LA Times, all these papers and media outlets. They were literally pushing for the term African American, and they said because it sounded softer and more acceptable than Black. They felt like Black Power was too revolutionary. Black Panthers, Black Wall, they felt that was too aggressive. So they went with African American because it was softer and was more acceptable, more softer, safer, and acceptable to white America. So when I say media, I'm talking about literal media outlets were pushing it, and they put it on the application. And again, no laws were passed, no media, no Congress, no vote, nothing. They just deboed it on applications with the power of literal media, so we can actually give you the names of the media service. It's not made. This ain't no freedom of speech and you're on a public platform. No, they actually backed it. They put their money in advertising. It was on TV, bro. It was on TV. African American culture. It was on TV. You don't see FBA on Fox, or Fox or MSNBC, bro, or Super Bowl commercials. You don't see that. So, but you can finish. But I didn't want you to misrepresent when I said media pushing. I'm not talking about freedom of speech. Where I'm talking about YouTube literally is backing. TikTok is literally backing. I'm talking about that type of push from liberals and Jewish media. But you can finish. But I want to be represented correctly.
Like I said, what I said at the beginning before I tried to break it down was this may just be a surface or superficial disagreement, because I was keying up on the words that you use, and I would still key up on the words that you use. I think there is a difference between, you say TikTok is not backing them. Now we all know everybody on these social media apps, everybody is monetizing their pages or working towards monetizing their page. Everybody's trying to get that check. Everybody's chasing the algorithm. So whether Instagram or YouTube or TikTok is purposely pushing, once your channel is monetized, that check is coming. And it's coming from whoever you are monetized on. If you monetized on TikTok, TikTok's cutting the check. If you monetize on YouTube, YouTube's cutting the check. That's what I was saying. So if he's using YouTube, if any of us are using a social media to put forth our ideas, that the notion that social media is not backing that is a thin line, that's a hairline distinction. Because social media is going to cut you a check. And I don't see that any different than the Times, the New York Times saying, okay, we're going to put it out there. And it's not as though these so-called leaders haven't been on other news networks. Yvette Carnell has been on Fox. I believe Tariq Nasheed has been either on Fox or some network that is at least adjacent to Fox.
Yeah.
So they're still getting promoted by legacy media in one way, shape, form, or another.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. Got your answer. But luckily for me, I got a smart chat. And brother, I understand your take on it, but my chat is not going to take that one. I trust it not.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm not here to convince. No, I'm not.
You're not here to debate either. Right? Because you said no debating. Okay. So here's the last question. You can ask me a question after this. Then we'll close out. Because we don't want to debate. We just want to have a friendly conversation, and we could disagree to agree. Okay. So Marcus Garvey, how do you feel about him scamming Foundation Black Americans? How about that?
Why would I agree that? Why would I believe that? Why would I think that he scammed them? Can you show me the evidence?
Do you have a? Yes. So
can you show me the evidence?
Even back. Yes. Relax. You can't ask a question. I go to answer. You keep talking over. Okay. So you're debating when you said we shouldn't debate. So now, and during the 1950s,
I just asked the question,
and I'm answering. Did Marcus Garvey have a license to sell stocks? Was he registered to sell stocks? Yes or no? Historically.
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't gone that. I haven't looked at that angle of the history. That's why I said, can you show me the evidence?
Yeah. Okay.
Asking me a question is not showing me the evidence.
Okay, just relax. You're being belligerent. We was cool all day. Now you're showing your
This is not belligerent, brother.
Okay, so
brother, this is not belligerent.
Question I go to answer. You're talking over me, asking the same question. So you don't know. Cool. That's honesty. Okay, so Marcus Garvey, even in his court appearance representing himself, matter of fact, he got fined $100 because he was not a registered stock license guy. Now, secondly, did Marcus Garvey advertise a ship did he solicit sales of a ship that he did not yet own? Yes or no?
Brother, if I tell you I don't know that part of the history, and I specifically ask you to show me, and I specifically ask you to show me that history, and you simply say, I'm just going to fire off more questions, that's belligerence.
Okay, cool. Well, what you're doing is called ignorance. Now I got to show you a picture? I got to show you videotape?
I openly admitted that I am ignorant to the line of questioning that you are pursuing.
So
you want me to answer?
Wait. You
want me to answer a?
Don't start. Okay, look, you're debating now. Because when I did that to you earlier, when I cut in to get more clarity or give you pushback, you said I was debating you. So then after that, I continue to show professionalism. I let you finish your thought completely before I respond. After the first warning you gave me about debating, and you said we're not here to debate, I consistently show professionalism. Since that time, you have not. You've been cutting in. Even, you've been doing that lately. Okay. So now you said show you. You keep saying show you like I have a videotape for you. Okay. So we both are reading history. Both of us. Everything we said today is something we read. How much show you? Okay. Now, Marcus Garvey in his court transcript admitted that he solicited stocks through mail. He admitted that he was selling his shit, that those same solicitation for stocks through mail, that was mail fraud. he admitted that he did not own that shit. He had no records when they did a audit. He admitted, and there was no record showing he owed the shit, brother. This is okay. Stop. This is not a debate, brother Reggie. You don't know this, but brother Reggie is over here. Brother Reggie, this is common knowledge. That's why I asked you, did you study Marcus Garvey? This is common knowledge. Okay, that he sold stocks to a ship that he did not own. I think it was a Filey's Wheatley. That's common sense, bro. That's common read on Marcus Garvey. Dr. M. John Clark admits that. Okay, Dr. Maya, when she come on here, she's gonna admit that. This is when you read history and stop trying to revise history, which you've been doing all day. I've been letting that slide because I don't want to debate. Okay, you've been revising history now, tweeting that he's publicly speaking on platforms. They're trying to shit on him, Fox 5, and they're trying to prove him wrong, like they did Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So was Dr. Khalid Muhammad promoting Islam when he was on Fox 5 talking to Sean Hannity or Phil Donahue? Like, you sound crazy, bro. Like, but you sound like a normal Pan-African. Okay, then you're being aggressive. I tell people, once you're calm on my platform, I match your energy. But when you start to get a little excited, I'm gonna get excited too. All right, and I'm getting excited. All right, so I match energy here. So Marcus, it's not debate. It's not debatable, family. And then when I brought up, when he flat out lied to all of y'all and act like white people were successful with their slave raids in Africa, he's a complete bullshit fucking liar. I was disgusted. He got books and scholars. Dude, give us one. Well, see, credible to you and credible to me. What are you talking about? I'm saying any simple search, white folks were unsuccessful with snatching up Africans from Africa, anywhere, the coast, midland, inland, unsuccessful. It had so these Pan-Africans are full of shit and they're liars, and he's no different. And he's called the proper perspective. He's the proper liar. They were unsuccessful. It took the slave trade would have never happened without African slave raids. White people needed Africans to go grab black folks to sell to them. He's acting like it was 50-50 or a significant number. Anywhere you read, family, just do any search from anywhere. Britannica, Wikipedia, ChatGPT, Google, any search. They're gonna read. We have revenue on here. That's a frequent troll and frequent sheet. Even he was forced to. He was doing what proper perspective was doing. He's arguing, perspective was doing, arguing. Then when he pulled up his source to try to read slave raids from white Europeans, he read what I read. And he read his own source. He read that they were unsuccessful. They didn't go far. Majority, almost all of the Africans that was kidnapped, they use the term kidnap, were from other Africans. That's a fact. We don't go with Pan-Africanist lies over here, bro. I appreciate you calling in, dialoguing, but the lies, the deceit, the low key, shots are unappreciated. And I thank you for calling in. You're a man of your word, but you are not a man of integrity. Okay, at all. So, that's that. And what you need to do is What you need to do is look at history from an unbiased perspective, not from a Pan-Africanist perspective. I told you, chat, that Pan-Africanists it's a religion, and they're religious. And in their religion, you cannot hold Africa accountable for nothing. They are trying to do the unthinkable. You know how bad they'll get cooked by Charlie Kirk, Jared Taylor? Like, they're setting themselves up for the worst type of embarrassment. You're going to lie to white supremacists about white people going into Africa, snatching up black folks, and Africans were played a minimal role in that. Like, you're going to die when you talk figuratively. They're going to cook the shit out of you. These white racists. Ben Shapiro, these guys, they're going to, allegedly, suspected white racists, right? Suspected. Allegedly. They're going to cook the shit out of you. One thing we're not going to do is lie. Okay? We always say, the liars, they don't go far in this debate realm. Like, he didn't go far. White people was kidnapped. They hate white folks so much. Who's the common enemy? Oh, the government. But isn't the government ran by people? Yeah. Is it race-based? Yeah, it was race-based. But see, I told you, Pan-Africans are like leftists when it comes to conservatives and leftists. Like, leftists will politically say the right things, even though they disagree with what they just said. right-wing folks or conservatives would just say it outright, no matter how bad it makes them seem. Okay, when it comes to Pan-Africanism or Blackology itself, the conscious community, the Nation of Islam and those groups, they're going to be loud and proud, right, with their hate and rhetoric. But Pan-Africanists, they're going to be leftists. They're going to be politically correct. They're going to say things in a way, oh yeah, the enemy. Who's the enemy? They want to say the white man, but the government. Yeah, but the government is ran by people. So is it everybody who's in government, black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, or is it race-based? Or race-based. Okay, well, who's the majority of people in government? See, and then they'll filibuster and deflect from that. It's like, dude, you want to say white people like Black Panthers, like the Moors, and just like this Islam, but you won't. You want to be politically correct. Can't respect that. Can't respect that. Yeah. So he came on. He didn't do good. Obviously, he didn't have a proper perspective on nothing. He could not recall any talking points from Yvette Carnell being divisive. He could not recall any examples of us being cult members. He couldn't show any examples of these patterns that he recognized. Right. So this proper perspective was invisible today on this platform, and which I knew it would be with the right questions. All right. So, family, I appreciate y'all. Let me do this. The super chat does work. Peace, Passport King, April Jews, proper perspective. Nah, bro, I don't hate you. I just we got to end the live at some point. And you start to be a little belligerent, got me out of character, and you're lying. And I got to call you out. I'm sorry about that, but I got to call you out. So I'm going to end this live shortly. Yeah, he's making shit up. White folks just came in. They hate white folks so much, and they act like they're so powerless. But they go to Africa. The white people family did not have a strong army in the 1400s. They just didn't in the 14th century. They just didn't. They tried to get their ass kicked, and disease kicked the other ass. The other side of it. They had two ass cheeks. One got kicked by Africans, and the other got kicked by disease. They were unsuccessful. What historian did he read that said that? Because he's not going to say Dr. Ben. He's not going to say John Henry Clark. He's going to make up some Sabir Bey or somebody. It's going to be his historian. And then we can't respect that. But anyway, so the Cash App for those who are into that is pinned to the top. Super chat does work, and just like the video. That is enough. Like the video. If you're new here, subscribe. I'll be going live a little later for maybe a recap, or maybe Dr. Mayat is later on. You dig? We'll talk to her. Maybe today, because Sunday people usually be free. All right, family. So I just want to leave you with that. And peace. Like the video so we can continue to get other folks over here as guests. But the proper perspective, I want you to figure out, how did you do good today? Like, what talking points you thought you did good on, that you were correct, I was wrong? Absolutely nothing, brother. You did a horrible job, bro. Which I know you would, because I watched your video twice another time today, and it was the most idiotic statements where cult members can't justify that, where CIA informants can't justify that. It did a whole bunch of bullshit. And then when I explained the delineation, why that's important and self-identifying, you didn't even disagree. I said, bro, what do you disagree with? Oh, you said a lot. Well, there should be a lot to disagree with. You said nothing. So you actually agree with it. You're just stuck in this religion that we call Pan-Africanism. Daddy. Peace to the chat. Daddy. Peace to the supporters. Peace to the lineage. We are out. Gotta get my son dressed.
Like I've studied Hebrew Israelites, not the dudes that be on the corner, but the people that went back to Jerusalem. So I did study
Okay.
the divine just to know what I'm a 5%er, by the way, just for clarity. So, you know, so I'm pretty familiar with a lot of these camps, but that shit don't matter when you in the alligator's mouth. You know what I mean? So
what's the alligator's mouth?
White supremacy, the devil, you know what I mean, the pressure, like, you know what I mean, the same people that's putting troops out here on the streets of D.C., right? The same people that's sending the whole thing, yo, Project 25, just a new version of what we're dealing with, right? So I don't, like, how old are you, by the way?
I'm 47. You?
Okay, I'm 50, right? Okay. So a lot of, like with the FBA, I'm not into that. I'm a Black American. I don't go by that shit.
You might, okay. Now, what's the difference between FBA and Black American?
Black American has always been. FBA is something that just started a few years ago. Foundation,
Okay.
you can't say foundational Black American. You Black American, Black speak to our journey over here. Like, I'm not with all
So
those
what's the
business
difference?
decisions.
No, it's not division. What's the difference between a Black American and a foundational Black American? It sounds the same to me.
I guess that's what you want to utilize, right? But I ain't from that era. Like, that's like I'm not using slang from this day and time. That's not my, and the whole concept of the delineation and all that.
Yeah,
yo,
okay, so wait. So, like I said, because there's a lot of videos and a lot of people misrepresenting, and that's why I wanted to talk to you. Like, 'cause a lot of people put a bad smear, and they might consider themselves FBA, but they got like a different hatred within them. Like, it's like personal, and they spew that on the internet, and folks, because it's controversial, folks take that as though that's the representation of FBA. So let me just
before you say it, let me ask you, what is the need for it? Like, what's the need for it? Like,
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, that's
okay. So do you want to have all right? So let's have an honest conversation. Let me tell you the need for it. We're gonna have an honest conversation. Okay. So Jamaicans, right? They're from Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between a Jamaican and a Bahamian? Are they both Jamaicans? Are they both Bahamians, or is one Jamaican and one Bahamian?
You talking about culturally? If you talking about
I'm saying
black,
by name.
Nothing.
Okay, look.
Nothing.
Okay. This is the question. Let me repackage it this way. If I call a Jamaican man Bahamian, is he gonna say, "Hey, same shit. What's up"?
No, he ain't gonna say same shit because that's the way we cook. But I'm saying, how can we be different when the same? It's just where people got dropped off at in the middle.
But you're kind of speaking over something. We got dropped off different places, and as a result, we're called different names. We embrace those different names. That's why I said the Bahamians they got dropped off over there. Jamaicans, the Haitians, and they Dominican Republic. People accepted they embraced their names, their unique names that only tie to them. So yes, if you call a Jamaican a Bahamian, he'll correct you. If you call a Bahamian a Jamaican, he'll correct you. I used to work in Jersey. I worked for Comcast, like a subcontract of Comcast, and a lot of the employees were Latinos and Haitians. Okay, so that was the first time I was like 22 years old. But that's the first time I ever met a Haitian. I thought they all were Jamaican, as you can imagine. I thought they all were Jamaican. I felt like they spoke funny, but guess what he did? They say, brother, it's all good. We're all black. It makes sense. They said, yo, I'm not Jamaican. I'm Haitian. They were proud. They didn't want me to divide. They wanted me to keep to what they embrace culturally, what they have pride for. They said, no. You know, I get you don't understand who we are. You're a young boy, but we're Haitians. Okay, then I asked some questions, what's a Haitian? And they pretty much, explained the difference. Like, hey, we don't even speak what they speak over there. We speak like Creole. That's a thing of French. So they was educating me about their culture and their difference from black people globally. So just to answer your question, when Haitians come over here and they want to seek employment, seek welfare, any type of assistance, the Haitian's not on the application.
it's going to say Black American or African American. So as a result, we're the only, because of that, we're the only people on the planet that don't have an exclusive identity. People just could come over from a distance and take on our identity. So
that's not true. That's not the truth.
Okay,
this
guys,
is America, yo. Just like when them whiteys were coming through Ellis Island, when they came to Ellis Island, they became white Americans. You don't see no Italian American, Russian American.
So
none of
there's
that.
no such
Now,
thing.
Hold on.
There's such thing as Italian American.
On the census, right? But they get looped in. They get looped in to whiteness, right?
Yeah, status-wise, but ethnicity-wise, he's still Italian.
Hold on. Before America, right? You had whatever you had. Once America came, right? America is a different animal, right? In the game of politics, right? It's about numbers, right? So if you weaken in your numbers based off of somebody from Jamaica, somebody from Haitian, somebody from Guyana, right? All that is to me is silly, right? As a 5%, our duty is we got people from all different nationalities under the 5%.
Yeah, different nationalities dividing, right? Got it.
But we're not divided. We don't, because I don't say, hey, that brother's Jamaican, that brother's this. I grew up with all these different nationalities being from Brooklyn.
Wait, so let me insert this.
I don't have the same feel that
right. So let me insert
you
this.
may have on that.
Yeah, okay. So that same Italian person, because I'm well aware, by the way, I studied the history of immigration in this country. All right. So I'm well aware of 1913. I'm well aware of the potato famine that happened in Ireland, and I'm aware of the starvation and the crop things that happened in Italy. I know when they got over here, and I know that there was a matter of fact. Do you know most Italians came? They're 4 million deep right now in America, and guess what? They came over here 4 million deep, and that population ain't grown since then in America. So like they came over here and like before Ellis Island, they came over here like 1880, 70, somewhere around there. They came 4 million deep, and they ain't grow really after that. So what I'm saying is when you wait, hold on, wait, hold on. When you go to an Italian restaurant, bro, and it's called Italian pizza. It ain't called American pizza. So they're being divisive. They're letting you know, I go by white status wise, politically wise, but I'm Italian, and they got Italian names.
I don't agree with that, though. I don't agree with that.
So it's called American pizza?
It's called pizza now, right? But the Italians brought the pizza over. The whole thing about America is supposed to be a melting pot. Whether it lives up to the idea of that, we haven't seen that yet. But I'm saying as a black man, right, I'm not with all of that shit. I'm not with.
Yeah. You don't have to. Like you're an individual with an opinion, right? You don't have to be for nothing. You could be whatever. You could be whatever with you for. But
I'm with for the elevation of black people, and I put that.
Yeah, me too.
Out and really. So, but what I'm saying is, what I've seen, it's a bunch of division, right? So it's like I'm not. Hold on one second.
Division is mathematical. That's a good thing. Now look.
Nah.
Let me say this. A 5%er is dividing.
No.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me brother, my email is cwisdom@yahoo.com. Okay. So I'm real cool with Wakil Allah. I'm real cool with brother.
Wakil Allah ain't but none of them dudes is under the banner that I deal with.
Well, no, they okay.
Muslim God.
Wait. Yeah. Oh yeah. They hold on.
But they not us.
Brother. To have a dialogue. We're on the phone. You can't just cut and I disagree with you.
But I'm saying that, no, with the fathers, I'm saying you can't put people in the camp that doesn't belong in.
No, I'm not saying they're there now. I'm saying when I said 5% Nation Guys Earth, I know what I'm talking about. All right. So now they divided themselves. Father Allah divided himself from the Nation of Islam FOI. He said, because he was part of them, and he said he challenged a lot of teaching, and I think Mosque number 7. And he got put out. And he came up with.
See, he didn't get put out for one.
Okay, well, he left.
No. And second, he Do you know why he left?
Okay, I thought it was because he was teaching his teachings in the mosque. That's what I read.
What teachers? The teachers did come from the mosque. Who was the originator? The originator is the Asiatic black man, right? That's the teachers. That's what. So he could not be teaching his teachings because that is the teachers.
All right.
What he was advocating for.
I'm not trying to debate that. All I'm pointing out, so you could get where I'm going. I'm just pointing out the division. All right. He left the nation and came up with the nation of gods and earth, a whole different nation. And they didn't borrow the same practices of the Nation of Islam. They weren't bound to bow ties. They weren't bound to FOI class. So the FOI at that time seen that as division. They seen the 5% as being divisive. So I feel like that's hypocritical to take that stance based on that.
What you talking, that's not accurate at all.
Okay.
That's not accurate at all. So
he didn't divide?
No, he didn't divide, right?
So he was
Elijah Muhammad never had a problem. First and foremost, Allah wasn't the first one to even leave out there. It was mad other people out there teaching.
Yeah, but when he started a new camp, a new organization, that's division. When Silas Muhammad did his own thing,
not an organization.
Division. Marvin Muhammad, division.
So
the Nation of Islam.
The Nation of Islam, right? Never had Elijah Muhammad never had a problem with Allah at all. Period. He left because they only seen the divinity of Allah and Master Fawad Muhammad, and he had an issue with that.
He's divisive. He was teaching something different than the Nation of Islam, and they got offended, like you said. They had a problem with that. So they felt like he was being divisive.
So the Nation of Islam, they didn't take. If you wasn't 18 years or older, you couldn't even be in the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, you can't join the races.
That means there was a lot of people not being even taught the truth, right? So that's how.
You can't join. Okay, brother, trust me. You can't join. My boy DJ Folk is Nation of Islam, bro. We got a lot of members. Again, it's a religious channel. We got a lot of Nation of Islam members here. So let me tell you.
That's not, you talking about today's Nation of Islam. I'm talking about the first.
No, I'm not talking about today. I'm not talking today. I'm talking about, brother. My boy DJ Folk is like third generation. His dad went to the University of Islam. DJ Folk's dad was born in the Nation of Islam. And he went to the University of Islam. So I'm talking the same thing you talking. And his dad and DJ Folk's dad, his grandfather converted. But DJ Folk and his dad, they were born in the Nation of Islam. Very powerful men in New Jersey. They know Kareem Cathcart that just passed away, that was fingered out as being responsible. It was like allegedly being responsible for Malcolm X's assassination. But that was Newark Mosque, right? So I'm well aware of all the history and everything. But I do know this. I do know Nation of Islam felt like the 5% was being divisive because they left the ranks and they went and did their own thing. And I'm not saying wrong or right. That's what Father Allah felt was best, but he was called divisive. So what we're doing, we feel like it's best. Okay, we feel like we have a identity that's taken over by any black immigrant that comes to the country. They are automatically one of us. Okay, without experiencing what we experienced, without a legacy of slavery, Jim Crow, convict leasing, sharecropping, and
yes, I understand all of that. But what I find funny, right? It's like soon as all these connections started with the continent and dual citizenship, then this divisiveness, then this FBA or all this come about, right? It's like, at the end of the day, to me, it's about respect, right? You know what I mean? It's the disrespect. Nobody, you respect by being who you are. Like if you can't.
Yeah, we're foundational Black America. That's exactly. We are American descendants of slaves. That's what we are, and we're the only American descendant slave. Nobody else is, and we don't want nobody tagging on.
So all I can say, I wish you well with that ideology, right? That's not an ideology that I follow or focus.
Yeah, you don't have to.
You know what I mean? I don't even know if I respect or don't respect it. I don't have no opinion. But the only opinion I do have is I don't like how we coming at each other when it's bigger than all of that. Like, you know what I mean? The same person that colonized these person, the same person that enslaved us, right? It's just like what you said. It was the same person. They might have been different writers. It was the same person.
The French did that to Haiti. The British did that to.
I'm talking about crackers, man. I don't think I had to.
Oh, see.
We can't. Right? So if you're talking about these are the same people that sat at the Berlin Conference in 1863 or 1890, whatever one.
You mean 1894, somewhere around there.
Yeah, whenever they sat at that conference, right? So that's what I'm saying. That
they had the only two countries that didn't participate. Wait, do you know the only two countries that didn't participate in the Berlin carving up Africa?
Who? Russia didn't have no Africans.
Russia and United States of America, brother. Russia and the United States are the only two countries that didn't carve up Africa.
So I'm saying that it's still
right. So we're not the same
people. It still was people that it was white people that came from Europe that enslaved African people and brought them over here. It was European people that colonized Africa. It was European people that colonized the Caribbean. What's not the same? Like what's
not the same is this. Okay, let me answer your question. Okay, there's a reason why the Caribbean has a organization called CARICOM. Okay, they are suing because they understand all Europeans ain't the same. They are suing the British government and holding them responsible of the colonization, the drainage of resources, the dehumanization that they cause, all those horrible things they did over there. They're not suing the French government. They're not suing the Irish. They're not suing Russia. They're not suing the United States. They're suing the British government. So you have to be clear that Belgium is responsible for Rwanda. Okay, so they can't go, y'all the same. I'm just gonna sue the richest white country. No, you gotta go after who called you home. Hiroshima, Japan's gonna come after the United States. They're gonna come after Russia.
You mixing oranges and apples, right? I wasn't even talking about on that level. I'm talking about the devil is the devil, son. I don't give a fuck. I don't care
what's the devil?
I don't care what they. My understanding, I call the devil the white man. You might call him something else, and that's cool, right?
Is that in the teachings?
What's teaching?
The teaching, the 5% teaching. Is the devil only the white man, or there could be black devils too?
There's no such thing as a black devil. Somebody might deal with devilishment, but there's no such thing as a black devil.
Okay. So get down. So devil is also devil is also an action.
I'm just saying the white man. That's what I'm just using the devil to this. I'm not going into all of that. I'm just saying these Caucasians. I use Caucasians. I use Europeans. I use whatever. But what I'm saying is at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, over here in America, right? Us beefing with other people about something.
We're not beefing. But that's why I wanted to talk to you. That's why I wanted to talk to you, right? Because I didn't want you to run with your narrative, whatever you thought it was. I want you to speak to somebody who represents FBA ideology. So I wanted to say that all we did was this. Because this all really started from Obama running for president. Okay, he was being called the first black president. So a lot of Foundation of Black Americans, or what you want to call Black Americans, a lot of people was like, nah, he's from Kenya. Like he's the first Kenya president. Or he's the first mulatto president. His mother's white, but we rejected that term black for him. Okay, so that's when folks started to get confused. Like, well, what's black? So when Elijah Muhammad defined black, it wasn't a color, because obviously Elijah Muhammad was nowhere near dark, and neither was Malcolm X or even Master Muhammad. So black was an experience in America. It was a slave experience. So when you were black, that represented you. That could tie your lineage to slavery. You went through horrific things to the United States American government, all right? So black was just reserved for us in the 60s. When we were calling ourselves black,
in the 60s, the Nigerians were calling themselves Nigerians, Haitians, Jamaicans. Nobody was calling themselves black but us in America. So people start to adopt that term as they move to America in mass numbers in the 90s. They started to be cool with us. We called them black. They called themselves black. The same way they use the N-word, because we would speak to them, the Puerto Rican, whatever, and they'll use it. But it was never for them. It's just by proxy, association, close demographics that they borrow some of the things we called ourselves. But it was an exclusive term for just black Americans. Example, free blacks. So there's something called free blacks. Paul Cuff, Alexander Cromwell, and all those guys who were free. Dred Scott tried to be free. Biddy Mason got free. And they were called free blacks, not free Africans, not free Nigerians, not free something else.
So
they were called free blacks.
All that. I'm trying to follow, like, so what is the problem?
No, we don't have a problem. They have a problem with us.
Who was the they?
Okay, the they is the black immigrants. They got a problem with us claiming identity that's exclusive to just us. People just can't hijack it. Like I can't call myself a Haitian out of nowhere and be taken serious.
That's all. Like I said, yo, that's y'all thing. I don't have, like me, like I don't even see the relevancy or like, but I'm not against anybody doing what they need to do, whatever they feel.
That's what we ask. We just ask folks to stand down and let us do what we do. That's all we ask. We ask. But the thing is, but guess what? Like you said, you said, all right, whatever, man, y'all do what y'all want to do. But that's not what we got from them. They're stepping in saying you're not that. You're African or something else. So they're defining us by what they feel is comfortable for them. And we're like, hey, nah, that's not our identity. First of all, there's no African country. There's no African flag. So we were definitely not that. Like we're American and we're black. And we helped founded the country, and we definitely built this country. Like nobody could argue that. So that's why I said black American. We just putting the foundation there for respect. Hey man, don't forget, because folks come over here and don't know our history. They don't know what they don't know nothing about our ancestry at all, especially like Black Reconstruction and Black Wall Street and North Carolina, Durham. They don't know nothing about that. Okay, Maggie Lane and Walker. They know nothing about us being millionaires and white folks coming and stripping it away, burning our cities down, or urban renewal, just putting highways through them. They don't know that history. They just see us screwed up today. And they look at us and look at themselves and think, wow, I just got here yesterday and I got a loan, I got a company, a business. And this guy been here his whole life and he's pretty much house to house. And then they judge us based on that.
That's not even accurate. Like black people got mad shit over here. I don't even like. So it's like it's a lot of inaccuracy. I think the conversation is y'all speaking past each other, not to each other.
No, we are definitely speaking plain English. So Obama kicked it off, but it really blew up when we started to ask for reparations in 2014, because a lot of black immigrants who were born here or just got here, they will include themselves. Like, hey, yeah, reparations, yeah, let's get it. And we'll be like, wait a minute, ain't nothing for you. What you mean? I'm black too. Yeah, you black, I guess. Yeah, I'm American too. I guess you're black American, right? Yeah, but you're not foundational. Your ancestors are not old. Your ancestors come from Nigeria, Jamaica, Haiti. Whatever they owed is from over there. You're not owed anything here. And you're not entitled to anything here. When we did the Civil Rights Movement, that was for, when they had colors only, whites only, that wasn't for Jamaicans. That wasn't for Spanish people, okay? That was the only colored folks was us. Now everybody's colored now. Now you got people of color, everybody colored now. But those signs was never for them. So we're not gonna let people hijack our lineage, and then if there's some set asides, because they still ain't made good with us. White folks still ain't made good with us. So we're trying to get them to make good of us in the form of reparation. That's not just money, that's land and maybe free college, or we could work something out. But that's only for us. It's not for blacks who are here and anchor the baby. No, we like you, we respect you, But this is our thing. This check got my name on it. That land got my name on it. And it got my land. It only got my name on it because it's really my ancestors. I'm receiving it on her behalf or his behalf because they were wrong and never compensated.
I don't think nobody should have a problem with that.
That's the problem we're having. They're having a problem with it. See, now you see. Yeah, and that's why I want to talk to you, because I feel like if I put it that way, I feel like you would be more on chord with us. Even you still could agree, you still could disagree, but I feel like you would be more understanding with this.
No, I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, listen, like, I don't like using double negatives, but I am not understanding. Like, I'm saying I don't like the unnecessary bickering and beefing when I know that, it's still a bigger picture out there, right? You know what I mean? It's still a bigger picture.
Nah, I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean. Like, you didn't just see, soon as this dude got ushered into this presidency, a lot of his tactics, it's the same tactics out of the Hitler playbook, out of the fascist playbook.
Well, not towards Foundation Black. So whatever he's doing, maybe other folks are doing that, right?
It's for the whole country.
Can you give me an example of something he did that's affecting?
300,000. When they did that bullshit push with DEI, which they don't even agree, they still 300,000 black women in the last quarter are out of work. Educated black women. Now, black women is single mothers, right? This is what.
No.
I said this is what they say. I didn't say.
No. That's not what it said. No, I know what you read. No, that's not what it said.
No. I'm saying.
No, but they're not though. Those women were married.
Black women. Those are okay. They was married, right? So
because they weren't foundation. They were immigrants.
All 300,000 of them wasn't immigrants.
Okay, bro. Okay, do me a favor. Go back to that report and show me that those people were native Black Americans. You go do that for me. You go show me that none of them were there's a small percentage of them that was immigrants or second gen or third gen. That DEI was not for us, bro. We don't benefit from welfare. We don't benefit from no government assistance. We don't benefit from affirmative action. That DEI stuff was for white women.
No, white women. I'm not even saying. I'm not saying the DEI per se. We got positions. I'm saying when they start pushing it, it gave everybody
but you put up on black though, and but bro, that's the problem I'm trying to tell you. See, it's like you said, you can't at one side of your mouth say we against the beast, and then play the beast game. The beast purposely called Foundation Black Americans black, and they purposely called immigrants black. So now when they say black men, black women, we don't know who they talking about. So
I'm looking at the effect. You stuck on.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the effect.
That didn't affect us at all.
I'm looking at. So you think none of those hundreds of executive orders that he passed affected us? Didn't affect us? You don't think all these extra police that they putting on the street, all these raids and ICE in these neighborhoods?
That's all about immigration. Hell no, they got illegal immigrants running and shaking in the booths. We laughing, still rolling dice in the street.
We still rolling dice. They just was all up in Brooklyn turning people goddamn.
Yeah, because that whole but do you know it's 3 million? It's like 3. Yeah, do you know it's 1 million illegals, and I think it's over 1 million illegals just in New York itself.
No, I'm saying people. Listen. I'm saying people.
So I like ICE.
I'm saying people that customarily put the grills out in front of their buildings, chill, and talk to their men and their family while it's hot outside. They out there flipping shit over. That ain't no immigrant shit.
That's fake news.
That ain't no fake news.
You just made that up.
I saw it. What you talking about? What I made up?
Yeah,
bro?
I don't deal with anecdotal information because I could say something too, but that don't mean my personal experience is the representation of what's going on. Remember, you're talking to me. You're talking to me because you're trying to paint a bigger picture. But you can't minimize it to what you've seen.
Listen.
Because in that case, you probably seen Jesus too.
Maybe I did, right?
and the aliens. So I can't go with that.
You know what? It's peace, brother. It was good talking to you.
Oh yeah. I'm so glad we had that. Yeah, yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Enjoy your evening and stay humble. Peace.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Have a good one. Hey, put that down. Hey, no, bring it over here. Let me open it. Wait, don't open that. You're gonna bring it over here. Okay. So yeah, he really hung up. Okay, so now let me put his name in the chat. Yeah, so he made a video. So I want y'all to see who this dude is. He really hung up like a coward. See, now he felt different, right? Oh, yeah, I don't, what did he say? He said, I don't see why people would disagree with that. Exactly. I told you, family, I reach out to these folks. And I try to bring them over here and have a conversation, but I ain't gonna let him ramble. See, on his platform, he just rants and rambles. And I knew he would do that, so I said, that's why I was cutting in, because he's not gonna stop. He's one of let me finish guys, and I ain't finished. So yeah, I'm gonna cut in. I had to be aggressive on that guy. All right, so now let me show you who this guy is. Okay. Let me find this dude's video. I got some other folks I'm supposed to be linking up with. I told you, family, y'all keep liking the video. Keep pulling up in large numbers, large likes. I use that as leverage to get these guys on. They're clout chasers, okay? They just want to be seen. They don't care how wrong they are. They don't care how they get embarrassed. They just, because they believe all exposure is good exposure, okay? So, but y'all got to pull up, especially when I title it a debate. He's going to see himself out there. He think he did good, by the way. All right. So he's gonna watch it over like he did good. Well, hold on. Let me show you who this guy is. I had it right here the whole time. Okay, here he is. As you can see, it's very, very scary. Just saying a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, you're divisive. Then I show how the 5% nation was divisive. And that's a fact, family. I didn't say anything wrong. Talk to any Nation of Islam member, especially like an older person. They'll tell you the 5% was 100% divisive. They cut themselves off from the ranks of the NOI and they started their own thing. The NOI respected them. Well, after a while, they hated them for a long time, and they wasn't going nowhere. So they just kept it, civil in the streets. But they never liked them. When I was a member, when I first seen them come into one of our meetings, they told me to stay away from them. All right. So they'll smile and kiki, but they never really liked the 5%. They felt like they were lawless, and which a lot of them are. They drink liquor, smoke everything under the sun, and a lot of them sell drugs. You dig? They in the streets fighting. They got gangs in Rikers Island, 5% gangs in there. You dig? The Nation of Islam felt like they are just a bad representation for the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. They say, look at this guy. They call him NIGGAS. Okay, that's a fact. And when I get DJ Foger there, he's gonna vouch. Like, he might try to be a little political, but I'm gonna try to persuade him to be honest. Like, nah, speak truth to power, dude. All right, so this is the guy right here.
So on my way to work, I was looking at TikTok. A content creator popped up from Liberia, a Liberian American, and she was talking about Essence 2025. And it seemed to be like this year, Essence 2025 wasn't highlighting Black American culture. They had African elements.
Hold on. I'm sorry. It's freezing. I got you. Hold on.
The Essence Festival to a Liberian. The lady that organized the Essence Festival is Kenyan. So they brought Caribbean and African traditional elements into the festival. On surface value, I don't see nothing wrong with it, right? But here comes the problem, right? Definitely over the last 5, maybe 10 years, especially since I've been home, you've been having Africans, right, throw darts at Black Americans. So hence, you got a whole new movement that sprang out, FBA. I'm a Black American, both sides of my family. Like, so I don't go by the term FBA. I'm Black American, period. Black.
Now I asked him, what's the difference? Like he didn't understand the question because he's so belligerent. I said, what is the difference between a foundational Black American and a Black American? Yeah, it's like he got so much hate and disdain for us that went over his head. Hey, dude, there's no difference. They're just we just emphasizing the foundational part. It's the same thing. We just put an F there, and he didn't give me a chance to even ask him, are you Black American? Yeah. Are you foundational to this country? Were your ancestors? Yeah, foundation. I mean, I was trying to go there, but he just wouldn't stop talking. The dude, yeah, I hate when guys talk with no punctuation marks, no commas, semicolons, periods, exclamation marks, question marks. You just keep talking and talking. Just no. Can you imagine a dude writing a sentence? Like, God damn.
Black American is the only American people in this country. Black Americans come from a bunch of different African cultures, language, and traditions that had to make their way through some of the most brutal oppression during slavery and after slavery. But most of y'all don't know Black American history, and even Black Americans don't really know their true history.
Now, with him saying that, who is convinced by this phone call I had with him that he knows Black American history? Who's convinced? Who's convinced? You know, come on. I hate when people say that. They're the main ones that don't know it.
Over here in America. Cool. So you have factions within inside of the Black American feel like their accomplishments and their contributions to America.
I gotta stop it. It's freezing. Hold on.
Doubt or minimized. This is not a nutcracker. This is the juice. I've been juicing lately. This is like beet juice, pineapple juice, and kale. I'm trying to be on my health kick. But back to the topic. So,
all right, I gotta read new comments. So, peace to Kev, peace to Pinky, Spirit Within, Golden Brown, FLA Trucker, V4 Vengeance, FBA Ronnie, Claude in the chat, Muck. Okay. So Blue Line Footage says, why will Caribbeans leave their pretty island? Okay, then Blue Line, wait, who was that? Who was that? Oh, yeah, same guy. Well, LL. So Blue Line came back and said, my aunt is FBA, but is making a move to the Caribbean. She's obsessed with wanting to be Caribbean. Just like Caribbeans. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. So let me give you your lineage wrench. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the lineage and the cookout. All right, everybody liked the video. I know it's late. One Nation, I see you in there. But the more y'all pull up and like the video, I can use as leverage, and I'm going to keep getting folks on here that got a lot to say about us in dark. I'm going to bring that thing to the light.
When Kwame Nkrumah came to...
So Derek says, all of our mounds and architecture, buildings, and designing things, worthy foundational-based Black American straight ruling. Yeah, let me give Derek Gantz an FBA wrench. Right, lineage wrench. Like the video, subscribe, join us often. I'm here normally in the morning, and sometimes I come this hour, but I'm usually here in the morning. 10 a.m. Proper perspective says, so how do we force the government to end benign neglect? Well, everything is in steps. Okay, I'm a chess teacher. I can tell you firsthand, you ain't checkmating nobody without necessary steps in his hands. Okay, so you first got to push your pawns, right? And you know the pawns are the slowest moving piece on the board. So nothing is going to be an overnight solution, but you got to make steps. And our biggest step, our biggest jump, okay, was a night L jump. We delineated, all right? So that's the first part, okay? We stopped letting the American government be inclusive with our cultural identity. We said, nah, we ain't doing that game no more, all right? Just like you said, 300,000 black women, see, you got to watch that. That black meant absolutely nothing in today's time. That could have been 300,000 black immigrants. We'll never know because they didn't specify. So if you're going to act like the FBA, well, guess what? I'm going to act like they're immigrants. Who's right, who's wrong? Because it just say black. Yeah, so we ain't doing that. We ain't falling for that. East side of town, peace, the Watcher. No check without progress. Exactly. Dominicans hate Haitians for a good reason.
America, he lived in Harlem for a while. He went to a HBCU, Lincoln University. When he became Prime Minister of Ghana, he been inviting black Americans.
Yeah, before, so that part fit the mud. And like, I try to have, now, I'm human. Sometimes I, be a little aggressive, sometimes I be too, not even little. Sometimes I be too aggressive unnecessarily. I do that. Especially in the morning, I don't really eat anything. I drink a lot of coffee. So I'm like hyped up, you dig? So my fault before I was a little hyped up and I could have been easier with the dialogue and communication. That's my fault. See, I could come back as a lineage relative and admit that. Like, I could have been easier. I ain't have to be so aggressive and loud. So I was trying not to. So I seen it happen with this brother. So I did a woo-saw and I had checked myself and I started to calm down, but meanwhile stay strong and stern, but not too much.
This is why Ghana have all those different programs for people in African diaspora to return back home. Caribbeans, mainly Jamaicans, Marcus Garvey, came to America looking.
Oh my God! See, now if he was too everywhere and he was very belligerent, I would have loved to ask him about Marcus Garvey. Y'all know that's my favorite. And we got other brothers that's hating on this that's supposed to link up with me. Probably. Okay, he's free now. Okay. I gotta go. Oh my God. All right, family. He's free right now. Another dude that's hating on us. Let me finish playing this. I think we're going to Olive Garden. Let me see what's up. God damn. All right. Let me just see what it is. Hold on.
For Booker T. Washington.
So another hater is ready right now. Damn. Wait, let me at least respond. Let me respond. He's on free. He said he's just not saying it. Supposed to go. I'm writing the guy right now to the Olive Garden. If that's still the plan. If so, we'll hook up later about 10 p.m. I'm gonna say 10:30 p.m. if that's cool with you. Eastern time. Okay. Just let me know. All right. I'm getting all these guys on
here. Who passed away a year before he came. They didn't have internet back then, so he didn't know that, right? But he came to the South, Alabama, looking for a black American, right? It shows you that our people that we look up to and respect are more wiser than some of you dumb people right now today, right? And so what y'all doing, y'all falling into the Willie Lynch curse. He said you keep introducing different concepts and they keep them divided for another 300 years, right? So Africans and a lot of Caribbeans, Black Americans paved the way for you technically to be in this country, right? Because we fought, we bled, we got lynched, raped, murdered, we fought back. We had to fight for what they call civil rights.
Yeah, family. The plan is Olive Garden, so I'm gonna try to get this guy later, like 10:30, like 10:30 p.m. All right, the other guy.
Which I find nonsense. You'll hear
Yeah, my fault, family. Hold on. Let me fix the audio. My fault. The audio going in and out, in and out, in and out. Let me fix the audio a little better. Give me a second to fix. How's everybody doing? Everybody, Monday is great. Hope everybody Monday is great. Let me fix this audio. But family, what you're witnessing is why people don't like to call in and be challenged. Mike Tyson said everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Everybody is right with their bullshit research until they're challenged. So you're looking at the number one reason why nobody likes to call in an FBA platform or even want to be on the same platform as an FBA person. An FBA person who acknowledges the FBA, not just that's cool. That's not because of lineage. You have to acknowledge your FBA, right? You have to know that. ADOS, we know how to defend the lineage and these weak talking points. So proper perspective was the first guy. And now this guy right here, the Shabazz Divine, 5% of bullshit guy. He was another one, right? And you see both of them called in. Neither one of them were like confident. The first dude was like over emotional. He had an attitude when he first started talking. He don't want to debate, but he'll only debate. Hold on. Yes. He didn't want to debate, but he'll only debate. Shit. Yeah, so he didn't want to debate. Let me share my screen. He don't want to debate. He'll only debate. Why am I getting feedback? I see why. Yeah. So he didn't want to debate when he said something that was ridiculous. The dude, the proper perspective dude, and all he does right now is make trolling videos about FBS. Like, dude, you already got cooked, dude. Your career is over. All this FBA hate videos. But give me a second to finish the video. Dude gonna say the first dude gonna say, well, it depends which historian you listen to, family. That's not how research go. Research ain't any, mini, money, mo, or pick the historian that you like. There's something called credible or the consensus. He's talking about, well, your historian might say this, but my historian might say this. That's not how that shit works, man. That's not how history works. My historian, your historian. Like, dude, you're full of shit. All right. It's one. Six. All right. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let this one finish. This one's almost done. Okay. Once it's done, I'm gonna cover Soul City. Soul City was an attempt in the late 70s, early 80s to rebuild a Black Wall Street with government grants and fundings and stuff like that. So once this ends, I'm gonna come back and go over Soul City, something you guys probably never heard of until you tune in my channel. But it's all good. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right, hold on. Right. So this one will be done in 10 minutes exactly. And after 10 minutes, I'm going to go over Soul City. And this is for the Larry Elders and everybody who want to pretend systemic racism ended in 1968 with the FHA, the Fair Housing Act, which a lot of people believe. A lot of people believe racism ended in 1968, 1970. If you ask any conservative, when did systemic racism end, they're going to tell you 1970 or 1968. So Soul City would be a case in point that no, systemic racism was around during the early 80s. So that kind of debunked their position.
Years, right? So Africans and a lot of Caribbeans, Black Americans paved the way for you technically to be in this country, right? Because we fought, we bled, we got lynched, raped, murdered, we fought back. We had to fight for what they call civil rights.
Yeah, family. The plan is Olive Garden, so I'm gonna try to get this guy later, like 10:30, like 10:30 p.m. All right, the other guy.
Which I find nonsense. You're human. It's only human.
Hey, who is that? Hey, move out the way. Okay. Chief Jones, you said he's slow. Chief Jones, you gotta rewind. So to top this off, we were debating, right? Did you think he's slow down? Just listen to our back and forth. Okay, you're gonna really think he's slow. Proper perspective is how does that get us reparations from Uncle Sam, Muk? Well, why are you debating Muk? You're supposed to be willing to talk to me. I'm the host who's trying to have this conversation with as many Black people as possible. I'm trying to spread awareness.
Human rights.
Yes.
Right? So in a lot of what we did, y'all was able to ride the coattails of Black Americans. That's just the fact, right? Most of you people, whether you're a Black American, whether you are African from one of those countries in Africa or from one of those countries in Caribbean, y'all are silly people, man. When I was coming up, I didn't hear all this bickering. You might have had the Jamaicans didn't like the Haitians, the Dominicans didn't like the Puerto Ricans, and I didn't understand why. But hey, that wasn't for me to understand. But I've ate in Jamaican people houses. I've ate in Panamanian people houses. I've ate in Belize people houses. I've ate in Trinidadian people houses, right? I've ate in Puerto Rican people houses. I've ate in Dominican people houses. I'm talking about as a youth. So what I hear going on now, it doesn't make sense to me. Let me share this with you, right, if I may. When white people come from Russia, Ukraine, France, German, Italy, Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, right? They just don't abdicate their cultural heritage, but when they come over here, you know what they say? They white Americans, right? Because you don't see in the demographics, when you fill out the census, it doesn't have none of these things over here. But when Caribbeans come over here, when different ethnic Africans come over here, y'all go out y'all way to show separation, right? And all you doing is playing into the hands of the same mentality that colonized your country, right? Because the only people that are your natural allies over here in this country is Black Americans, right? And if you're going to continue to come over here, then you need to learn and understand the social, political, and cultural history of Black Americans. I know most of y'all just come to cities. Y'all haven't been into the deep South or certain spots out west or Midwest, right? That's not a city. But do not allow Do not allow a false sense of reality to make you think that you are better than Black Americans, right? And Black Americans, stop being so reactionary, because there's somebody behind it all pulling the strings, being a puppet master. And y'all don't even see it, right? Y'all don't even see it. I've never heard the level of nonsense, because that's what it is. It's nonsense that I've been hearing, especially lately, right? I don't care if you call yourself an FBA. I don't care what type of African you are. I don't care what type of Caribbean you are. If you don't see yourself as one with us, you're not going to survive over here, right? Because in America, politics is a numbers game. Look at, it wasn't even no such thing as Latinos before I left in 1995. I heard the word Hispanic used. I've never heard the word Latino or Latinx. So, right? At the end of the day, we have a sophisticated enemy, right? And it's called white supremacy. And if you can't see that what's going on right now today, then I don't know what to tell you, right? Because all we gonna do, whether you Black American, African, Caribbean, is we gonna keep fracturing. We gonna keep looking at each other like we competitors. We're not competitors. We can't, Black Americans can't be y'all competitors, for one. Right? We in our own country, so we can't be y'all competitors, right? That's just a fact, right? But what we are is your natural allies, right? Because I'm pretty sure when those police shot Amo Diablo, talking about he had a gun when he had his keys or his wallet in his hand, they ain't see no Senegalese person. They saw a nigga. When those police in Brooklyn shoved that plunger up Abner Luwama, if I'm saying his name wrong, pardon me, his hind part, tore his rectum, knocked his teeth out, while all those other police held him down, and Johnny Cochran got him one of the biggest settlements in New York City history for police brutality. They didn't see no Haitian or no Caribbean person. They saw a nigga, right? They saw a nigga. We need to knock that stuff off, because we don't have no issues, right? I love Jollof rice. Senegalese, Nigerian, and Ghana. I don't know which one of y'all have the best rice yet. It depends on who actually cooking it, right? And I'm still searching. So I don't got no ruling on that. So when I see y'all, I don't see y'all as no competition to me. I don't see y'all as no competitors to me. I see family, yo. Because I grew up how I grew up, and that's probably the greatest thing about being from Brooklyn, yo. I don't see the hang-ups that a lot of people see or have, right? And I don't feel I need to defend Black America. Because I am Black American. I'm standing over here in America. So why would I need to defend that, yo? But what y'all need to do is upgrade y'all knowledge, upgrade y'all historical understanding, upgrade how we always help. When South Africa was under the apartheid regime, when that international boycott, it was people over here, Black Americans, leading the charge. I remember that in the 80s. I was in middle school helping to dismantle Apartheid. You younger people, man, y'all some of the most ignorant people. I don't care if you Black American, I don't care if you African, I don't care if you Caribbean, yo. When I go check my bro that I knew since we was 10 years old, he from Trinity, right? He always think that Trinity got better sorrel than Jamaica. I don't know. They both taste good to me, right? When I go to the Jamaican spot and get curry goat or jerk chicken over rice and peas with that oxtail gravy and cabbage and plantains, I never had a bad experience in a Jamaican spot. I don't know. Like, I don't know where we at right now, yo.
Family, I have no idea what he was talking about. But let me say this though. I remember. So let me go back to this video right. 1 second. Let me show y'all something. I'm gonna go back to the video real quick about the African disgusting Tethers.
Was estranged from her husband.
This disgusting African mulatto Tethers is a conservative, and I can point out that 2.47 million subscribers. And look what she's arguing. Like, she's helping Larry Elder because the three major myths of systemic racism. So they're trying to act like systemic racism does not exist anymore. Larry Elder and these folks believe it ended when the civil rights movement was over, right? So they will agree that it was once here. The average conservative will not dare deny systemic racism during Jim Crow. So that's so obvious. Like, you'll rarely catch one deny systemic racism during Jim Crow. Instead, what they do is they deny it after Jim Crow. They say, okay, cool. It was here, now it's gone. What's the excuse now? Like that's like the hardcore stand. That's something Charlie Kirk would have argued. Okay, it was here, you were crying, it's gone, now what? You're equal. You have as many opportunities as the immigrants. Why are they thriving? Why are you not thriving? Like, that's their stance, their contract. Okay. So let me go right here, just for a right around.
Of racism against Black people, saying, you know, even when Black people try to succeed and create something like Black Wall Street, which,
you know what? I think sorry, my sheet. I made that. Oh well, hold on. Let me look at Jared Pellet. Let me see if that was mentioned there. I think it was mentioned here. Let me see.
White supremacist.
Get a second to double check to see if it was that they argue systemic racism here. Because I know they argue white supremacy, but white supremacy, that's kind of close, but like it's different. It's actually different. A white supremacy. Okay. I want to go to where they might have argued it. I know he argued it with him, or he argued it with Schultz. He argued it with somebody. One of these white supremacists. God dang.
Know how to get rid of the monsters, and that way you can scare people into perpetuity. The white supremacists have done this with systematic racism. Black people are the boogeymen. I'm going to scare you, give me money for the next religious service. So that's what I'm going to prove today, that white supremacy is a complete global system that dominates all areas of activity.
All right.
Well,
Go ahead and respond, Jared.
well, I'm fascinated to hear that white supremacy dominates the world. I suppose that means that white supremacy dominates Japan and Korea, China, all of these countries that are being extremely successful and are better than white countries in export.
All right, so that wasn't quite it. 1 second. 1 second. Maybe this is
How come we got into a situation where white people can't be open about it? That sounds like another failure of white supremacy.
No, white people can be very open about systematic white supremacy. They are.
okay, so denying it, but not the way I want. One more chance.
Intelligent. Why the need for systematic deprivation? Why would the white supremacists do things like not allow black people to read, make it illegal for black people to read, which is what happened here in the United States for a long time? Why would they do that for people who are?
Today is a white supremacist society. Talking about the United States today, you're saying the United States today is a white supremacist society. I do not deny. I do not deny that in the past the United States could be described as white supremacist. But let's get back.
I told you, family, they're not going to deny it. So I told you, I know their arguments. They're not going to deny that systemic racism wasn't here at one point. They would admit to that. They're going to deny that it exists today post Jim Crow. That's what they're going to deny.
The Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer the question. That's a very valid question. If we were, and they were saying the same thing you're saying back then, back in the 1800s, the 1900s, they would say the same thing, that black people, our IQs are just not high. We're not as intelligent. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote a whole book, Letters from the State of Virginia, about how our IQs, not our IQ, but how our intelligence level was just so low. But at the same time, black people were not allowed to read. So why would you not allow a people to read and make it a crime if they were already less intelligent? I'm trying to understand.
First of all, Letters from the State of Virginia, it has only a few little remarks about blacks. It's about the state of Virginia. I mean, I realize that you think that white people are obsessed with by black people, and that's all they ever think about 24 hours a day.
And you know, that book was the foundation of modern white supremacy ideology. You know that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't in fact know that, but Letters from the State of Virginia covers a lot.
Go on and on about how inferior black people were.
Look, there are just a few passages in that book about black people.
And how inferior we were in that book. In those few passages, he was talking about how inferior we were.
He thought that blacks on average were less intelligent than whites. Now, nobody ever pretended, no one ever pretended that there were not some blacks who could read. No one.
That's okay. So now let's get. Okay, so let's get Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk already did that.
Hello. Oh.
Charlie Kirk likes to argue systemic racism doesn't exist. Maybe he's going to give me what I want to do.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Andrew. All right.
You have a question, right? Or you do?
So I wanted to talk with you about, again, the 1350. So earlier I did chime in when you were talking with Jackson. You said 2020 with the George Floyd protests that nobody was talking about the nuclear family, which I think that they're separate issues.
Okay, but that's fine. But can you first acknowledge that no one was talking about the nuclear family?
Right, hold on. Before I do that, 1 second. I might have. This might be more direct. Let me see. This is more direct.
So I want you to answer me this: how is it that coming up in Chicago, East Garfield and coming up in Cabrini Green some, can you tell me how is it that coming from a city like that and getting to a place where we came from a single parent home to a no parent home, can you tell me how is it that I was able to get married, which in June I'll be married 24 years. I have a 23-year-old son and a 21-year-old son, got through school, got a degree, went back and got another one. Can you explain to me how systemic racism kept me from doing that?
It doesn't. Systemic racism didn't, because every person can make good decisions and flourish in this country regardless of the color of their skin.
So then how is it that somebody like me did it though? I mean, wait, I'm black. I'm coming up in a oppressed era, so can you tell me how I was able to achieve that?
You tell me.
Well, from what I'm being told, it's because I was lucky.
I mean, it was probably hard work, good decisions, maybe a pastor or a mentor that, you know, gave you good guidance.
So then why is it so hard for everybody else to look like me to understand that?
You ask them.
Trying to. So I want you.
So in other words, I believe that was staged. I believe that he had Tethers come on there. You see he's doing, he used that tether to say systemic racism does not exist because he was able to be successful, be married, and all these things post Jim Crow, right? So that was a staged debate back and forth to debunk systemic racism. And that's why he said, well, you go tell them. So he did a lot of staged debates, Charlie Kirk, a lot.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, great. Why do you think that no one ever talks about the nuclear family at all publicly?
Maybe a lack of importance in, I mean, that's a very point. Riots or protests. Disagree on that, but
were they mostly peaceful? Let Andrew talk. It takes a lot of courage to come up. I'm going to defend you. Please.
So I think police brutality and the nuclear family are two policing in black neighborhoods. Would you agree? I think that there's over-policing in black neighborhoods. Would you agree?
Not even close. Under-policing, actually. And don't take my word for it. Again, like half of all murders in Chicago aren't even solved. That's bad, right?
Okay, but that's Chicago, okay?
Well, but
you see, like Larry Elder, they usually use one scenario to debunk all scenarios. It's like, yo, what are we doing? It's just bad faith arguments.
Again, about only 60% in Baltimore are solved. It's across the country, but Chicago is America's third largest city, New York, LA, Chicago. Let's just pause right here. In order to solve murders, you need detectives, which are police officers. So we should agree that if you commit a murder, we should find out who it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So half of all murders are not solved. You can fact check me on this. Chicago murder solve rate 50%. You guys can all fact check me on this. So should we need more police then?
I never said I disagree about defunding the police.
No, but you said over-policed. I don't think we have enough. So show me an example. Show me a city where we have too many police.
Hey, how's it going?
And be specific.
Well, I can't come up with any specific example.
Well, but you said that we're
All right,
over-policed. You got to give me some specifics. It can't be an abstraction. You got to tell me the city in America that is over-policed, because I'd be interested to know about that city.
Well, like I said, I don't have any specific examples, but I'm going to pivot.
Because it doesn't exist, though.
I'm going to pivot really quick, if that's okay.
Before you pivot, I just want to teach you something, Andrew. It's easy to say that you're over-policed. You got to back up the data. There's no incident in the country of any city that's over-policed. It does not exist. We have a police staffing shortage in this country. We don't have enough police, but please pivot.
Okay, so to get back, well, really to get back to my point, I think police brutality and the culture, black culture, is two separate things. I think police officers kneeling on someone's neck for 9 minutes is a completely separate incident.
What was George Floyd's cause of death?
Asphyxiation.
Actually, the original medical report by...
Okay, so this is where he's gonna lie now. The original. Well, the original medical report, yeah, but what about the official medical report?
The Hennepin County Examiner said that it was a drug overdose. Did you know that?
But that was hired by the state. An independent coroner reported that it was asphyxiation.
It's interesting. You might be right, but if you guys love truth, you should go and dive into the Derek Chauvin court documents. There's a lot more to the George Floyd situation than anyone ever told you. It really is, and it's a great video. And I'm not even, you might be right, but there's so much more to that circumstance of George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right?
Why is it so hard for them to admit that George Floyd was killed appreciation by the white cop. Why is that just like why we just can't be right one time? Like all of our talking points must be wrong. And this is some of the issues that led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm not being, mean-spirited. I'm saying that when you touch on sensitive topics, okay, you can't pretend that the opposing side is alwaalways wrong. Even when Tethers call in, even when Pan-Africans call in, even when whoever calls in, did so, a Latino guys, sometimes they make a valid point. They're like, okay, cool, you make a valid point. Okay, fine. But that don't just because they make a valid point doesn't mean their overall argument is true. But you can't believe or you can't make people believe that the opposing argument is just, the opposers and their arguments are always wrong, therefore they're crazy. That type of positioning can lead to your own assassination. And don't forget, he's talking about sensitive topics, abortions, gay rights, or gender stuff, pronouns, and racism, politics, public identity. Like these are sensitive religions. These are human-based religion. These are sensitive topics in America. You gotta handle these topics with like care. When you become insensitive, right or wrong, people are gonna react very aggressively towards you. So you gotta handle these topics with care. Like unless somebody's attacking you first, like they're disrespecting you and your arguments, then you gotta meet fire with fire. But a lot of times, like these guys like him had these snarky responses, you're just always wrong, the original report. Like the dude is dead. And you're acting like, oh no, no, it was a visitor man, it was fentanyl. No, that cop should be well, guess what, Charlie? Now you're dead. And somebody could say, oh no, it wasn't bullet, it was fentanyl, something else in your system that helped the bullet, do what it did and the blood to come out. I mean, like you gotta be very, especially somebody died. Like, listen, you want to make sure when you read that medical report, you want to make sure that is the official cause before you be that insensitive on somebody's death. Now, I don't support people being assassinated because of their opinion, but I understand why people would go that far to delete certain people, and it's because you cannot be that insensitive. So even when I talk to Tethers, you can see when I talk to Tethers, sometimes I'm aggressive because I meet their aggression. And like the most part, when I talk to Revenue and American Dream, you see me. I talked to Katie the other day, yesterday, long as hell. Most times I'm calm, collected, and cool because I'm sensitive to the topics. When they start lying outright, yes, I'm going to respond a certain way. But a regular conversation, you're not going to see me be the aggressive.
That also, did you know that what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd was actually in the police manual training? It was completely justified and was trained by his superiors to do. Now, let me ask you a question. How many unarmed black people, on average, are killed by police a year?
Well, I'd have to look up that statistic.
Guess.
Probably over 50%.
Yeah, it's 15 people a year. 15. And that's not my number. That's the Washington Post that came up with it and did a national crime survey. And they even were.
I gotta fact check that. Listen, I'm gonna fact check that. Like these guys, they will lie. Conservatives like him will lie.
Generous, and they.
Him, Larry Elder, and his own, they will lie. So you can't take anything they say, like face value. You have to research, especially crazy things like that. You got to fact check just for your own comfortability.
They said unarmed, meaning you had a weapon nearby or you had a knife that you dropped. So you're talking about police brutality for an incident that happens 15 times a year in a country of 350 million people.
Well, how come, my question to you then, how come you see it so often on
You don't.
social
because
media?
that's a good question, Andrew, because you're being propagandized. You're
That's my fault. That's my fault. Hold on.
Here to tell you that you see it, so you actually don't see it as often as you think. This is emotional targeted videoing to have you think that something exists when it doesn't. We look at the data like, oh, it's 15 times a year, 15 times a year, and it's even lower than that. But do you know what does happen a lot every single year? Is that there's over 100,000 drug overdoses every single year. We don't talk about that. We don't. We should totally agree, right? But yet we have this whole thing about police brutality, and no one can ever give me examples where there's too many police, and that's okay. I'm not just picking on you. Just in general, it's easy to get caught up in the abstractions. It's easy to get caught up in the parade and in all the bedlam. But when you dive into it, you realize that it's all brainwashing and it's propaganda.
I guess what I would say in response to that is when you do your own independent research, you can find data to skew in any direction you want it to.
But it's the Washington Post. I'm not just making this stuff up. This is the left. I'm using left-wing sources here. This is not Breitbart.com or Gateway Pundit or the Charlie Kirk Show or the Daily Wire, right? This is the left-wing sources, and I'm not cherry picking because you said police brutality. So then I pinpoint, okay, how many black people are then killed unarmed by police every year? Boom, that's the number. In a population, by the way, where there's tens of millions of black Americans, it's an insignificant sum. And you know that more kids are killed in urban violence going to school or walking to the playground than blacks are killed by police? Yet we don't talk about that as much. The question then is why? Is that here's my belief, is that black America is so abused by the current mainstream media, it's abused by the Democrat Party, and they don't want black Americans to think freely or independently, that they have been used as pawns by the Democrat Party for the last 60 years. That's exactly what is happening right now. And
all right, enough of that garbage. Let me throw this in there.
be respectful, guys. He can do what he wants.
Oh, you're very beautiful, man. I admire you physically. But no homo. I did have a question. Something I don't find very interesting about you. I just want you to answer this one question. Do you understand that as a white man, you do not have to apologize for being white? You just have to acknowledge the racism that happens around you. That is all.
What racism happens around me?
Let's say that a racist police officer shoots me, right, and kills me, right? For you to be a white man and you see that and don't say anything about it, I believe that my community would be upset about that. Now, all you have to do as a white man, you don't have to get on the internet or on Twitter and say, I'm sorry for being white, but you should at least acknowledge the racism that happens around you.
Okay, well, yeah, if an individual act of racism happens,
that is just taking accountability for what happens around you.
Hold on a second. First of all, I don't have to be accountability for a whole race, do I? Why do I have to be accountable for the white race?
For yourself.
Right. So if I'm racist, I'll take responsibility for that.
You probably are not racist, but
well, thank you. So then why do I have to comment on somebody else's racism?
For the racism around you. Not pretend that it doesn't happen around you. Like, again, the example that I gave you, that if I was shot by a police officer and you found out that person was racist, right? Now,
but why would you say take responsibility? How can I take responsibility for somebody else's actions?
What you should do is just take accountability and say, hey, yes, that was racist, instead of saying, no, that officer wasn't racist.
Well, hold on. You got to show me an instance and an example, but we're talking about such a micro problem that doesn't exist. Do you know that a black person is 18.5 times more likely to shoot and kill a police officer than a police officer is to go and shoot an unarmed black man?
But is that the question that I asked you?
No, you asked a hypothetical about if I'm going to take accountability for a racist police officer.
So again...
But do you understand, if I inverted it on you, would you take accountability for all the blacks killing police in America?
That was funny.
No, would you? Why don't you take accountability for all the blacks killing police in New York?
I wouldn't take accountability for it, but what I would say is, yes, there are a lot of black people in my community who do dumb things to other black people and to other white people. What I would not do is just pretend that it doesn't happen, so that, like I said, you as a white man has to do the same thing.
I acknowledge it happens. I also acknowledge it's rarer than lightning striking you when you're outside.
That's it.
But let me ask you, who is Tony Timpa?
That's all I wanted you to. That's all I wanted you to do. Thank you.
I acknowledge it's rare, and I'm not going to have to take responsibility for an entire race at all. It's wrong and it's terrible. I wish we could have continued the conversation. Hello, how are you?
Something I find kind of repulsive is that I believe you said that the Civil Rights Act was bad and that we shouldn't have that.
Okay, well...
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't like you as much as Charlie, though.
First of all, what's your name?
Sorry. I don't want to be, like, filmed and stuff.
Too late.
I'm anonymous, number one. Anonymous guy.
Okay. Well, hello. Nice to meet you, anonymous guy.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah, I believe in part of the essence of the Civil Rights Act went way too far, way too wide.
Oh, how did it go too far?
Well, for example, it created an entire civil rights leviathan that gave us affirmative action.
Civil rights leviathan? What do you mean?
Yeah, so if you can let me finish three words in.
Sorry.
It allowed the Department of Justice to go after people that have different skin color, aka white people, and prevent them from getting jobs in college admissions.
You have a job.
I'm sorry?
You have a job.
No.
So they listen. So when they talk about black folks playing the victim, that's a complete lie. Yvette Carnell did a great job on her channel. She talks about how nobody plays the victim or become more victimized than white men.
You're right, I do. Right, but just until Trump came around, until the Supreme Court decision, thanks to the Civil Rights Act, if you have white skin color, it's much harder to get into a college than if someone has black skin color. Much harder. You have to get higher test scores. It's a much harder pool, largely thanks to the precedent set by the Civil Rights Act. Not to mention all the trans stuff that we're seeing. We're seeing men be able to win trophies and medals from women across the country, and they use the Civil Rights Act to justify it.
Okay, I think I see where you're coming from. So you think that it's harder for white people because black people they could have lower tech scores again?
It's not what I think. It's the fact.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
You know what's crazy is that he should have asked Charlie Kirk, was it right to have systemic racism benefit white people for 100 years to create a lopsided in everything in America? And once he say no, it's not right, then how are we gonna right that wrong, right? So why not even the scale with just tipping it the other way for 100 years? So now we're back even again.
Okay.
Or if you don't want to do that, it takes too long, then reparations. That's why we see it can't be nothing. It can't be the scale was tipped for 100 years, which gave white folks a complete huge advantage in everything in America. Ownership, politics, control, the wealth gap, crazy. From that tip of the scale that was largely due to systemic racism, you can't have that huge head start and say, okay, let's all now start now. Let's all be even, equality. That's not how that works. So either we tip the scale the other way for 100 years, or we need financial reparative damages. Okay, we're not taking, oh no, let's just start now evenly. Nobody is oppressed, racially discriminated going forward. That's not how that's going to work.
Well, I guess what I would say too, I think perhaps you're familiar with the term equity, right? Where different people have different circumstances.
It's Marxism. I reject.
Okay. Well, whether you reject it or not, I think it's a prescient concept in this argument. Because what you have to understand is that when for example, you're born in like a black neighborhood, you're born in like O Block or something, like a very, like a, you don't know what O Block is? Oh, well, if you're born there, if you're born in a very poor area like that, with like very low economic opportunity, very, very poor schools with very low ratings, where the average test score is much lower, when you're in that environment, you have the whole system up against you, right? So when you say in that kind of circumstance, when you're facing the whole, I guess, leviathan of systemic racism, when you say that, sorry, let me just finish it. When you say it's fair to, for example, lower the standard because knowing that their circumstances were like that, perhaps based on what they had, what was presented to them, they had the correct amount of merit to get into a school.
Okay, so are you a student here? I'm guessing you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm a student here.
Are you a pretty good student?
Oh, yeah, I would say I'm a good student. I have a pretty high GPA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give your GPA to her because she's a woman of color, please?
Oh, well, you want me to give you a... Well, I mean, I can.
Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, sure.
You'd be good. You cool with that?
Yeah,
So-
I'm fine. Wait, you mean
I want you.
like tell her or like
no,
give it to her?
by force.
Like we're swapping it.
Let me tell you what I'm going to
Okay.
do. By force, white man.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to take your GPA. I'm going to give it to a woman of color.
Okay.
You're cool with that?
I mean, yeah, I can just work back up. Like,
All right.
I know there's no working.
Okay, but my screen froze.
That's the whole point of conservatism, isn't it?
I'm gonna keep on taking it from you because that's equity,
yeah.
and you're cool with that.
What? But that's not
This is equity in practice.
Yeah, and this is how diluted these conservatives are. And when you see a color like a dark skinned conservative, like it's even more confusing and more disrespectful. So these white races are cool. They think it's okay to take advantage of a system called Jim Crow and have a huge lopsided advantage for 100 years. And then say, okay, we're going to start fresh now. Go pull your bootstraps up. And family, so forget about reparations, forget about tipping the scale the other way, and forget about equity. They don't even want us to qualify for low programs like welfare and food stamps. They don't even want us to have that. They're like, nah, let's start fresh. Pull your bootstraps up, and whatever your money, whatever your hard work gets you, that's what your hard work gets you. Well, they don't even want us to get welfare. So forget about reparations. They're saying not even welfare. Just whatever you can get, just get it. And whatever you can't get, just tough luck. That's how they think.
Equity isn't taken. Equity is applying the equal standard.
If you give, how do you get? You must take, and then you give.
Wait, what do you mean?
That which is given must first be taken.
Well, what's being taken?
Well, in this case, grades from you to grades to her.
No one's taking my grades though. That's not what affirmative action is.
Hold on a second.
No one takes your grades.
Hold on a second. If you only have so many, you only have so many positions at University of South Florida to come in, right? There's a set number. Let's say it's 20,000 people, okay? And we're gonna say we're gonna lower the test standards so that somebody that's a woman of color can come in, and therefore it's harder for you. So it's a higher bar for you, lower bar for them. Definitionally, that's a redistribution of test scores to somebody else, just by the definition. And you're okay with that?
Well, I guess I would ask then, if we were to do what you're doing, I guess that's what's happening under Trump, right?
Well, no, it's actually been happening the last 40 years.
Okay, actually, yeah, whatever. Okay, so when you say that, if you do that, then, well, black people aren't going to get into school, and then they won't be able to uplift themselves, they won't be able to have prosperous families, they won't be able to, equalize the economic status, because you need to give them a little jump start. You know, you have a car, right?
How is that? Well, no, now I know who you are.
No, it's good.
But no, how has that worked the last 40 years? We've had robust affirmative action. We've had hiring practices. Has it made Black America more successful?
I can.
Okay, so that's a very easy answer. None of those programs were exclusively for Foundation Black Americans. Those were for colored people. And colored people, by definition, is anybody in America outside a straight white male like Charlie Kirk. Okay, and guess what? And we played we were the last to benefit from those programs. What I'm trying to say is that we benefited least from all those programs he just named. So he's being very disingenuous on purpose.
Answer that easily. It's because sorry. It's because sorry. What am I going for?
I don't know.
You're a funny guy. So what happened is, even after the Civil Rights Act, you know what I believe the term is massive resistance. It was a movement in after the Brown versus Board of Education in Virginia, where essentially the legislature, which was still white supremacist, which is still extremely racist, they decided that no, we're going to do everything that feasibly possible within our means to stop black people from going to white schools. You even see this in I believe it was the Little Rock Nine, right? Even after it was legalized at the state level, white supremacist mobs still mobilized to prevent it. So even if it de facto it's gone, de jure it still exists.
Let me ask you a very simple question. A term you keep on throwing around.
Got you.
What is racism?
What is racism? Ooh, that's a very complicated question. But
no, it's not.
I mean,
now for me, no, let's define systemic racism. I don't care what racism is. Racism, he's trying to, play a little game. Racism is a personal act by individual, blah, 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 blah. No, I want to talk about systemic racism, something much larger than an individual hateful act towards black people.
There's a simple answer, and then there's the highly theoretical answer.
Give me the simple.
The simple answer, well, it's actually...
My fault, family. This computer is so slow.
because we have like different skin colors that he's treated a different way than me. He has like a different upbringing than me.
No. But what is
He's subjected to
racism
different,
in practice?
It's discrimination.
Based on the color of the skin.
Based on the color of the skin, yeah.
Got it. Thank you. So isn't it racist then to then penalize white people to come into college or to get jobs based on the color of their skin?
Well, no.
Wouldn't that be racist? So you're arguing.
Well, that's not penalizing, right? That's called tipping the scale the other way. All right. That's all. And that's called justice. Or guess what? Let's not do that. Just give us our money. Okay. And we're good.
Arguing for a very racist policy, which is that we should actively discriminate against people based on the color of their skin, which is affirmative action in DEI in practice.
I just disagree with the premise that you can do like anti-white racism because
Wait, can you be racist against white people?
No, bro, I'm a cracker, bro. What the No, you can't be racist towards white. Bro, there's so many crackers here, bro. There's your clip, bro. There's your clip. Well, what are you gonna do political violence to me, bro? Like, why are you saying that to me? You're making me scared. Okay.
So let me tell you what we believe, because you tell us what you believe.
Okay.
Your worldview is indistinguishable from the KKK. That you want to organize the world based on skin color. We want to organize the world based on merit and character, based on how hard you work, what you bring to the table. I believe it's destructive and wrong to say that people are going to be organized or have their future set based on the color of their skin. I think it's tribalistic. I think it is divisive, and I think it hurts the excellence of a country. You asked a question, well, how are we going to help other communities? You know how you help other communities? Stop pandering to them and start treating them like individuals made in the image of God, not tribes to be organized for political purposes.
And family, that's crazy that now it's all about meritocracy. That's what Ben Shapiro was trying to push on the Breakfast Club. They tip the scale and level up with free labor, cheap labor, discrimination, exclusion, house discrimination, and they level up so far and large where they can afford college, they can afford tutors, they can afford everything we can't afford. And now it's all about meritocracy. It's all about who is more deserving of the job. Yeah, these are some savages, man. They're savages. And you got Tethers lining up with this type of logic.
Okay, so do you think like when Trump is now he's president, now that racism is gone now because Trump is back and we're no longer pandering, right? Do you think that the conditions of black people do you think O Block is going to become like a much nicer place? Do you think that these very downturned sort of black neighborhoods that have been sort of left behind, do you think they're going to become revitalized now? Is that what you think is going to happen?
Yeah, they'll do better for sure.
You think they're going to do better? Now that we've stopped helping them, they're going to do better.
Well, see, that's an interesting thing.
Because that seems like contradictory to me, just on basic logic.
Well, actually, black Americans under Donald Trump in the first term saw the greatest economic renaissance that they saw since the 1950s.
Do you don't think
highest
that's due to
wage
Obama,
increases, lowest unemployment. Affirmative action is largely federal government hiring practices and the adjacent institutions. I think that all communities will do even better when we stop living under the soft bigotry of low expectations. Inherent in your argument is that we have to pander to certain communities based on the color of their skin because they can't do as well as white people. I reject the premise. I think that we should try to say, I don't care about the color of your skin. I care about what you bring to the table. And stop pandering to people based on special.
Yeah, that's convenient when you cared about the color of skin for 100 years and you literally stripped our wealth from us. You burned out our communities. You made sure we had zero when LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act and then the 1968 FHA Fair Housing Act. They made sure that we had $0, zero wealth, zero power before they signed off the Civil Rights Act and everything that followed. They made sure we start off with zero. And from zero, now they're saying, hey, all right, man, it's all good now. Like, let's go our different ways. Like this, he was a savage, man. He was a savage. Charlie Kirk, you were a savage, my boy.
Criteria, points, and acceptance to college, saying that we're going to make it easier for one.
But it's not just Charlie Kirk. That's why killing him nothing changes, because he was not the biggest spokesman for this type of talking point. You got people way louder than him. way louder with him, like louder with Crowder. You got people like they got a YouTube channel called Louder with Crowder. Let me show you what that is, family. There we go. So now look at Louder with Crowder. So he was doing this stuff first. 3 million, 5 million. Yeah, this was his thing. That bullet was for him. 7.6 million. Stephen Crowder's his name. So I believe he was doing it the college chant. I don't know. I don't know who's doing it first, but I know he was way more popular with it. Let me try to get one. Okay, here we go.
A predator would probably want to take.
Thing I will say as a white man, Stephen, such an uninteresting name.
So now he was way more like Charlie Kirk was like snarky and but he was trying to like he was kind of like professional a little bit. Louder Crowder was more like a jokester, like sarcastic and like insensitive and so both of them were doing this. 5.7 million subscribers, 7.6 for this video. So this is Stephen Crowder and his channel was called Louder Crowder or something like that. But he was the big dog in this space right here, these college campus debates. So assassinating Charlie Kirk, like you didn't do nothing. That's why we like, why are we bragging? That wasn't our win. That was whoever shot him, that was their win. We didn't do shit. We just, did what we did. If we're gonna parade after death, at least claim it. All right.
Hello. Oh. Was presented to them.
Okay. So let me address some things that he said earlier about systemic racism, okay? So the white guy talked about no, was it the black? I forgot. But somebody said something about black neighborhoods being over policed, right? And then he said, no, Charlie Kirk said, no, black neighborhoods are not over policed, they're actually under policed. Then he talked about the murder rates and the solve rates. He said murder solve rates are low in cities like Chicago and Baltimore, proving that America need more police. And then he says only 15 unarmed black people are killed by police every year. So police brutality is overblown. So he disrespects that. And then he said George Floyd's murder was in the police manual. See, talking like this can get people to act outside of norm. You feel me? And want to harm you. When you say George Floyd's murder was in the police manual, then you're like being insensitive to life. So people are going to be insensitive with your life. But my thing is, we didn't take him out. We didn't take him out because of this disrespect towards us. We gave him passes or turned the other cheek. It was another community that felt like he got to go for what he says about them. Because he talked about pretty much every community, but only one community felt like he should go. And they did something about it. So it turned out that his assassin was living with a transgender who was transitioning, I guess taking medication and getting surgery. So it looks like, I don't know the full details, but it looks like the transgender community, one of theirs took him out. So what I'm saying is I can see why the transgender community would be bragging and, celebrating because they took him out for his anti-transgender comments. My thing was, why are we bragging? We didn't take him out for his anti-FBA comments, his anti-black comments. I'm like, let's celebrate when we are responsible for neutralizing disrespect towards our communities, right? But Charlie Kirk said he had concerns about police brutality and propaganda and emotional manipulation. Black folks are being emotionally manipulated by leftist media. Okay. Now, he said, look at the research. He said the research is going to show that black neighborhoods are actually under police and not over police. He said, go Google it. That's what he said. I wish I could go back to that video. Which video was that? Which video? It was this one.
I never said I disagree about defunding the police.
No, but you said over-policed. I don't think we have enough. So show me an example. Show me a city where we have too many police, and be specific.
Okay. But then he said under policing refers to neglect of actual community needs, like solving homicides, rape, and missing persons cases in Black neighborhoods. So he's saying we don't have enough police. That's why crimes are not being solved. Okay, so he's basically saying you got to have one or the other, right? But why you can't have both? Why you can't have some Black cities that are over policed and some Black cities that's under policed? Why it has to be either or? Okay, aggressive enforcement for minor infractions alongside a lack of support for real safety concerns. So why that all can't happen within one community? Why you can't have over policing and then under policing when it comes to solving murders? So that same over police state can be slow on their feet when it comes to, or slow on resources when it comes to solving murders. Why that can't be a reality? Okay, so he mentioned Chicago. Okay, so in Chicago, he said, look it up. Okay, so Chicago, Black residents are 5 times more likely to be stopped by police than whites. He said, and the solve rate for homicide is 50%. Okay, so he says New York, he said New York, right? So stop and frisk was 88% targeting Blacks and Latinos. Solve for rate for homicide, it's not available, right? We don't know. But Baltimore, DOG found unconstitutional targeting of Black residents. Solve rate for homicides 41%. Okay, so Charlie Kirk, this is what he does. Charlie Kirk conflates crime solving effectiveness with presence of police. What Black communities experience is hyper surveillance but under protection. So that's what I'm trying to say. You can actually have both in the same city. You can have over policing that does what? That stop and frisk us, right? And then you can have a crime happens that police don't really care for because it's Black on Black. Again, like they won't use their resources to go a lot to solve it. So Charlie Kirk is arguing that if there's over policing, then why are nothing being solved? Because the over policing, they don't give a goddamn about solving nothing. They keep the murderers on the streets. They don't really have a lack of concern for our our criminals being punished.
Well, I can't come up with any specific examples.
Well, but you said that we're over-policed. You got to give me some specifics. It can't be an abstraction. You got to tell me the city in America that is over-policed, because I'd be interested to know about that city.
Well, like I said, I don't have any specific examples, but I'm going to
because it doesn't exist, though.
I'm going to pivot really quick, if that's okay.
Before you pivot, I just want to teach you something, Andrew. It's easy to say that you're over-policed. You got to back up the data. There's no incident in the country of any city that's over-policed. It does not exist. We have a
So peace, I Spy. Yeah, so that's what they do. A lot of times, it's for them. It's always pick and choose. Like it can never be both. But that's how Tethers argue too. Tethers say, hey, why boycott African salons? Why not boycott Chinese restaurants? Why not boycott this, that, Gucci? It's like, well, African Tether. Why it has to be true or false, A or B? Why can't we boycott all of you at the same time? Why can't we boycott Chinese? Why can't we boycott African salons? And why we can't boycott Gucci or Walmart, or Target? Why it has to only be one or the other? No, we're going to boycott all of you. Whether it be Target, if that's the case, or a Black Friday, or a Chinese restaurant, all of them. Or Tether salons. How about we boycott all of y'all? It don't have to be one or the other. So that's a lot of Charlie Kirk arguments. It's always two things can't be done at the same time. It's always one or the other.
police staffing shortage in this country. We don't have enough police, but please pivot.
Okay. To get back to my point, I think police brutality and the culture, black culture, is two separate things. I think police officers kneeling on someone's neck for 9 minutes is a
Oh,
completely
that's
separate
interesting.
incident.
What was
than
George Floyd's cause of death?
asphyxiation?
I'm gonna fast forward the George Floyd stuff.
It was actually in the police.
Because people still are bothered by that.
Yeah, it's 15 people a year.
Over 50%.
Yeah, it's a year. Many justified and was trained by his superiors to do. Now, let me ask you a question. How many unarmed black people, on average, are killed by police a year?
Well, I'd have to look up that statistic.
Guess.
Probably over 50%.
Yeah, it's 15 people a year. 15. And that's not my number. That's the Washington Post that came up with it and did a national crime survey. And they even were generous, and they said unarmed, meaning you had a weapon nearby or you had a knife that you dropped. So you're talking about police brutality for an incident that happens 15 times a year in a country of 350 million people.
Okay, so like a white supremacist, they always misappropriate the data. Okay, so he's citing a Washington Post figure that only 15 unarmed people are killed yearly by police to suggest that brutality is rare. So he's saying that it's rare that black folks are aggressed by police for something that don't call for it. All right. So unarmed does not mean not dangerous to police. A cell phone or a wallet can be labeled non-compliant, by the way. Unarmed deaths are not the full picture, Charlie. Police shootings of armed black people still show racial disparities in how police perceive and respond to threats. Like, for example, there's hella videos. I watched one video with a white dude walking with a rifle. So don't forget, it's all about similars, right? Similar events. So it's not about unarmed, 15 people unarmed. It's about when we are armed and white folks are armed. What is the percentage then, right, of who gets killed? And we're talking about if we're armed and white folks are armed and neither one of us shot first. Why do we always die without shooting and white folks do not die without shooting? So just because you're armed doesn't mean you're a threat to the police officer to like kill them. That don't mean they can kill you. Why do police officers say drop the gun, buddy? Why? Okay, so that means that they don't always shoot because you're armed. You see? But we're basically 3 times more likely than whites to be killed by police. Watch this. Regardless of weapon status. Okay. So the unarmed category often includes questionable cases. Some cases are reclassified post-mortem. You feel me? So he's not talking about that. Some cases are reclassified post-mortem. Not all deaths are recorded accurately due to local reporting standards as well. So so anyway, what I'm saying is, like, we have seen multiple cases where black people were driving, police ran up on them, they tried to get away, and police shot them dead and said, "Hey, man, they were a threat in the car. They used their car as a weapon of mass destruction." Then we see white people doing the same thing on YouTube, and nobody lets off one shot, and they escape. I seen one white guy beat a cop down, get in the car, then they run him over, and the white cop never shot. So we're saying similar situations like that, they are reluctant to kill their own, but they are not hesitant to let off on us. So it's not about being unarmed. It's about comparing when we're armed and white folks are armed, who is more likely to get killed? That's the argument, Charlie, not whether we're unarmed or not. Okay, it's all about similarities. Why are we constantly getting the worst end of the stick? Okay, so now when he mentioned George Floyd, his murder was in the manual. Okay, that is factually correct. The Minnesota Police Department banned chokeholds and neck strings as deadly force, except in situations where deadly force was legally justified. So Derek Chauvin violated MPD policy, Charlie,
and the police chief testified under oath saying what Chauvin did was not trained nor approved. So there is actions in the police manual that's considered legal or the right way to do it in their police department. But again, the police chief testified under oath saying what Chauvin did was not trained nor approved. So it was against the manual, Charlie. So verdict, Chauvin was convicted by a grand jury of second-degree unintentional murder, not because the media framed him like Charlie suggests, but because he killed a man using force outside of training guidelines. See, so Charlie knows that when he debates people, people are freestyling. They're not really on their computer or their phone. They're not really taking notes, and they really don't know where the debate going to swing. So, you know, but he's well versed in his like racism, his talking points.
Well, how come? My question to you then: how come you see it so often on
You don't.
social
Because
media?
you're being, that's a good question, Andrew, because you're being propagandized. You're being brainwashed is the name of this tour. And I'm here to tell you that you see it, so you actually don't see it as often as you think. This is emotional targeted videoing to have you think that something exists when it doesn't. We look at the data like, oh, it's 15 times a year, 15 times a year, and it's even lower than that. But do you know what does happen a lot every single year? Is that there's over 100,000 drug overdoses every single year. We don't talk about that. We don't.
Should.
You know, we should totally agree, right? But yet we have this whole thing about police brutality, and no one can ever give me examples of where there's too many police, and that's okay. I'm not just picking on you. Just in general, it's easy to get caught up in the abstractions. It's easy to get caught up in the parade and in all the bedlam. But when you dive into it, you realize that it's all brainwashing and it's propaganda.
My fault. The computer froze.
When you do your own independent research, you can find data to.
Okay, so before he go on a rant about that, so they like to argue that it's the media brainwashing you. The media is making you emotional. So all of that dismisses the lived experience of us who live in our societies and what we experience. Our anecdotal experiences are just going to be dismissed as and framed as the media is brainwashing you, as though we're not actually living it out. Typical gaslighting technique. What we experience in our city with police and jobs and housing discrimination, that's all the media brainwashing us. So now, the fact is that you don't need thousands of people murdered by police to show a systemic problem. That's his argument, that there has to be an alarming number of cases of police brutality to prove systemic racism. That's not true. Not true at all. So it's not about the number, family. So I want y'all to keep in mind, it's not about the number. It's about the pattern. But make something systemic and make something systemically racist is the pattern. It's the pattern. It's the pattern of racial disparities. Like I said, armed white people confronted by police, armed Black people confronted by police. Why is there a racial disparity throughout the country? With the results, the outcome of that. When it comes to out school suspension with kids for the same or similar offenses, the pattern in racial disparities is that Black kids experience out of school suspension more so than white kids. That's throughout the country, Charlie. That's a pattern. Not about numbers. It's about patterns. Okay. When it comes to bank loans, right? Similarities. If you have two Black people, you have a Black person and a white person going to get a bank loan for whatever reason, they have similar credit profiles. They have similar employment, similar incomes. right, throughout the country. And that black guy, no matter where he lives at, with a similar credit profile, the similar income as a white person, no matter regardless of where he lives at, he's more likely to be rejected over white people. That is a systemic pattern, right? It's all about patterns, family. It's not about large numbers. It's a pattern. It could be 2 people in New Jersey, 8 in California, 3 in Delaware, and 7 in California. Those are small numbers, but it's showing you a pattern that similar situations produce the same results based on race. That's called a racial disparity. And to not consider that shows lack of accountability. Okay. Then also the pattern of aggressive policing in black neighborhoods. Like most of us can attest. When we get pulled over, or if a cop confront us about something that we're probably guilty of, it could be soliciting, we in our car in front of a store that says no soliciting. It's our fault. That don't mean that the officer got to always be aggressive when he approaches. Hey guys, did you know this is soliciting? Look at the sign over there. It says no soliciting. It says no car should be running idle over here. There's so many policies that's out there in communities. Maybe you are putting yard signs up in certain neighborhoods to promote your business. Different communities tolerate that differently. Okay, so now police officer come check you. Hey, you gotta pick those signs back up. This neighborhood don't tolerate that, bro. Like, there's a fine for that. What's it called? Or there's city ordinances against that. So get those signs, or I gotta write you a ticket for a large fine. You feel me? So like, when we are wrong, so I'm not pretending we're right. I'm saying when police officers confront us when we are wrong, why does it have to be an aggressive interaction? Why do they got to contact us very aggressively? So that's what we're saying. We're saying when we are contacted by police officers, is normally an aggressive contact. Like, it's not like, hey, smiling, hey guys, you're around here making a lot of noise, and the neighborhood are complaining and call, you guys, you got to disperse. Come on. You're like being that loud and rude. We don't get that response from police officers. We get, clear it out, guys, get out. Like mean mugging, disrespectful gesture. That's what we're saying. So not only are we over police, we are like there's neighborhood that's over police, but they let people run red lights. So over policing doesn't mean more tickets all the time. It means that you can be biased in who you pull over still. But Charlie Kirk uses a narrow definition of over policing, and that is just simply to dismiss valid community experiences that we go through. But over policing isn't about sheer numbers of cops. All right. That's what Charlie like kind of fucking up. It's about how and where policing is applied. Like where do they actually apply it? So you cannot ignore a pattern of racial profiling, stops, and deadly force just because the total number of deaths are low. Okay? Yeah, that's like saying cancer isn't a problem because fewer people die than in car accidents. Because, most people die from car accidents. So you can always say, hey, man, don't worry about the plane. Yo, more people die in cars. Hey, don't worry about that drugs. More people die in car accidents. Like, you could use that analogy all day long to be dismissive. But that doesn't work in like real forms. The ancestors say they know exactly what you are talking about. It is their dad, uncle, and brothers doing the over policing. Right. They bond and laugh about it, about their oppressive tax. Of course, Forlane said, and they have forced every infraction or rule against us while white people get the likes treatment, i.e., come on, guys, keep it down, or I'm going to give you a warning this time. Right. All day long. Ellie says they can still figure out how why systemic racism didn't kill us. It would have destroyed them. They can understand how we are still thriving. Right. They can't understand how we're still pushing through and being successful. 100%. They're like, yo, how are they doing this? Yeah, it could be the black police chief that sent them out. D23 has said. Uh, yeah, so family, we are on it today. We are definitely on it. The fact that he's debating the experience of black people is wild. Right. Well, you know what? A lot of times, child of God, sometimes when we say it, it's seen as complaining, right? And this is why, like, in some racial instances, like black people might hire a Jewish lawyer or a white lawyer to prove racism or racial discrimination, in a white neighborhood. A lot of people be like, nah, it ain't a good idea to get a black lawyer, and vice versa. When a white person is being, get out of there. Hey, when a white person in a certain situation, they might find it's why, like maybe that white person being accused of, being racial himself. So he find it wise to hire a black attorney. You feel me? It just a matter. It's like a chess game. So, child of God, sometimes in order for our message to be like respected in white or be heard in white circles, sometimes it got to be argued. Sometimes it got to be argued from a white person's mouth, because when we argue it, it's seen as complaining, victimhood. That's just a strategy. Who else is out there? Salida Marie, Ellie, these political parties are two wings of the same bird, and both bird, young white male said, they both must be protected. So both parties are definitely controlled and geared by white racism, but they are not the same. They argue differently. Okay. For example, conservatives like to pull back money, or conservatives like to pull back money. Liberals like to let go of money. Like, you know what I mean? So like they're definitely different. So I get what you're saying, but never mix them up like they're the same. They are. It's like a black conservative and a Pan-Africanist. They're both ops. They're both ops as ours, but they're not the same. They argue totally differently. But I get what you're saying. They're both ops. But the point is they're both ops. Mama Dead Peace. They have planted gunpowder and decreased deceased black person's hands. Yeah. So family, I'm going to, you know what? Let me try something new, see if it works. I'm gonna try walking, and let me try to be live while I'm walking. If it's too much wind, I'm just gonna let me know. I'll just end it. So I'm gonna head I gotta head to the library. Let me see if I can do this all. Let me see if I can pull this off. Yeah, let me see. Oh, got the pen. All right, one second. All right, give me a second. But for us, it's about consistency. Like we gotta be consistently supportive. Like the same way I try to be consistent going live at certain times, I try to go live in the morning, like 7, 8, the latest. I try to go live evening time, like 9 o'clock, the earliest. You feel me? The same way the support got to be. You feel me? Like people got to. I'm consistent with the lies. Let's be consistent with support. Let's show up because like people want to be rewarded, especially if we're not like super chatting or cash apping. The least we can do is like the video and pull up. Like our like we like to be appreciative. You know what I mean? Appreciated. As we like to be appreciated, like content creators. We feel like people rocking with us, people support the ideas. We feel like, yeah, man, I'm doing a good job. Let me keep going. Let me keep going. Let me go harder. 1 second. Yeah, so we definitely appreciate you guys pulling up, showing support. But I ain't gonna lie, I do get a little jealous because I'm like, why these damn tethers and that African Amala chick come up here? That African Amala chick, 2.47 million subscribers, just to talk shit about us and join the conservative party. But all the views go to the people who disrespect us the most. You got Kai Cenat, whatever that tether name is. Black folks ain't got culture. Dude got 20 gazillion supporters, and most of them are FBA. Now I understand most of them are young, stupid FBA people, but the fact still remains that thank you. Thank you. So the fact remains still that they're FBA. You feel me? So we got this sense of, I don't know what it is, man, but we like to support those who not just saying FBA, but actually openly disrespect us. You feel me? Math Hopper pulls up and gets Fat Joe in there to say the worst things about us. And we how do we reward that? We support them. Yeah, Math Hopper, yeah. Million subscribers. But Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, if Dr. Claw had a if Dr. Claw had a channel, it won't do no good numbers. Like what person out there that have our best interest, and they don't even gotta claim FBA or ADOS. What person out there that have our best interest that's on YouTube who's really like killing it? But they gotta big up Black Americans because you got Rashad Ritchie, but he's not really like he don't really promote FBA. So you can't even say Rashad Ritchie. He got like 100. He probably got like 1 million subscribers, but he's more of a Pan-Africanist. So I can't even give y'all Rashad Ritchie. He's a Pan-Africanist. And even old boy, what's his name? Phil Scott. Phil Scott's a Pan-African. So you can't even say him. Even though Phil Scott is FBA too, he acknowledged it, but he's more of a FBA Pan-Africanist. So I'm talking about a hardcore spokeswoman of FBA ADOS who's not a Pan, who don't have dual allegiance, who's actually a Pan-African. Now, if there's too much noise, let me know. Let me end this. I'm walking this beautiful day. And we're going to the library And you know, I like let's keep it going. The energy, the vibes is good. Let's keep it going while we can. But yeah, man, at some point we gotta rock with people who are a spokesman, a great spokesman. Even when it was just remember at one point it was just like Minister Louis Farrakhan was being a spokesman for FBA, Adolf Friedman, and even then wasn't like gazillion views. But if a Cardi B get out there and say some ratchet shit, here we go. So that, and guess what? Those same people, those savages of our lineage that's out there supporting the enemy, a lot of them, conservatives use them as case in point to like argue that we ain't shit. They go to World Star Hip Hop, it's those folks, those the savages amongst our race to support the Casanats. And it's like so many of them that they kind of tip the balance. And like I said, they're being used against us. They're being used to justify racial profiling, stop and frisk. They're using the worst of us. And there's too many of them bastards. And that's why like voices like myself and everybody else that's out there, Afro Lead and whoever that's representing our lineage, it's important that we get the due support. You feel me? Because we can always talk like we're good at what we do. Like we're good at explaining stuff, bringing stuff to, you know what I mean, articulating it, representing it, stuff like that. So we can easily do something else and be probably more successful because it's easy to talk about bullshit and get 10,000 subscribers, 20, 80,000. It's always harder to represent like something that's needed, that's going to be uncomfortable to the public, to the masses. And it's hard work. Like who the hell want to be debating all day with dummies, like people who hate you, Tethers and white supremacists and Pan-Africanists. Who want to do that all goddamn day? I gotta find time to do the chess thing because I've been like going dumb hard on you know, the FBA News and Updates. I haven't had time to do the chess thing for some of the lineage, but I'm gonna find some time because I'm gonna start. I got you. I gotta take a break from going hard on the next to do some uplifting shit. So I figure I'll do the Soul City one later or in a second. In a second, do the Soul City one in a second. Because I wanted that to be by itself. I didn't want to couple that with this one. So like that's important. That's very deep. And it's a good rebuttal for those who believe that systemic racism, which they all do, the conservative party, that believe that systemic racism ended in 1968. Yeah, I'm gonna get I got a conservative on speed dial that I already debated, right? And he wants to come back on and debate again. He debated twice over here. He debated me and he debated DJ Focus. Okay, this is conservative, and he wants to come back on. So a lot of you ain't see that video, so I'm thinking about bringing it back on. My people were mad at me though. They're like, you went too soft on him. You went too soft on him. You could have went harder. He said this. You let him get away with it. So when I watched it back, I'm like, damn, she was right. I did go extra soft because there's two unbiased Rons. There's an unbiased Ron that's aggressive as shit when I need to be, and there's a soft me. Pause. But again, I meet energy with energy. So he was like one of those slick conservatives. Like he knew how to talk soft and, you know, be slick in his hatred. And it worked because like he lullabied me to sleep. I wasn't really hard on the dude. I was giving him passes. So when she pointed that out, like, oh man, you went soft. Let me talk to him. Like, shit, I did kind of go soft. So I said, all right, let me do a part 2. Let me get DJ Focus on here to debate him. But DJ Focus and both the debates are in the thing. The dude name is like CRT. He got a dumbass acronym, critical, regional thinking, some dumb shit like that. And kind of like proper perspective. Like they always got these names where they just like the best logical thinkers, and they say the dumbest shit. So his name is CRT. You could go find it. So I was too soft, but DJ Focus was way too hard. Oh my God. You coon. Like he went crazy on him. So I'm like, damn, he done met a soft FBA and he met a too hard FBA. I said, all right, let me get him back on here. And I could be just stern, not soft, not too hard. But yeah, DJ Focus, like, you dumb coon, you a sellout. Like, oops. Yeah, I had to apologize to him, like, yeah, my bad. I ain't know he's gonna do all that. Cause I kind of prep Focus, like, yo, he's gonna deny a lot of things, man. Gonna piss you off. Nah, I got it. I'm gonna have a cooler head. I got it. Man, he lost his goddamn mind debating that damn conservative. And the dude is black, that black conservative coon. Now, he said that his wife is black. He's foundational, so he's just a coon. He's just a coon conservative, right? So I'm gonna get him back on here. And I can't wait till I mention Soul City. So now he's one of those guys that say don't bring up the past. Like, so I can't prove, because when I debated him last time, I brought up the past, and he's one of those, no, that's the past. That's the past. So I'm only allowed to prove systemic racism from like after the Civil Rights Act. So it's 1970 and on. He will only let me prove systemic racism. Because again, a lot of them are not going to argue that it existed during Jim Crow. As you heard Charlie, you heard Jared Taylor himself say, nah, racism was a thing in the past. So if Jared Taylor admits that systemic racism was a thing, then all of them will exist. I mean, will admit that, because he is called an extremist. Okay, he's the worst of the worst. Yeah, Jared Taylor is the worst of the worst as far as extremists and racists. So I'm telling you, I know their argument to a great deal. I studied it. I don't know every last point. I'm sure they got some ambush stuff in there, but for the most part, I know their argument. And I know they're not going to deny systemic racism during Jim Crow. They're going to deny it after 1968. So I believe I'm gonna catch him off guard with Soul City. Now he likes to be dismissive, so I gotta keep my cool because he will make you snap. And y'all gonna be snapping in the chat when he get on here, when he's so dismissive to like our sensitive shit. So all I'm gonna do is go back and listen to what we argued before, listen to what he and he's another one that parrots Larry Elder, so he's gonna deny systemic racism, he's gonna deny school to prison pipeline, he's gonna deny with me, he already denied like the whole redlining and banks. Oh, what stat you got? So he has some funny stats. So I'm gonna be way more armed this time going in. And I gotta admit, I'm not really used to debating conservatives. So I had to like really go a different route. I had to freestyle and be witty on my arguments. Cause really I'm learning on the fly. I'm actually learning on the fly. I didn't know that conservatives were that dismissive on like real shit, like over policing, because he don't believe that exists. Over policing, everything Charlie Kirk pretty much said today, that's what this black conservatives think. That's why I say, family, it's not about assassinating people. I know that's like more symbolic than anything. I know it's necessary in this country because it's symbolic. You know what I mean? I just feel like our leaders got assassinated. Like we talk about Fred Hampton, we talk about Malcolm X, we talk about Dr. King. So I'm not a fan of that. It's we should be traumatized by that way of taking somebody out. Like, because if we start that shit, we're gonna get the worst of that. We are way more vulnerable and susceptible than white people. And we don't have that shit they got. You know what I mean? White folks can get away with, look, he's on the roof and he's on the roof and he still gets the shot off. That's called white privilege. The people spotted the guy, hey, okay, come up here. Come up. So during Charlie Kirk's whole thing, people spotted this assassin already on the roof. Look, the guy on the roof. No cops are called, or if they were, they didn't come fast enough. That's not gonna happen with a black assassin. You dig? And like again, like this fake race war that folks are looking at, yeah, because there's a race war, like this fake going back and forth. How you gonna win that? You think white folks gonna call the cops on themselves? When there's an assassin on the roof about to take out Umar Johnson, you think a white man gonna say, hey, look, hell, that's gonna be up to us. And half of us don't even like Umar, so niggas gonna be quiet, like, I ain't saying shit. Yeah, so we gotta really, really, think about these things, man. That's a complete L for us. Like sometimes we start to delude ourselves and believe we're capable of more things than we actually are. It's like, yo, you forget we're in this condition and we're asking for reparations for a reason, because we're handicapped. We don't have nowhere near resources as our white counterparts. All right, so that's probably give me a second, please. Give me a second. Now look, Shah Sun back, and Shah Sun. Yeah, let me know if there's too much wind in the background, because I can't tell. I can't hear. Like when I'm in like studio setting, when I'm like stationed, I can hear the background from like the headphones. But now I don't have headphones, and I only got my cell phone in my hand. So if there's too much wind in the background, let me know. I end the live and do it the right way in a couple hours. But Shah Sun, he finds someone to debate, and then he gets mad when folks treat him a certain way. Like, dude, how are you? Like, you gotta be drunk, bro. You gotta be drinking, because when people drink, they become belligerent, not smoking. So he's definitely drinking. This dude drinks, he gets angry, and he looks up FBA News and Updates. Where's Ron debating at? I'm about to get it in with somebody. That gotta be his logic. He gets drunk and tune in. Bro, you call it, look, you could say you're not debating and play semantics. That is a debate, by the way. Like you could pretend like you're smart, but once you disagree with somebody else and you respond. So if I say, hey man, the sky is blue, and you respond, well, technically it's not really blue. It's this going on, that going on, gases. And then I respond and say, well, hey, it looks blue to me. When you say, nah, well, actually, that's debating. What are you talking about? That's actually debating. Like people try to hold you to the definition of debate. Well,
technically there's no judge. Like, dude, stop. In black society, that's debating. That's arguing, fussing. Like, so going back and forth. Get doing it. You are debating. Okay. When I noticed two wolves fighting, I stepped back. Right. Hey, yo, bro, it's crazy. Hey, yo, bro said, he said, I noticed when two wolves are fighting, I step back. And family, I'm saying we should do that with this Charlie Kirk shit, with white folks, these transgenders. Why are we on the side of transgenders, Jewish people, or whoever out there? I'm not on none of their goddamn sides. You dig? So if they want to kill each other off, I'm good. Like, yo, why are we inviting ourselves into this fight? That's like some dumb shit. Like, what are we doing? Like, let's sit back and white folks want to cheer that, which they are doing. If they want to cheer that Charlie Kirk is dead, whatever, assassinated, yo, we got our own spaces to like laugh and shit like that. But why are we doing that shit publicly for the world to see? And now we're invited to this bullshit. Like, yo, I'm not. Nah, let these guys kill each other off. We could look at it, and then we could do some black reconstruction. This is the new mind. Look at this motherfucker. So you ain't gonna stop at no stop sign. Yeah, this is like the modern low-key Civil War. They want to take each other out? All right. If we're gonna watch them take each other out, if we're gonna step in like black reconstruction and start setting up shop. Politics, get some homes, you dig, get some jobs. Nah, that's far. What? What you over here? Yeah. Oh yeah. I always see you over there. Oh yeah, you over here now? Okay, you're doing that part time. Oh, that was a part time. Okay. All right, well, good seeing you, bro. Have a good day. Yeah, I definitely remember you now. All right, man. Have a good one. All right. You see, family? All right. I'll be out here. Yo, Pip, I was at the park yesterday, and I think he looked like, I don't know if he was Jamaican or Haitian, but he come off as Jamaican. Another dude, like he was like somewhere near me. I nodded my head, to acknowledge him, like, what's up? He's like, hey man. He said, he said, hey, how you doing, man? Like, cause I always see him in passing, and he, kind of like did what he did, like, don't know me but give me praises, like, hey man, yeah. And the ex-Wawa man was like, white dude. Hey, you been Wawa, right? Like, yeah, the one over there. Like, yeah, I used to work there. Oh yeah, I do recognize you. But that's that glow I got that niggas be mad at. Like, I'm a real people person. You feel me? Like, I attract to people. It's easy for me to get along with people in real life. I'm like sociable as hell. I could be anywhere and spark up a conversation without cooning. Like, I ain't got to coon. When I talk to Latinos or Spanish or Haitians, I ain't got to coon. Like, I'm straight FBA when I talk to them. I don't hide my FBAism. Especially if the subject come up. Like, you sure you want to talk about that with me? All right, you might not like me afterwards. But let me read those chats real fast. Mayo versus Miracle Whip. Exactly. I'm saying, yo, let's step back. Why are we adding heat to ourselves? Like, yo, I want to do our thing. Yo, real G's moving silence like lasagna. Now, again, if it was one of us that took him out, I can see now why we're
parading and cheering because we took out somebody who's disrespecting us with some of his talking points. Being insensitive, facetious, cynical, I get it. I said, okay, yeah, we took him out for being disrespectful. So that's a lesson that, you know, consequences come with your lip. But we didn't take him out. So let those who took him out, let them hold that and talk about it live. And we in the back just like, wow, look at this shit with popcorn. I'm saying, why invite ourselves to something that we had nothing to do with it? Yeah, he said shit about us. So, you know, silently, we'd be like, yeah, let's get motherfucker. But openly, nah, that's not a smart move. Because we're not even organized, we're not galvanized, we're easy pickings, we're easy targeted already. Like you got, yeah, I just feel like that's a bad move. That's a bad chess move for us. And our little spaces, we can talk shit, our little clubhouse things, we can get it in. But to be randomly like on Facebook and YouTube and TikTok, I think that's just a bad look. And you see, it's a bad look. Like we're the most vulnerable people in them. Oh, I just passed my seating. Yeah, we're the most. She got my seat. Okay, I'll go around the corner. Yeah, so we're the most vulnerable people in America. So I'm like, like let them, like brother said, let Miracle Whip take care of Hellman's mayonnaise. You dig? While we move in silence in the background, let them fight it out, and we'll be galvanizing in silence. Galvanized start with the G2. So real G's galvanized. Big. The G for us stands for galvanized, not gangster. Real G's moving. Real G's galvanized. Oh, so I do got to go that way. Fuck. I was trying to avoid that way. That's crazy that they made it like that. Let me see. Let me see what the chat talking about. So on the phone, I'm live on the phone as I travel. But it's like really hard to like live and look at the chat. You can't do both at the same. I mean, you could talk, but you can't. All right, I'm at the chat now. Chat. What we doing, chat? So the Mayo Clinic, yeah. G is God. Buckhorse DC says Charlie Kirk will never be forgotten. Not up. Price of the Black Man. I got you. We got to be. Yeah, got to be. I mean, like, look, y'all can do what y'all want. Y'all can do what y'all want, but just know, like Charlie Kirk learned the hard way. Just know you will be held to what you say or do. Your antics will. Charlie Kirk proved that you will be called on what you say. So people troll. You had Mountain Dew go to the museum and get slapped. You feel me? Mountain Dew went to the museum in California to be disrespectful and got slapped. A G slapped him. You feel me? So the bottom line, you could do whatever you want, what antics you want to do. Just know that everybody's been held to their antics and their actions. Okay? Charlie Kirk was finally held responsible for his actions and insensitive comments. And you're on the internet, you're not safe either. Now, y'all can go ahead and talk shit and not show your face. Man, these hackers, these white folks will find you. Dig. So it's okay with trolling somebody, but becoming a troll is the issue. You can troll somebody, but when you become the troll, that's when you put yourself in harm's way. When you become the troll, you made yourself a target. Yeah, I'm not becoming a troll. I will troll certain things, but when you're trolling, you know how to let go and fall back. But when you're the actual troll, you don't know how to do that. And you become a target. Yeah, but do what you want to do. Just know there's consequences to all actions. And that's it. That's it. Thank your ancestors, do our respect to Harker Bay. You know how we do. Yeah. I call him Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew went to that clinic being disrespectful and got slapped. he, he got smacked. He got smacked up. Okay. What can I say? What more can I say? He was hit when trolling goes too far. When trolling goes too far, you normally get smacked up. And Mountain Dew got smacked up. All right. Leon said, we're going to see the real council. I can't even talk. He said, we're going to see the real council cultures. Trolls are heroes. But Ron, we are always the target. Let's own it. I have no idea what you're talking about. But yes, some of y'all be kind of extreme. Look, you're entitled to have your views. Like you don't have to convince me to think like you. I'm saying what I'm saying. I know most of you probably don't think like that. And that's okay. That's what makes us unique and makes us great. We don't think the same, and that's why we have so many different patents. Okay, if we thought the same, then the inventions would be the same. Then our innovations would be the same. Then we'll be filing patents for the same shit. We got so many patents on 50,000 patents on different ideas. So it's okay. Like, don't be insecure. Oh, you don't think like me. I'm insecure. No, I don't think like you. That's fine. That don't make your thoughts less valuable. Like your thoughts are your thoughts. They're not mine. Okay. Gotta learn how to be comfortable with your thoughts. Some people feel like, hey, man, let's do this. And some people feel like, hey, that's a bad strategy. But all thoughts are welcome. That's how we, figure shit out. Is to hear our different thoughts and then, try to figure out how to reconcile all of it, how to converge them. That's wrong. He said they eat mayonnaise like they eat vanilla ice cream. Devil fighting the yeah. He said the devil fighting the devil. Boy, I seen a video yesterday by that dude, Marquette, and he dismantled this Nigerian. Literally. Yeah, see, now again, this is my opinion. As far as Marquette, for me, if it's yay or nay, if it's yay or nay, I'm gonna say nay. All right. Now, some things I like about him, but some things is like, some things is real cult-ish. When people say cult and say Tariq, I'm like, yeah, you bugging. When people say cult and say Dr. Umar, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see where you're going. When people say cult and they say Marquette, I can say, okay, I can see where you're going. Yeah, like when I listen to him, it's like his way or no way. Like his way is the only way. And matter of fact, any other alternative way is stupid. It's retarded to even think there's a different way. Like that type of rhetoric, I'm good. I'm like, nah, I see where this is going. This is that authoritarianism shit. This is that Ibrahim Traoré type shit. So when I see Marquette, I think of like an Ibrahim Traoré type guy. So like he's cool. He has good content here and there, but some shit, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm passing. Like if you think differently than him, then you're just dumb. Like you're just in the matrix. You're being brainwashed. Kind of like a Charlie Kirk attitude. If you don't think like him, you're being brainwashed by the matrix. That Andrew Tate stuff. Yeah, me too. But he demolished. Yeah, no. He be cooking. Like he's a great debater, and I'm going to watch that. Yeah, he that now. I'm not gonna say all of his debates are like that because I watched a lot. I'm a debater, so I love to like watch debates to see who's out there that's good as well. So he does be cooking people in debates. But I also seen debates where he like tapped out, where he like emotionally tapped out. He couldn't keep his emotions in check. So I would love to see him like debate I remember he was trying to do like he was on some old what's that called? Damn. It was like a little scam. I forgot what it was, but it was something that was popping at one point. But it was like a little scam that everybody was doing. I'll think of it. But he was, I think he was a, thank you. I think he was, oh, let me see. I think I will buy this. Okay, let's go in the store and get it. I'm walking by. I was going to buy a basketball right now from Walmart, some expensive shit. But I happened to walk past Five Below. Oh, thank you. Thank you. 1 second. The wheel. Right there. I got it. Thank you. All right. I want to buy this right here. All right, go around here. Oh, there. You just saved me this. I was going to Walmart to get this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because you always got the beach balls out here, the softer balls.
Yeah. And if we don't put them out there, we do carry them over here in the back. They're over there. Are you doing cash or card today?
Sure.
All right.
Next basketball. Look.
All right.
And then you can put point here and then go there.
Here, hold this. Someone forward. Here. Yeah. Mm. All right, thank you. All right, so I was able to get the basketball from a closer store. It did, yeah. So I like him. I think he's pretty smart. So back to Marquette. I think he's like forgive me for saying this, but I think he's like a brother Polite. But I think he's more thoroughly educated than Polite. Like Polite was faking his education, he was faking his intelligence. I think Marquette is actually really intelligent. Like he's not faking it. He's actually really intelligent. But I think he's polite in a sense of there's an agenda there. It's not like genuine conversation, and I think there's an agenda behind him. And that's just my honest assessment there. Now I never talk about him that much. You feel me? Ever. So it ain't like I'm hating on him. I never. You brought him up, so I'm just responding. But he's FBA, so I don't really talk about him that much. You feel me? It's too many tethers to get on than to get on FBAs. Unless he's doing some Umar shit, then I gotta bring self-awareness to us. But for the most part, he's not the worst guy out there. But he's a good debater. So I would love for him to get out there and debate more well-known people. You feel me? I would like him to get his name out there because it should be myself have to take down Myron Gaines, which I still plan on calling his show and beating him up on these topics. But he has a way larger name than myself. Now I want to do it anyway. I would rather do it to get myself out there quicker. I would rather do it before him. But what I'm saying is like his name is big enough. He has a larger following. He has way more views than me. the people I'm trying to go after, he should already have access to. So that's the only thing with him. It's like, well, why is Ron Harrison, 2,500 subscribers, trying to take down the biggest ops of FBA? I gotta convince my supporters to be supported. You feel me? I'm telling you, nobody's gonna debate me with 60 live people in the chat, 40 live, 80 live, even 150 live. No, nobody's gonna take this L with a channel that small. Between, you know what I mean? Like, if they're gonna take an L, they want at least some exposure, because people really believe that. Some people take the Floyd Mayweather philosophy that all publicity is good publicity, so they don't mind getting an ass kicked with 3,000 live viewers in attendance. They'll take that ass whoop for that much clout. But at 50 live viewers, at 80 live viewers, at 110, ain't nobody pulling up. Nobody, worthy of getting it. You know what I mean? That I want to go out there. I want the Candace Owens. I want the well, he's dead now, but the Charlie Kirks. Because what I do is, when I hear out their arguments, when I hear out the George Floyd arguments, I know their position. And like, I'm great at remembering and retaining their positions, and I will have those rebuttals already in my head. Because just like those out there, like the Polites, the young pharaohs, I'm really good at retaining information that I read. And I'm good at remembering their arguments, like on the fly. So we talk about George Floyd and they said this, and we talk about unarmed, 15 people unarmed. That's it. And I could point out, it's not about who's unarmed and armed. It's about when white folks are armed and the complete police officers confront them, their ending is usually different from ours. That's what makes it racist. It's not about who's actually armed. Because just because you're armed doesn't mean that you were not supposed to be armed. So now let's talk about those FBAs who were armed, and were they in a city where they were legally armed? You feel me? Because now we want to talk about that. They were armed, but if you live in the South where you can legally be armed, that was their constitutional right. That's their Second Amendment right. So now it goes to, why are black men who are actually armed in a state that allows you to be armed, why are they killed more disproportionately than white people in that state who are armed when they make contact with police officers? So it goes to that. And then that's when the racial disparity comes in, and that's what makes it systemic. When those racial disparities come in, it's systemic. So you'll see that little light-skinned mulatto African Tether, Amala, who was out there with Larry Elder. You feel me? And she pretty much downplayed racial disparities, just like Larry Elder and other Tethers. Well, racial disparities don't mean racial, racist society. It's like, well, it does if you find these racial disparities all throughout the country, no matter the dynamic when it comes to white and black. Now, see, once it becomes systemic, now, yes, that matters now. Because what they're going to do is say this. What they'll say is this. They'll say, family, this is what they'll do. Let's say if, let's say 100 white people visit the same Walmart as 100 black people. The report would come out. Out of those 100 white people, 50% of them were asked to show their receipt, right? So now that data would show that 85% of those 100 black people from that same Walmart center, 85 of them were asked to show their receipt. So now that's a racial disparity, right? So now what a conservative will argue is, okay, that racial disparity is just a racial disparity. It doesn't prove systemic racism, right? So you got to know their argument. That's what they're going to argue. Okay, yeah, okay. All racial disparities don't necessarily mean it's racism in this country, like systemic wise. So they'll argue the correlation versus causation, right? So then you could say, okay, cool. but that disparity will be documented. That racial disparity will be documented. Now, now maybe that's in Pennsylvania, right? Now we show another Walmart in California, similar numbers. 100 white people going there, 50% are asked about their receipt, and that's it. And that Walmart, let's say 80% of black folks. Okay, that's another racial disparity in a whole nother state. Okay, so now you see a pattern. See, the pattern is what makes it what it is. Okay, so now we're going to Pennsylvania, California. Now let's go to Michigan. Now we're in Michigan, okay, and 100 white folks go to Walmart. Oh my God. When 100 white folks go to Walmart, right? And let's say 40% of them is being asked for their receipt. 60% are not. 4 out of 10. Okay, that same Walmart, you have 90% of FBAs being asked to show their receipt. And you dig? 90% now. So now you got 3 different states, right? 3 different states. We're still talking about Walmart, and we're still talking about the demographics of who got to show their receipts, right? So we're seeing that 10%, only 10% of us were allowed to walk out without having to show proof of sale, proof of purchase. Okay, so now check it out. That's three different states, right? And the pattern is the same. Okay, so now the case is being built for systemic racism, right? So it's not just the disparity. All right, it's not just the disparity, it's the pattern that the disparities form. So I hope that makes sense. It's the disparities that they form. Okay, it's the pattern they form. Now, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, family. I'm going to use the bathroom. Well, my son is. So hold on 1 second. I can't bring you into the bathroom. But give me about 5 minutes. Chop it up. Hold it down for 5 minutes. So remember, it's not just the racial disparity. So, but that's what they'll try to limit it. They'll try to limit the conversation there. They'll try to frame the conversation there and leave it alone. That's their tactic. So you say, oh, I'm not saying this one isolated disparity proves systemic racism. No, I'm saying a collective of those racial disparities are constant throughout the country. And that's what forms this racial disparity. Yeah, I just left Starbucks. This shit was empty. I'm not Starbucks, but the coffee spot. That shit was empty as hell. I can't believe how empty it was. I wasn't prepared for that. I could have sat down and, open my laptop up. So yeah, but it's the pattern that those racial disparities constantly show. So now we're going to Oklahoma. Walmart. Now it might be a little more, 60% of white folks got to show their receipts, but we still see a large, high 60% more white folks, but guess what? More black folks. Now it's 95% of black folks that need to show their receipts. So now a white supremacist, you know what they'll do? Or conservative or tether, what they'll do is they'll show, let's say, a Walmart, let's say New York City. They'll show a Walmart in New York City where this one asked for more receipts from like people of color, let's use that terminology, than a white person. Look, see, this one showed, when it's blowing, see, this one showed white folks, you know, or it's even. 5 out of 10 white folks, 5 out of 10 colored people. Yeah, but this part of New York is just, it's Tether City. This is what they call it. This is Little Senegal. You think? Bunch of Africans here. White folks barely pull up over here. Yeah, 50% of them had to show receipts. But this city, this Walmart, it caters to Little Senegal. You feel me? So 50% of Senegalese people had to show a receipt, and 50% of white folks had to show a receipt. So that doesn't show equality. That one city doesn't debunk the pattern. That pattern shows even, that one pattern, but we're looking at all the patterns. We're not looking at one. And that's what Larry Elder and a lot of these conservatives do. These coons and racists like to do. They like to show one pattern or one thing to represent all, but they won't let you do that with racial disparities. They'll say, okay, one racial disparity don't represent everything, every situation, but then they'll say Barack Obama's lawsuit for redlining is debunked, so all redlining cases are debunked. I'm telling you, family, like they flip and flop. So Tariq is right when he be pointing out, oh, now it's a per capita, because they will flip and flop when they choose per capita and when they choose raw numbers or whole numbers. Another case in point, when they want to argue violence, they don't do per capita, by the way, when they say violence, okay? Because the per capita is going to show the communities are even. So with when it comes to racial violence, they want to show whole numbers. Look at Chicago. Look at the raw numbers here. Oh, so now you want to do raw numbers? So like they pick and choose per capita over here because it fits their argument, and raw numbers over here because it fits their argument. Okay. Go to Brown says, for all of you that don't yours, this stupid, I don't know if it's on Yash's phone as well, but the little heart thing, it blocks the text. It's like so dumb. So go to Brown, I can read it now only because somebody came under you. But if your text by itself, I couldn't read it because the stupid heart was blocking it. All right, so you say for all of you that don't know what 1,000 yards is, it's about 6 city blocks. They put a twist in everything that they talk about, facts. White caps drive around and walk around with their chest pumped out around black people, but if confront 7 feet white man, yeah, exactly, they'll get scared. I heard Ho straight up say, bro, get out of my, I can't read that because I'm being, I'm being, okay. Oh, get out of my chat. Okay. It's all about intimidation towards our community. Let me read up. It's been time some people in the chat was at me and get blocked. That's pressure. A black cop has a more interpersonal communication with his community. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. That's broad. And again, if you get caught on it, like if a white supremacist or tether call you on that, you got to produce that evidence. Yes, I wouldn't say that. I would say that a black cop in a black community, I would say you're correct as opposed to other racial or ethnical cops in that community, in that black community, you'd be correct. But I wouldn't say a black cop is more interpersonal in a black community than a Hispanic cop in a Hispanic community, Asian cop in the Asian community, and so forth. I wouldn't dare argue that. That wouldn't be a good argument. I'm telling you.
unless you got some hardcore polls and stats and facts, I wouldn't do that. Like that's too easy to like get called on. Like a Charlie Kirk gonna ask you, well, if he was alive, a Charlie Kirk type person would say, okay, where you get that from? And then you would be stuck. And then the chat, you don't forget, the audience is largely his most of the time. Sometimes he's in the audience that might favor you, but a lot of times, like that last one was Utah. So you gotta be careful what you say, because you gotta always look at it as like this. When you have a thought, right, you gotta always, like this is how I look at life. When I say something, I always imagine a tether is around and they're gonna try to embarrass me. And that's why I believe I'm so sharp on my talking points, because I always anticipate, even though it's just us in the room, I like to research and formulate debates with a white supremacist or tether in the shadows who's raising their hand to ask me a question to embarrass me, or is going to challenge something I said. So I would advise you guys do the same thing. When you have something to say, an idea, always imagine how can a tether white supremacist undermine you, and don't give them a weak ass reply. Because I teach chat, I'm a chat teacher. So I would ask a student, like, why you make that move? Like, why you do that? And they'll say this. They'll say, oh, because if she did that, I would have done this and it's checkmate. I'd be like, yeah, but you lost though. Yeah, but because they didn't do it. Exactly. So why are you preparing for their worst move? Prepare for their best move. See, so when it comes, as a chess teacher, like I'm like equipped, I'm prepared for like the best reply a tether or white supremacist can have towards me. So like that's just standard taught in chess. You feel me? So yeah, so don't have a comment and be prepared for the worst reply of a tether or white supremacist. Think about what's the best thing they could say possibly to reply to what you just said, your claim. And you'll find yourself in a better position to defend what you just put out there. Lawyers can never ask a question, or no, lawyers never ask a question they don't already know the answer to. Yeah, that, and when cops are, so not just lawyers, also in the interrogation room, detectives really don't fish for answers. They already concluded what probably happened, what most likely happened. They're just looking for other pieces that's missing, right? So, but they already know you're guilty. They can go to trial right now, but you might plead to a lesser charge with the evidence they have right now. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to close the gaps in their assessment so that they build a stronger case and give you a longer sentence. So that's why you're interrogated. It's not to like free you. You're interrogated. Well, if you're actually the offender, you're interrogated to build the case for them stronger. They want you to provide the missing gaps, the pieces to the missing gaps. And then once you do that, yeah, now they can give you a stronger case to the DA and you dig, the prosecutor, and you're done. Now they ain't gonna offer you nothing less than so-and-so. No, we're not giving you no third degree, nothing. The second degree, that's it, or go to trial and fight us. So most times, if you are actually guilty and you find yourself in the interrogation room, the best thing to do is say, I'm out. Like, hey, I want a lawyer. Because if they are, again, if you're actually guilty and you know you're guilty, that interrogation room will only seal your fate worse. Okay? But if you're not guilty and you don't want to be a suspect, the interrogation room might not be a scary place for you. You can get yourself from a charge or a suspect. You can eliminate yourself from being a suspect, right? So, like for example, let me give you an example. So, if you're married and you're recently divorced, and you had arguments with her, you feel me, or you had arguments with him, it might be her or him. You might have had arguments with him, toxic arguments with your ex-husband. The husband had toxic arguments with his ex-wife. Okay, and your partner just had a bad selection of dates after you. right? They just crashed out. They just couldn't handle themselves, and they're dating the worst people possible. Okay, if they end up dead, you might want to go in that interrogation room and show your alibi. You feel me? Like show how you were there. You might not want to be in the papers as a suspect. That's not a good look for your future. You feel me? For any work, any political position, you're kind of dead. So you might want to go and eliminate yourself as a possible suspect immediately. So sometimes it can work for you in there, and sometimes it works bad for you. I've seen it happen both ways. So you got to decide for yourself that this is a good move for me to get in there and talk. So Woman Queen said, yeah, I don't fight to undermine anybody because I'm a wise woman. Incredible, they actually kicked me out of the interrogation room. I walked out laughing. Yeah, they'll kick you out when they know you're not responsible for nothing and they have nothing on you. They just want you to incriminate somebody else, right? And when you're not giving them what they want, yeah, they'll kick you out because they know they have nothing on you to begin with. So just to say this real fast, and that's why, like, which I don't give a fuck about Young Thug and Thugs at all, but the Young Thug snitch allegations are actually accurate because Young Thug was in an interrogation room not for himself. He was in there for somebody else. And he can make up all the excuses of why he's in there and what he's trying to do. According to street code, you're snitching because you're not in there to save yourself. He admitted that he's not in trouble, and they say he's not in trouble. Somebody else is in trouble, right? So he's in there on somebody else's behalf, right? To speak on somebody else's behalf. So like I said, according to street rules, that's snitching. Like if you're gonna go in there, it should be about yourself, about saving yourself, right? So, but I only said that because we're talking about that in the chat. But I don't give a fuck about criminals snitching on each other. I hope they both get locked up. Yeah. I'm a real man with real duties. I represent Black excellence all day long. I represent Black excellence in fatherhood. People like me kill the stereotype about Black fathers. Yeah, so yeah, I don't support degeneracy at all. The niggas want to exploit Black people with, criminality. I don't give a damn about none of y'all. Y'all can snitch on each other all day long. Take your ass to prison. I don't care who you snitched on. I don't care who snitched on you. Y'all got to work that shit out. The crooks got to work that out. Damn, yeah, they be speeding this outside. Oh, God. Yeah, and these Spanish communities, man, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, these are the most dangerous communities, Spanish communities. I'm telling you, by driving, just driving. They don't, you could tell a lot of these people just sanctuary victims. You dig sanctuary clients, you could tell. No license, nobody stops at a stop sign. Like when I'm walking across, I yield for them. And they got the stop sign. They will not stop. Like it's part of their culture. Because they never got a license to form, they didn't get their driver license to form a way. And they watched the other illegal that got a license the informal way, and they seen how they disobeyed traffic laws, you dig, other things, and they just learned from them basically. So it's their culture to like just ride through stop signs or yield through stop signs. You feel me? But bro, reparations owed to my children. Yes. Newark is like God, I'm sick. Hey, yo, listen. This is what Newark is a perfect example of over policing and under policing, brother. Hey, yo, if anybody goes to Newark, y'all know goddamn well there's police officers everywhere in Newark. So for Charlie Kirk to assess that, like he's a clown, to conclude that he's a clown, and that's why he's where he's at. But Newark is a perfect example of over policing and under policing. Everywhere you go in Newark, you will see a cop car. It's 100% fact. Okay, but they under police. You can, who said that in the chat? Who said that? Who said that in the chat? So Ray know that you can run stop signs in Newark, red lights. I'm like super guilty of that shit. Now I don't run it recklessly, but I'm saying is I would right now. What time it is right now? What time is it? So the time right now, I'll be in Newark at a traffic light, and I'll look around to make sure ain't no cars coming. I'll just take it. I'm talking about this one to the next one to the next one to the next one to the next one. That's like culture in Newark. Like I ain't worried about a cop car behind me. I ain't worried. I just keep going. But again, I'm not just running it like a damn illegal undocumented. I'm actually at the light, looking both ways and then going. I'm not recklessly running lights. I'm selectively running lights. Because in Newark, that's allowed. So what Ray said is 100%. After dark, like anything goes. You could be kicking somebody's ass and nobody gonna stop. Yo, go look at my no, not on this one. On Unbiased Ron. I uploaded a short of a car in Newark, like on the damn sidewalk. But it's the way it's positioned. Look, and another guy just running the stop sign. The way it's positioned, you like, how the hell that car get like that? Like the way the car on the sidewalk. It's like the most weird shit ever. So yeah, so Newark is a perfect example of over policing but under policing. Yeah, they got helicopters there, but they're not there to protect the residents that are FBA or colored. They're there to protect the incoming influx of gentrifiers. And if Ray know about Newark, then he knows that those cops are there for the safety and protection of the gentrifiers. Because the gentrifiers are now, you know, it started near like the downtown area, and now they up in the hood now, in the worst parts, and they gentrify. I couldn't believe when I seen like gentrified buildings, like some of the worst blocks in Newark. I'm like, shit, white folks bold as shit, but not really. The police officers everywhere. So you're like, okay, I get it. Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, so Newark is a perfect example of a community being over policed and under policed at the same time. Perfect example. Perfect illustration. I mean, they'll lock you up. They have to. And yo, mess around and get into a car accident in Newark. See what happens. Yeah, that's why people just leave. Like, yo, they handle car accidents so disrespectfully in Newark. So disrespectfully. Somebody hit you from behind, both of you be sitting there for hours before a cop car comes. I remember I was going somewhere. A car accident just happened. I drove by, went to chop it up. My man on a shop out there. Talked to him, debated some sports in there. You know, niggas don't talk about nothing constructive. So we're debating sports in there, LeBron, Kobe, Michael Jordan, you know, hours in there. Like, all right, family, I'm out here. I leave. And those folks are still out there. I'm like 3 hours later, they're still out there waiting for the cop car. And that's why some folks just leave. They're like, man, fuck all that. I'm out. Because it's a lot of law enforcement, but it's a lot of lack of law enforcers. A lot of law enforcement, but not a lot of law enforcers. You understand? But that's what we mean by under police and over police. Oh, if there's so many police, how come nobody's getting arrested? Well, they're not going out their way. They're not going out the way to use resources to solve homicides from Black people. Real simple. And guess what? The community ain't even crying out. How come there's nobody solved Raheem crime, you know, his murder? How come nobody solved quote Konisha murder? You dig? The community just taking the L because they're desensitized. They're out there just putting up balloons, you know, and candles, getting shirts, RIP shirts, and that's it. Like the community ain't really crying out for these things to be solved. So therefore, the folks are like, hey, man, fuck them. Like that's the attitude in a lot of these police departments. Like, man, fuck them. Another Black guy dead, so life goes on. So it's not until we start to galvanize and like put some pressure, like, hey, ho. Yo, there's too many unsolved murders out here. and y'all ain't making a big deal of this shit. Like I just read 50% in Chicago, 41% somewhere else. But yeah, like that's a concern. But for Charlie Kirk to mix that in, conflate it with over policing was just disingenuous. Like one has nothing to do with the other one. Just because murders are not being solved doesn't mean a city is under policed. I mean, I'm sorry, doesn't mean a city is not over policed. So what about, okay, so now watch this. Now what about you flipping on Charlie and say, all right, Charlie, this community A, or what my brother be saying, SLLE 44, he'd be like, community X, everything's X. Community X is their homicides are solved at an 88%. Charlie, is that city considered over policed or under policed? Then you got him. He's quiet. Charlie, that is the smallest police department in the country. So solving homicide rates doesn't equate to over policing, moderate policing, or even under policing. That has nothing to do with the other. Because resources play a part. And check it out, family. Black folks, we got this dumbass taboo policy, this unwritten rule in our communities. There's no snitching. Like that's like the dumbest fucking rule that a civilized people can adopt. So you want the murderer of your grandmother, the murderer of your 7-year-old, to walk the streets freely as a goddamn savage, as a psychopath, to kill somebody else because of no snitching rule. Like you out your goddamn mind. Yeah, no snitching is for that. That's a criminal code. That's not for residents. Hardworking people that expect justice, protection, and civil liberties. That's a savage rule that Tethers. And I don't, when I say Tethers, that's not automatically dark-skinned people. You got Italian and Sicilian Tethers, okay? Don't forget. It's an immigrant that undermines FBAs. So you got white Sicilian Tethers that broke that no snitching criminal organized criminal talking point to themselves, and then we adopted their tether shit. And no, that no snitching is for criminals. Anybody with something to lose, that love their loved ones, love their house, love their community, love the schools their children go to, you ain't gonna be holding information to have crimes unsolved. What happens to your cities when they had 50% unsolved murders? That shit fall. That shit collapse. That should be attention. That shit draws attention of the Trump administration. What about what happened to your schools? What happened to a school that's in a city that has a 41% homicide rate, solving rate? What happened to your property value, your home value, all that stuff? What happened to your business? Remember, we're trying to build Black Wall Street. What happened to your business? And that's that society that has a 41% homicide solution thing. What happens to that? You know what happens? That shit falls. That falls. So your property drop, the school stuff drops with no funding in the school, right? So the school ain't getting the fundings, and then nobody want to come patronize your business because shit, if I die, I won't even get, my murderer won't even be held accountable. Like people don't feel protected. Like that's a savage tether rule, and we gotta purge out all tether influences in our communities. Like there's so many influences by tethers that we take on, don't even know. Like the whole baby mama drama stuff. That's a tether issue. Fraternity fraud, that's a tether thing that we adopt and introduce to our communities. We got to purge out, a true FBA purges out all tether influences from our communities and our ways and actions. A lot of us have conservative talking points, Pan-Africanist talking points, but it makes us feel good, so we hold on to it. Here it says, I know my brothers love me. Things are going on in this world. We're going to be okay. Yeah, we stay on code and support each other. Salida says, I meant the states can no longer make immigration laws. The Supreme Court ruled the federal government is the only immigration regulator. I like that one. So we got 4 lane. Yeah, my mom used to be scared to eat a grape in the supermarket. She believed that was stealing. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's funny, man. Nigga, I ain't buying this grape unless I taste this shit first. You know, they had those candies that look so good. Some supermarkets that had the candies like in the open. You could scoop them out. Man, I'm definitely trying that before I buy it, because it might be stale. Now, that ain't stealing. That's called sampling. I want to see if the grape's good as advertised. The box says the tastiest grapes in America. All right, well, let me see if that's true before I buy this damn thing. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Nah. It's all right, man. Ain't the greatest. I'll pass. The Italian mafia also invented drive-by. Yeah, exactly. Drive-by shootings. The states can no longer set their own immigration law starting 925. Good. Supreme Court, federal government is the only immigration regulator. Good. I'm loving that. A concerned citizen has no obligation to protect. Exactly. Hey, yo, listen, we're not criminals, man. So if look, society paints us as criminals, right? So if we're buying to the no snitching thing, then we're buying to the concept that we're criminals. Like it's either society's lying about us or they're being honest. Right. Yeah. So no. If we got a violator in the community, some reckless ass dude, grown ass adult, violating people, terrorizing neighborhood, that person needs to be dealt with. Now, some of us will put hands and feet on them. Some of us, well, see what happens after that though. You put hands and feet on them. Now, this don't forget, like these dudes are killers, and they don't. I mean, yeah, you beat them up. Now what? Are you good now? Is your family good? I'll call them back. Yeah, is your family good now? Like we act like goons and thugs don't retaliate. Hell no.